score to the middle. All right, I'm watching, man. We're ready to rock.
All right. Okay, guys, welcome to the stream. So we're reviewing BlueSquadron's beef with Choice yesterday. The VOD did not go on YouTube and it did get deleted, but luckily Luna pulled the Lunar, so we just downloaded the VOD right before it happened, and we're going to talk about it now. A lot of people have a lot of different takes on this, and a lot of people didn't even see it last night because it was pretty late, and they only heard from a secondhand source. I like talking to Zeroden about stuff like this. I think he has a very tempered approach to analyzing situations, right? And I think I have that ability to break down drama like this as well. Even if I have my own, just literally today, we broke it down, I think, pretty fairly. But let's get started. So what happened was BlueSquadron was talking about Jinnaaii, and he had a lot of different points about what she did wrong as a content creator. And Choice was in the chat, and he came into voice to basically speak for her. Not everyone is a public speaker. I don't think Jinnaaii is very good at like a one-on-one debate with Blue. So if she went in instead of Choice, I felt like that conversation would have been very different and much more emotionally charged. You'll see that Choice came in, he came prepared, and he had a lot of new information that was new to the public and new to BlueSquadron himself.
So right off the jump, like for me, this was an interesting stream. I don't know what, I guess, well, I do know what motivated Choice to jump on and talk about the situation, right? Because this is somebody that's very close to him, and you know, it's a significant other. If somebody was talking about my wife, I'd want to say something too, right? I'd feel like I'd be uniquely qualified to speak on their behalf.
Yeah. All right, let's get started. So the first part is going to be, it starts at 14 minutes, and then it talks about, the first point is sponsorship issues. So BlueSquadron had a sponsorship with a drink brand, right? And he read the contracts for it, and he sees that Jinnaaii has the same drink brand sponsorship, except she also has a secondary drink brand sponsorship. And on in his contract, it said that he was not allowed to have a competitive drinking brands sponsorship while he's doing his. So he made the assumption that his contract is the same as hers, and that's point one. So let's listen to this.
I'm more than happy to call you right now. I'll call you. Okay.
If you need me to pause, just let me know.
Everybody hear Choice?
Yeah, actually do pause for a second.
Am I loud enough?
I want to clarify some preliminaries. So when we talk about drink brands, we're talking about, I assume, something like Rogue Energy or Gamer Sops, yeah?
Yeah, something like that. It's some type of, I wasn't watching. I
Okay.
wasn't seeing that part, but yes.
I don't know if that context is provided, but I assume that's what's happening. We could be wrong. And just to preface all this, guys, the intention here isn't to BM neither Blue nor Choice. It's strictly to discuss and kind of break down the observations, because I feel like there's some subtext that's not obvious from both sides. And I get it. You know, they're speaking from their own personal perspectives, but we're not biased sources because this doesn't really involve either one of us. So it gives us an opportunity to kind of break this down from an outside point of view versus the internal dialogue that you guys kind of see a version of from them. There is subtext when people talk, right? It's to kind of break out what subtext is for those of you that may be watching later on. Subtext is when we have, you know, two groups of people talking, or I'm talking to you, but I mean something different than what I'm actually saying because there's an underlying factor, right? It's like, you know, when two friends talk, sometimes they say things without saying things to each other, if that makes sense. And that's no different than content creators as well. There's subtext involved. So Blue is trying to tackle something by removing the subtext from the situation, but he also adds his own subtext, and so does Choice. But we'll listen to it together. Carry on.
Okay.
Yes, I think that you're loud enough. Okay, I have said a lot. So why don't you just, I'll give you some time to speak without interrupting.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of came in on the tail end of this whole thing.
Okay. All right. So
basically, there's a lot of, I think that we can agree on one thing. We can agree that you are correct in saying that AFK dropping is not a very moral or good activity, and most of the time AFK dropping does hurt people in the actual community and in the Twitch community.
Yep.
And I think that the main thing here that we had, like, that the reason why she's wanting to report you is a lot of the things that you were saying that stepped beyond what we can agree with is immoral, and that is saying that, hey, you're not supposed to AFK drop. I think that we can all agree on that. However, there was a lot of things that you're making a lot of assumptions about. If you recall back to this drama, like, we're digging up a lot of old shit here, but you went back and you were saying stuff like, you were saying stuff like, oh, we should, something about alluding to her sponsorships, and their sponsorships are, you're not allowed to have,
okay, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember this old drama. This is like so long ago. I'm trying to remember what you said about these sponsors.
I can tell you what I said.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you what I said. I said that sponsors typically, and especially Advanced, because I had Advanced as a sponsor, do not allow you to have multiple drink sponsorships at the same time. That was blatantly in my Advanced sponsorship contract. You read
my mind because you paused right when I was going to ask you to pause. This is a logical leap on Blue's part. He's making an assumption based off of his own contract. So he has a contract with a company. The company says, hey, this is what we want to see out of the agreement. Typically they'll have some metrics that they're required to hit, or they'll have some deliverables, or they'll have some prerequisites, right? The assumption that Blue is making is that the prerequisites for his contract is the same as Jinnaaei's, and that may not be exclusively true because he has to look at Jinnaaei's contract to know that for certainty. What he can say is, and he can say accurately, that is how it was for him. But to make the assumption that is how it is universally is a lot of trust between him and the company that he is representing in that regard, and B, a logical leap by any metric.
Yep. But you'll see that, sometimes there's exceptions to the rule. And
it happens even in Pearl Abyss's own partner program. Pearl Abyss's own partner program has what I called, it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be pretty bad. There were a lot of, rules for thee, but not for me. So one content creator could do something and another content creator could do the exact same thing. And because one content creator does it, it's bad. But if another content creator does it, it's not. A primary example was early on in the days of when I would hunt down war targets. That was my primary content, right? People would come in and watch me hunt down enemy groups. But I actually got in trouble with Pearl Abyss because players on their own were reporting information of where other players were located that I was at war with. So every time a statement was made in my chat, I had to delete it because I could not create the perception that I was specifically hunting a specific player, even though that wasn't the case. We were looking for guild members, right? But that was something that I got in trouble for. Rules for thee, but not for me. But I've also seen other content creators have that happen, where other content creators would have locations of guilds that were fighting, that they were at war with, dropped in their chat to no issue. So this for me was hypocritical. I was like, how am I getting in trouble for this and they're not? Because it's the exact same thing. But again, I digress. You had something you were going to say?
Right. I think for that part, isn't it based on the people who is reviewing that situation? Because not every GM is going to have the same
This
rule,
wasn't something that was reported. This was something that was observed by the CMs. So there is two layers of, this is where I'm saying, like, where content creators and even ambassadors are also held to a higher standard than the average player, right? An ambassador for Pearl Abyss, for example, can't say certain things and can't engage in certain behaviors and can't be seen engaging in certain behaviors, just like a partner can't be engaging in certain behaviors. Now, does PA control what we say and do? No, they don't. I will say that objectively. They do not control what we say and do. What they can do, though, is apply a standard that applies to all content creators. For example, content creators will not talk bad about other content creators. I think that's fair. Creating negative content is not good for anybody in the content community space. I think that's a fair rule, as long as it applies to everybody. But Pearl Abyss, for a very long time, did have negative content creators. So it took them literally years to rectify that. And I think now that they're in a much better place. But I digress. The point is that they do have rules that apply to some content creators that do not apply to others, and they're not applied universally. So to your argument of, different GMs handle it, the CM team is very small. And at the time, the CM team is different than our current CM team, to be fair. And our current CM team, in my opinion, is quite good. They're quite objective. They try to read things separately. Now, do they have their favorites? Absolutely. They fucking play favorites. That just takes a set of eyes, and you can observe a situation to see that they play favorites. However,
I can't confirm I'm one of their favorites. I'm not partner wise, but content creator wise.
You know what?
They've been very generous to me.
You're one of my favorites too, literally. No worries.
All right, let's continue.
But yeah, I digress.
I think it's safe for him to assume his contract should be the same as hers. I think it's a safe assumption. It just so happens that it was not the case in this scenario. And yeah, so let's watch there. Because Choice will rebuttal that pretty quick.
Spoken over that contract back in the day, by the way. It was a bad idea to take that contract. They never paid me for it. But like it's... At the same time, she had 2 drink sponsorships, and I did bring that up. However, maybe her contract is different. You're right. Maybe her contract is completely different.
So she did have a different contract. She did get approval from Advance to be with Wholly at the same time. Mm-hmm. And so you were saying stuff like, oh, she should lose her sponsorships over this. And that's the type of thing where you're now attacking her money.
Yeah.
This for me, like, and Blue knows this because he is a very, he's experienced this himself, right? As a content creator, when you make a statement like that sounds definitive, it's dangerous because you're now putting out into the ether that this person has done something that violates a policy, and it makes them look bad.
You mean the claim where she should lose her sponsorship because in his eyes, she was breaking the rules for it, the contract for it?
Right. She broke his contract rules, not her contract rules. So that in my opinion, that's libel. You know, it's straight up libel.
Yeah.
It may not be his intention, but that is libel.
Continue.
Yeah.
Like you're attacking her livelihood there by saying, hey, this is not allowed. What if your viewers, what if you're using your influence to go and contact these companies, and these companies already know this, and now you're creating job for her, and now she's a brand risk, and now they're like, oh, maybe we don't want to work with her, despite the fact that that she was already working with these companies to say, hey, this is something that she was allowed to do, and she was.
All right, it's a fair statement to say I was attacking her money.
So he's conceding he wasn't going after her money, saying like take away her sponsorship, and he's agreeing that the contract was different based on what Choice is telling him right now, right? So that's a point to Choice, I would assume. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and think that's a good move on his part to look at that and be like, hey, you know what, I was wrong, but it shouldn't have taken, in my opinion, it should not have taken Choice coming on the stream to tell him that, for him to concede that point. That's something that you as a content creator should have the ability to determine right from wrong in terms of what is logical and what is not, right? And again, he's experienced that himself, so I know he knows that, but I get it. You know, you're in front of, you know, sometimes you're like thinking with your emotions more than your logical center.
Would you consider that witch hunting if he is telling people on his stream she should lose her sponsorship because of XYZ?
So this is where it gets a little, I mean, that's a fair question. This is a little bit sticky, right? Because we know that Blue does not like some of the things that Jinnaaii does. He doesn't like specific practices. I can't say definitively if Blue doesn't like Jinnaaii, right? Can you?
Mm-hmm. No, I can't say for him, but I do get a certain vibe towards it.
Right. So this is where I'm definitive. Like, is it witch hunting? I don't know. I don't think it is.
Well, first, because define witch hunting now, because I'm now curious on what your definition of that is.
No, that's a fair question too, man. Witch hunting is where you are specifically targeting a select individual, and you are basically finding demons in every corner, where you are trying to demonize them in every possible way. You are looking for a target individual, and you are applying damage to that target in any way possible. But it's a fair thought though to be like, oh, well, is he witch hunting her? Because he has brought her up many times in negative instances. But in Blue's defense, he's also brought up AFK streamers regularly in a negative connotation. So it's not like it's inconsistent with his current views. So he is, in my opinion, not really witch hunting her because isn't it targeted at Jinnaaii because it's Jinnaaii. It's targeted at Jinnaaii because of the actions. So, or the perceived actions.
Okay. But calling her out is what you're saying witch hunting is, calling out by her name, right? But if he said everyone should go report her, that's considered what? That's more than just calling it out at that point, right? You're weaponizing your viewer base and you're telling people to
absolutely.
go do a certain action.
And that I believe is like a clear violation, not just of his own ethics, but that's Twitch in general. Like you can't do that. Twitch won't let you do that.
But when he's making the claim she should lose her sponsorship to his 1,000 viewers or 1,400 viewers,
he's stating his opinion.
Some type of mobilization.
I don't, because he's stating his opinion. Now, is it irresponsible to do in front of those viewers? That can be argued, right? But in my opinion, he's stating his opinion on the matter, not asking his viewers to do something about it. And there's a difference between saying something and doing and having a call to action.
Okay.
Like, do you disagree?
In this case, I agree saying it is your opinion, but then when people do stuff based on your very strong convictions of those opinions, are you not in some way at fault or responsible for it?
It comes down to,
hey, I didn't say you do it, but you just happen to do it. That's
and that's fair.
That seems like a workaround.
That is a question of motive, right? Is his motive in this case to get his audience to attack Jinnaaii at this angle? I don't think so. And I think that's a fair comment to say I don't think so, because again, it's consistent with his behavior across the board. I think in his defense, he doesn't like this action, and I don't think he has, outside of AFK streaming, AFK drop farming, and now in this case, a view where a contract violation was made, is outside the norm. Now, my thought process is, would he have cared if it wasn't Jinnaaii on this angle? The AFK streaming, yes. But I've never seen him have the argument of a sponsorship with a drink company being an issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And Chatter said, how are you responsible for someone else's action? That makes no sense. No matter the influence, if you pull the trigger, it's on the person who pulls the trigger. Let me ask you this. If I was to tell you, like, X person is a pedophile, right? And I make all these false claims about this one person, and I have a huge viewer base, right? That's like 1 million followers on Twitter or something. And one person from there believes it and then does something about it. You don't think I have a responsibility as a person to deliver proper information and accurate information?
It depends if what you're saying. Well, morally, yes, you have a responsibility, but it depends if what the person does is a crime.
Are they asking legally if I'm responsible, or is it a moral thing?
Right. So there's two ways to answer this question. One, like for example, you can look at the situation with Trump, right? Where when he lost the last election, did he incite a riot with his comments? Did he ask people to charge and storm the Capitol directly, or did they do that as a result of things that he said? Right. Those are ways to view that, right? And you really do fall in one of two camps. So you can kind of see this from either angle. Okay. However, when we're talking about legality, like in the case of what you mentioned, right? If a person comes to my stream and then makes an unhinged comment, that is the choice of the person that made that comment. And separately, the creator that made the comment originally without any basis is also making a separate action that is also, in my opinion, libel, right? It's libel, it's negative, it's there's a word for it and it's slipping my mind. But they're doing something separately. Now, if a person then commits a crime, like they come and commit an act of physical violence or domestic, or, like they swat you or something like that, and a crime has been committed, the person who made the claim is culpable because they incited the situation that caused it.
Right. So he's saying that the examples we had were two very big extremes, right? So let's bring it down to this exact scenario, the same scale. Blue Squadron says she should lose her sponsorship because I think that she's cheating her contract. Then let's say a bunch of people from his stream, without being told to, starts reporting her for breaking a contract, calls the brand and all this stuff.
But the brand would know.
They wouldn't
You know
have
what I mean?
done
Like,
that without his opinion.
yeah, true. But the brand would know. They're like, well, that's not a violation of the contract. So no. You know what I mean? Like that is, the brand would know that that's not the case. That's why there is an objective hard stop.
That is true. But if you listen later into this conversation, just the drama itself creates some type of stuff.
Jinnaaii, we're just trying to I see Jinnaaii in the chat. Hey Jinnaaii, how you doing? We're trying to objectively understand and discuss the situation to kind of like remove some of the ambiguity from the way the conversation was held. And I honestly, I feel like in some ways you're being unfairly targeted. In some ways you are being fairly targeted. And the ways that I feel like you're being unfairly targeted, like this comment where he comes after you for your sponsorship, to me is an unfair targeting because you don't know the nature of that agreement.
I need to pause right there, Jinnaaii. So you just came in, so I'm assuming you didn't hear the conversation. Choice just said, yes, both your sponsorships are aware of each other and there's no problem. So we're not saying all this stuff about you. We are
we're actually on your side of this. We're on your side at this point.
That Choice had information that Blue Squadron did not know about. And then in this point, Blue Squadron did back down and say, I was wrong. And I made the assumption and he was wrong. Don't shoot the messenger. We're just watching based on what Choice is telling us.
We're just
right
objectively discussing the situation. So again, this is not like I stated in the beginning, just for a concision. I'll state it again real quick. We're not being objective. We're not trying to pick sides. We're just analyzing the situation.
Yep. All right. So at this point, Choice is talking about how Jinnaa이's both contracts, they're totally cool with each other. Both sponsors are cool with each other. And Blue Squadron concedes, and that's 0.1 to Choice.
The things that you say have influence, and if you are loud and you're saying something about something, you don't know what your viewers are going to do. And if your viewers are going to go and do something that is like not within her best interests, despite the fact that she was within her right to do that based on her, talking to the companies, and essentially, that's where that came from.
All right, I will rebuttal.
The other thing.
Okay, I'll wait. I was just waiting.
Pause for a second.
I don't want to interrupt.
I'll let you talk.
Okay.
Is it
Just yeah. So I feel like Choice very, very fairly represented that. He's dead on. I don't really have any like other thing other than saying that he was spot on with his take.
Yeah, 100%. It was an issue of just lack of information on Blue's side. Choice provided information, which I didn't think it was necessary. But good thing that he did do it.
Yeah, I was about to say I do think it's good that he did do that. I'm glad that he actually put his foot down and made that statement, because it is a fair statement to make, and it was a little irresponsible of Blue to make an assumption, right? He should know better. But let's continue on.
Can we watch more than a minute? I'm sorry. These are like context matters, guys. Context matters.
I just want to be clear. I did take down based on your advice. You said you didn't think I had a right to make a tier list. You thought like nobody should make a tier list right now. I took down the video because you said that. Okay. But I will say that the like ratio on the video was like 95, 97. Okay.
So this topic here is about the tier list. I don't think anyone really cares about it. Basically, Blue Squadron made a tier list for what's good for like classes. And Choice made a comment saying it was kind of like inaccurate and it wasn't very good.
Well, he put Warriors in A-tier grinders, so he put both Succession and Warriors in A-tier grinders, so legit and deserved, man.
But what are his credentials to do this? Is he some like god-tier grinder, or is he just hearing from word of mouth? Or looking at Garment.com?
I feel like Blue has a pulse on his community. He does have a pulse on his community, but like there are some classes that are genuinely underrepresented. And like, for example, you play a Valk, right? Succession Valk is one that I feel like is a really bad grinder. I think they're worse off than
there is one person on Garmo.com who's logged 3 hours on Suck Valk, and he claims to make 50,000 at DSR with 2 tides.
Yeah, but don't you put your own information into garmont.com?
I don't do it naturally, but like,
what I'm saying is like you don't you just input your, you know what I mean? Like, can't you just put in whatever you want?
Yes, you can do your own thing. Like, you can lie, you can do whatever. And I'm telling you, people aren't making that on Valk. Like, that's not the norm. It's terrible.
You think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Like, I love that class, and I can't play that class. Like, that's where I'm at right now. It's miserable, right? So that's that. But I mean, look, you can have an opinion all you want. I can talk about classes I don't give a shit about, and that's my opinion, right? But I feel like, and I think Choice will bring it up later, way later into this conversation about the integrity of YouTubing, is that Choice is a much more reserved person when it comes to content creation, where he would only put out information that he feels is adequately studied and like understood for the most part, right? And on the other hand, we have Blue, who, and I'm not saying like any negative, but he pumps content like boom, 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 boom. I don't think he has the same level of research as Choice would, and that's why Choice is making a comment saying his tier list wasn't adequately researched.
I think what you're a different way of what you're trying to say is that Choice's content is more curated, whereas Blue's content's more hipfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's accurate.
I get it. He's a content creator. He pumps content. He makes. He gets the views. He gets the clicks. He gets. It's money, right? It's his job. I understand it. Like, personally, that's why I wouldn't want to be a content creator for that purpose, because I feel like it wouldn't match my standards of content creation.
For Blue, I feel like it suits him well. That form of content creation suits him very well, but that's a separate topic. But I do agree with you that that Choice's content is going to be more curated on Twitch or on YouTube, where it's not just like a upload from a stream. It's something that was well thought out and scripted a little bit. And there is a difference from somebody who's done both. I've done both a well thought out, pre-scripted discussion where I was able to talk my thoughts through using a script. And then I've also done hipfire conversation through a stream, much like we're doing right now. And they just have different vibes.
Yeah. All right, let's continue watching this because we are very slow at progressing through this. We're like, it's at the end, basically.
That's fine.
Which normally is a solid indicator, but I understand that some people like the video for no reason, right? So usually most people were in agreement on this, but I trust your opinion more than randoms on the internet. So if you say it's misleading new players, I take the video down, and I did. Now, that being said, you said that I went after Jinnaaie's money. 100%. Would you not say that she attacked everyone else in the category's money by AFK drop streaming the category? Furthermore, she...
So pause here. So basically what he's saying is that he 100% singled her out and targeted her income, right? And then he rebuttal saying, would you also say that Jinnaaie did the same thing, just a little indirectly? By doing what she's doing, she's affecting potential other players. That's what he's saying right there. And I don't think directly doing it versus indirectly doing it like this is exactly the same. Both are bad. Don't get me wrong, but he's trying to make it sound like they're both equal things.
Yeah, but it's a logical leap, no matter how you cut it, man. He has made a logical leap in this regard right here. These are two separate instances.
Like, her succeeding in AFK fishing negatively impacts everyone else in the category. That is a fact, right? And him like singling her out and trying to focus and make her lose sponsorships is a much more direct approach towards someone's livelihood.
I do wonder a little bit about that, though. I have not seen her do that in a while. Now, granted, I don't watch everyone else's content constantly, but
that's not AFK fishing.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jinnaaie do that in months, unless I'm wrong.
No, it was talked about, and they agreed that they wouldn't do it anymore after those.
Right, and I think that's I think that's like a responsible, logical discussion to have, and she's made in my opinion, a logical decision, and she's followed through on that. Right, we haven't seen her do that.
It's been 3 months now, I think. Yeah.
Right, so that's follow through.
Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, she obviously attacked my money by trying to get me mass reported on Twitch, which is blatantly against Twitch TOS. She's going after my money in a big way.
So yeah, that's definitely a direct attack towards his livelihood, right? So
That is, yeah.
she did one to
it's a
her,
fair
she's doing one
comment.
to him, and I think that's wrong too on both ends. Her weaponizing her chat to do it, and him weaponizing his chat to do the same thing. They're both in the wrong.
Right.
my
You know,
opinion.
chat's not a personal army. Don't mean it can be, I suppose, but it shouldn't be, not for a content creator. But
doing that. But
Go ahead.
I was going to say that, yeah, obviously that was a wrong, but from what it sounded like, results wise, they've both come to an agreement that won't happen. Mistakes do happen. Like, people get pissed off, right? If somebody's talking trash about you and your content, you might feel some kind of way and then do something negative towards the other player, right? So,
Yeah,
or
it's
towards the other creator.
Would you say that she did it in self-defense, or would you not excuse that as self-defense at that point?
It's not self-defense.
Retaliatory. I wouldn't say
self-defense
retaliatory.
is that's retaliation. There's a difference between retaliating and self-defense. Self-defense is, no, you can't say that because it's not fair because of X, Y, and Z reason. Retaliation is like, oh, go take this guy out and because both these guys are full-time content creators.
Yeah. Okay, so it's retaliatory. Both are in the wrong for doing it. All right, let's continue.
also, again, would you not assume that if she's AFK drop streaming on the top of the category, which you know is a very controversial thing, do you think that these brands, if they knew what was actually happening, do you think that these brands actually want to be associated with someone that is making the community this angry? I would be willing to bet that Advances and Holy's like actual like brand reputation in the category actually declined because she took their sponsorship and then used it at the top of the category AFK drop streaming the way that nobody wanted her to do this. And again, she hurt everyone else too. So you are 100% correct. I did attack her and the money, and that was wrong. But I was...
This to me is like, again, he's connecting two disconnected dots, saying that these two brands are going to have a stake because of her AFK stream, but she stopped doing that. So like, how are you? And that was based on a conversation they had. So I don't understand why he's still holding that against her, I guess. If it's been demonstrated that has stopped, right? Why now are you attacking the brands? This is where, again, we've had this conversation earlier. I felt like we were talking about what is a witch hunt. This is where I feel like Blue is starting to cross a line a little bit, right? This does feel a little witch hunty, right? Before him arguing about AFK streams, I've seen him do that a lot. I feel like that's very consistent with his views. But it's clear to me when through this line of attack, it is clear to me that he has an issue with Jinnaaii.
Yeah. It's been already agreed, right, by both Choice and Blue that AFK drops are bad and she won't do it again. Like, you hear Choice say those two lines over and over again in this entire VOD, but it's been agreed those two things are bad and it won't happen again.
And right. And what I'm saying is, like, if that's agreed on, yeah, exactly. If it's been agreed on that it's bad, one person has stopped doing it, has demonstrated growth, they will no longer do it. You can't realistically keep holding it against them. Like, that'd be like, you and I getting into an argument, me apologizing and then saying I won't do the thing that caused the argument again, right? And then demonstrating that I won't do that thing, and then you holding that against me anyway. Like, at that point, what was the point of the discussion?
Yep. I mean, he's basically saying, is that these are bad. Her doing this is bad for sponsorship and stuff. Yes, we both agree with this. Can Blue stop policing people? He's hardly playing this game; just reacts to videos. Well, I'm not a content creator like that. I'm just doing it for fun, but Zeroden has a bigger audience than me.
No, I don't.
But it doesn't matter if she's shitting on me for this. It doesn't change the fact that they're both doing, like, I'm not defending her AFK dropping. Like, at one point am I saying, yeah, that's fine, do it. But at what point is Zeroden saying it's fine and do it? At what point is Choice saying it's fine and do it? You're being misled on the intention of this chat.
Yeah. And to kind of like drive that point home, again, nothing negative against anyone in this video. We're just discussing it. This was something that me and Lunar do anyway. Like, we just kind of talk about this stuff anyway. And let's be honest, everyone that's a content creator at some point, or even your non-content creators, y'all talk to each other about it anyhow. Like, y'all were in each other's DMs.
He left.
Everyone was discussing with one another. So we just did the same. We figured we should do it on stream for fun because this is fun. So drive on whenever you're ready.
Well, he left the chat, so apparently it was pointless us responding to it.
Doing that, and I did that out of anger. I should not have attacked, gone after her sponsorships. I believe that they probably took enough damage as it was, reputation-wise.
Good
so
self-reflect.
you're right. I should not have done that.
Wait, did you say something or was that choice?
Yeah, no, it was me. I was saying that's a good self-reflect. That's all. I'm just giving Blue and Blue's favor.
There was a little bit of sass there saying like, you know, the damage has already been done for her company or her sponsorship, blah blah blah. But it's a little sass, but it's whatever. He wants a little point there, half a point. But overall, they both agree. Sniping each other is bad. Her telling people to report him is also bad. That's in agreement. Choice agrees. Everyone agrees. And the term sniping is for that, guys. You want a VIP channel? I got you. Give me 1 second.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I think that I came right out of the gate saying that AFK dropping is not something that is seen and taken well by pretty much anybody.
This is the second time he said it.
I think we can agree that the AFK dropping is a big problem. We can talk about what she's, you know, the clips that you showed recently here on your stream about her reporting you. We can get on. We can talk.
Shiva, I hear what you're saying. I don't know the exclusive details on that, and this is something that I think more people should say when they are in this situation. I don't know enough about it to speak knowledgeably. That's
Did we do that thing where we shared our chat? How do you do that?
Oh, yeah. I can do that right now. Oh, God. Come on, man. Professional. Yeah, I do that. Oh, I got to open up Chrome to do it, though. Open up Chrome. I use Opera, so for whatever reason, Opera doesn't flow with Twitch. I have to open up Chrome every time I want to do this. It's dumb. Okay, and then search. I'll just search you, and then I can do a knock feature. And then once we do the knock, we can... Bro, why is it when I type in Lunar Lay, a hot girl comes up first? Is it a different
Asian guy?
No, I get a...
It could be me. You don't know that.
I mean, she's cute. She's blonde. All right, here we are. And then let me do the knock.
Blonde Asian?
Knock. Who's there? I didn't say she was Asian. You said she was Asian.
You said she was a blonde Asian.
I did the knocking, so you gotta accept it, and then we can share chat.
Did it work?
No.
Is it open stream together?
Are you in Chrome? There you go. Boom. Now we can share chat.
What the hell is this?
Share chat. Boom. Start chat.
Work?
Done. I got you, buddy. We're good. Chat is being shared. Okay, we can drive on now.
I'm trying to. Oh, okay. There it is. I see it now.
It's
got
it.
Got it.
It's already done. Already said.
Further about what led to that. You know, you're saying that you did nothing wrong in speaking about her, but the people in the chat don't know all the things that you said about her. You said a lot of stuff. You said enough that ultimately, in my opinion, I have no idea. You were making assumptions that I reported you. I did not report you. In that clip, she's referring to you, and
there is
she's referring
subtext
to
here.
us as
but Choice is alluding to subtext that was not done on stream that Choice is aware of. So just so we're clear, he's expressing an idea that's very complicated that he does not have the capacity to explain in a public setting because of either it's too complex or it's quite frankly, have you ever tried to explain something very complex to somebody that is not involved? You just sound kind of like a psychopath, like you're like the aliens theory guy. That is the subtext right there. Choice has more information that he's acting on than what he's letting on here.
Yeah, and at this point, he's basically saying that Blue made the assumption again or accusation that Choice was the guy reporting BlueSquadron as well with Jinnaaii, based on a comment where she said, "We are going to report you," and he's making that connection with we as in her and Choice in chat. But Choice is saying, "I did not report you, and I'm telling you that right now." And then I think he might lean some proof towards it, but I don't know how you can prove you didn't do the thing. Here we go.
In her and her chat, we're going to report you. I didn't do that.
You are.
Also, you can see in the chat as well, I said good night. I literally went to bed over whatever, like you can't see the timestamps, but I went to bed like 10 minutes before any of this.
All right, yeah.
So it wasn't there.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's fair.
So whatever ended up happening, that was her and her chat.
Okay.
Now, in regards to...
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say that. Do you think it's fair to bring people in? So if new chatters in your chat don't know what I said about her, do you think that she should tell them to mass report me, even though they don't even know what's going on with the situation? Do you think that that is a fair thing to tell your audience?
I think that it is against TOS to direct negative hate towards another partner. And I think that's exactly what happened and as to why you got your week ban. And I think that...
Yeah, so this is, again, attacking subtext. So Blue is saying, is this fair? And he's right to point that out because it wouldn't be fair. But also, what Blue has done to her is also not fair. These guys went eye for an eye with each other. And in my opinion, to be upset about the results of an eye for an eye are pretty insane. But I digress. Carry on.
Where is that stated in Twitch TOS? Partners are hateful toward each other all the time. We see this. I mean, you see this with the big creators.
So I was actually looking this up around the time because I was very curious as to why it is that you even got banned. And there is a subsection under hate speech somewhere, like you have to open an extra menu, and it had something about talking negatively about another person and then directly opening their Twitch page was the big thing. So technically what you have on your screen right now is the problem.
This isn't her Twitch page, this is a streamable.
Well, I mean, you're showing her Twitch page, but technically this right here.
So, I mean, that's
what we're doing right now, bro.
Actually,
breaking the fourth wall here, dog.
You know the picture, the actually dog? Yeah. I mean, if you're showing a picture of her Twitch, that's basically the same thing as
but
being on her Twitch. It makes no difference.
Just an observation. We are literally doing that right now.
Actually.
He has, from the past, broken the fourth wall in the current context.
Yeah. I mean, this thing is not hateful, right? We're not bashing it. We're just reviewing it. So it's a different.
Yeah, no, it's a different text.
It's a different message. It's a different. It's a different.
Just an observation. Just an observation.
Here is what they don't like, and for some reason, I think that's what led to.
All right, so at the point, Choice is going to say that he thinks this is the reason why Blue got banned, and Blue is going to say, actually, I sent someone out, and they came back to me and said, the real reason I got banned was for, and you'll see later. But this is why Choice thought he got banned, was from basically witch hunting.
The ultimate 7-day ban is the talking negatively about somebody, but then having their...
Did you say something?
Yeah, I said that's a reasonable guess, but just to be fair, we also don't know if the reason that Blue says he got banned is why he got banned unless he shows proof.
Okay.
Twitch page open. I think that was the big thing that really hurt.
Well, I actually talked with Mythic Talent, who went and talked to Twitch, who came back to me about this, and they approved my appeal on this entire situation. The ban happened as a result of one VOD, one video. None of this would happen 2 weeks prior, okay? This happened as a result of my Throne and Liberty stream and my VOD reviews in the Throne and Liberty category. Someone had reported me for bullying her and harassment in the Throne and Liberty category while I was doing it. I will tell you that in the appeals process, I focused on this particular issue because I felt that someone, or Jinnaaii herself, was still just basically going in and reporting every single VOD that they could in an attempt to get me banned. And this was all of the evidence that I kind of put forward for that. And then they approved that appeal. So it is possible that it was someone else.
Is he saying that he thinks that somebody from Jinnaayi's community reported him on through the Throne and Liberty stream?
Yeah. So basically, so Blue had someone look up why he got banned. It came out and said it was based on your TNL Throne and Liberty VOD. Yes, Chad, I'll be able to send you the whole thing. Sorry. Yes,
that is a stretch. That is a real stretch, honestly.
So let me recap that again. So at first, Choice thought Blue got banned because he was witch hunting with her Twitch and her Twitch tag on his stream while he's talking shit about her and saying she's doing this to me. And then Blue said, actually, my sources tell me I got banned through a TNL VOD review where he was berating or being rude to someone in the VOD review. But he doesn't believe that's the real reason why he got banned. He thinks that someone potentially in Jinnaayi's chat was just going around reporting every VOD he had
Right. And Soda,
that's
to be
what he
clear,
is implying.
yeah, Soda, to be clear, that is the part that we're talking about a stretch. We already established that Jinnaaii has reported comments from the VOD, right? Or has reported comments from Blue or tried to use their community to do so. We've established that. And that was something that they already discussed and resolved. But to then make that assumption that the Throne of Liberty content was due to that instance many months afterward, in my opinion, is a huge stretch. That because it could literally just be a butthurt member of the Throne of Liberty community, not acclimated to Blue's sense of humor or his style of content, and then saying that he's bullying them. So that's why I'm saying it's a stretch, to be clear. And Lunar, for our sake, to make this a little more concise, and chat for your sake too, we are, if a question or a comment addresses something that we already discussed, it will be in the VOD later on, or it will be up on YouTube later on. So I'm not going to go back over that, right? But if it is something new that is relevant to what's happening right now, we'll do that. So drive on.
Okay. What do you think about Blue's idea that is a conspiracy and it was like a potential mass reporting? Like, could you believe something like that? Or should we just not believe in that at all?
I feel like if it was a mass reporting, there'd be a lot of evidence of that specifically. And I don't think there is an abundance of evidence of that. I think I understand where Blue's coming from, and it's a logical take for him, but it's not a realistic take.
Do you think it's like borderline a little bit paranoia that that's a thing?
I think it is an assumption. It's just like, if you ever, let's say you say something crazy in chat and then you get chat banned, right? You can make the assumption that the other player chat banned you, but if you said it in server chat, anyone could have gotten you chat banned. And it literally could have been anyone.
Yep.
And that's my point.
He didn't just say he thought it. He said that someone he reached out to find out said the real reason for his ban was based on a TNL VOD review.
And shrugs.
But he doesn't want to believe that to be the case. He wants to say that it could potentially be someone from Jinnaaei's chat mass reporting him in every video he has, and just that one just happened to click.
Right, and that's
I find
a
it
stretch.
hard to just believe. Yeah, like I can't. Because the guy you're reaching out to is telling you this is the reason why you got banned, right? And then you still don't believe that guy, and then I don't know. It's a stretch. I don't think you can reliably say that and just say, yeah, I don't believe you. It could be
actually, Mahatu brings up a perfect situation. It's just like with that player Titty Honker. He assumed that I reported his name. I didn't report his name, so he just made an assumption that because his name was reported, that it was me that did it, but anyone could have reported his name. And I can even open up my tickets. Like, you'll never see a report from me about his name.
Continue. So would you say that point goes to Choice then?
Yeah, I would say that's fair for Choice to make that assumption. I think that's like I said, is it possible? Yeah. You know what? Anything is possible. I could be struck by an asteroid while we're talking about this, right? Is it possible? Yes. Is it logical or reasonable? Probably not.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say that 4 point goes towards Choice.
Are you keeping score?
Here we go. I mean, I'm writing the key things. I'm not.
I kind of like honestly for fun. I think that's kind of.
It's not
I
a
like
scoreboard
it.
in a way. Who's winning?
No, I mean, I think if we put a scoreboard on the screen, that'd be dope.
Like who is? Well, just like there's like let's say there's like 10 points, like 10 topics of debate. And we're trying to see like, who overall conceded and who did not concede during that debate.
But like I'm just saying, for fun, can we keep score? Can we keep score? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm put up a scoreboard.
Well, right now, first point is they both agree that AFK drops are bad and it won't happen again, right? That's a point. And then sponsorship deal, Choice dispelled the contract agreements or the misinformation of that, so that's a point to Choice. Blue and Jinnaaii like sniping each other, going after each other with reporting. They both agreed it was both bad. So that's
just
a neutral one.
So Blue has what? How many points?
Well, 0.
0, and then Choice has
2.
Choice has 2.
Yeah. I'm sure Blue will win some down the road. Surely. Okay,
You're starting to sound biased, my man.
No. I mean, hey, it's me and you and the chat like attributing to that. So it's not just a me thing. If you guys think I'm wrong, you guys can tell me. No, Lunar, like Blue won this point, but I mean,
all right, we have our scoreboard. We have our scoreboard for fun.
But all of the evidence in the appeal basically pointed towards someone basically witch hunting me. And I will say that witch hunting is firmly against TOS. And again, when I was talking about Jinnaaii on her stream or on my stream, I was basically, I never at any point told anyone to take any action on it. Even in the YouTube video, I didn't tell anybody to take action. I certainly didn't give them copy pastas. I certainly didn't give them copy pastas or explain how to report someone on Twitch or anything like that. But yeah. I did call.
So that's point 3 is them basically agreeing that her telling her chat to like report him is bad, and he's basically saying him trying to do that is bad. But he's trying to make the claim saying that he never told anyone specifically to take action against her, and this is how you do it. But if you watch it, and you can see his video, I have his video pulled up here. Unfortunately, I don't have every VOD downloaded like Choice, because I wasn't aware of this situation. But I wanted to go back 3 months to see what was up, but I couldn't. But you can see in the end of his stream, in the end of his YouTube video with Jinnaaii in March, he was basically saying, I'm not saying she's viewbotting, but, like, with the hands up saying, like, if the shoe fits, if the bill fits, what's up?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a wild accusation. He's leapt around a lot, though. Like, that's a lot of leaps. It goes from sponsorship to AFK streaming, which he's already discussed, and now viewbotting. I don't know where that claim came from. Why was the assumption made that they were viewbotting? Like, was there evidence presented? Because that's a strong argument. That's like a strong claim to make. Because again, you're now attacking their income. That's two attacks to their income in one argument.
He does have an idea on why he suspects her of viewbotting, but there will be a debate on that with Choice talking about it, and you'll see him.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep going then.
Try to get a point out of it. But yeah, basically he's repeating point 3. We're on point 4. Like it's bad. Both did a bad thing, trying to hit each other up with reports.
All out the behavior. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. No, for sure. I think that we're in agreement so far. I think that we are in agreement that AFK dropping is wrong, and I think that we're in agreement that witch hunting is against TOS. I don't think there's anything dramatic here. I think that
that's what I'm saying. AFK drops are bad. This is the 3rd time. I kept a counter when I was watching this. It goes up to like 15 times, guys. Just letting you guys know.
It does also dilute the argument a little bit, makes it a little more difficult to follow for somebody just tuning in as to what they're actually discussing. So for me, when I tuned in for this, for example, I had no idea this was about a sponsorship that it started with. You know what I mean?
I think the AFK drop thing, which is clearly like everyone agrees is bad, right? It would be a point for Blue. I think in a long debate like this, and with a lot of viewers, you have to repeat the point you got to keep it fresh in people's minds. I think it is I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if he's like planning this out to make it sound like that, but in debate class, I do remember like the strategy where you always want to keep your point refreshed in someone else's mind.
Yeah, but you don't feel like that also dilutes the discussion a little bit?
I think if that's your main point that you're winning on, you just want to keep reminding people, this is what she's doing. She's the bad person. I think if I was Blue and I was debating like this and it was competitive, right, I would do what he's doing basically and just repeat the same point he's winning on to keep it up. And Choice is doing the same thing. Choice is saying the exact same thing. He's saying, look, we both agree AFK drops are bad and will never happen again. Like those 2 sentences he has said over and over together very often, but he only brings it up whenever Blue brings it up.
That's a fair.
He is aware of what Blue is trying to do.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand that to some degree. But I guess in the course of a non-parasocial discussion, I feel like that does dilute the argument. I feel like that does make the argument a little more confusing to follow. And if you're tuning in fresh, I don't feel like that helps elaborate. I feel like that helps cloud. But that's my take. But continue on.
Okay. I think he would not be saying nearly as much if there was a private phone call between each other. But because it was streamed to 1,400 people for hours upon hours, I think it was a calculated move to just keep hitting the same point as new people come in. But yeah, let's continue.
That's something that I agree on. That's something that you agree on.
Okay.
But, what ultimately led to the behavior of her doing this, which I don't agree with, right? What led to that was the things that you were saying about her in her stream. You're making a lot of allegations saying that she's viewbotting. You're saying you said stuff about.
Let me pause this. So there's a viewbotting allegations. That's 1 point. Allegations.
The reason that Biseptimus Prime was below her in the category is because, you know, she's not playing fair. You made a lot of allegations that she's some extremely rich streamer that doesn't need to do this.
Wealthy allegation. Allegations. Rich girl allegation.
She's making thousands of dollars. You're making a lot of like basically pointing her out to be this extremely greedy person, when at the end of the day, she was doing it out of the necessity of being like, hey, January is a really low month for ad revenue. The entirety of her livelihood, and you know, I get it. Like, being a streamer is not for everybody, and sometimes you have to go get a job if streaming is not working out. But this is what she has right now. And so if you look at how many subscribers she has, all of her money comes from her ad revenue. So if she had a really bad month in January and she left her stream on for 48 hours, which is, I think it was like 3 days, I think it was, in order to get over that hurdle to keep her afloat for that month, it's not like she is some multi-millionaire streamer. She's not like she's not raking in 6 figures. You were alluding to something, saying like, if you can't hack it if you can't make you basically parroted what Asmongold said. Asmongold says that if you can't make $100,000 a year as a streamer, you shouldn't even try.
Well, then he's
All
right.
right, pause that for a second.
Okay. So there's a lot of
there's a lot
the
there.
Viewbotting allegation, the she's very well off allegation. Okay,
but
those are
there was
points right there.
I do want to address this before it leaves my brain. Choice is tackling subtext that's not explained. He's talking about ad revenue being short for the month, which is true, right? January is a low point in terms of how Twitch and other companies, sponsors, monetize streams, right? That's facts.
Even donations, because people are spending on Christmas Eve and for their families and stuff. So
right, and then it picks back up usually in February after people start getting their taxes rolling in. That's a common sense, common knowledge trend, right? But he is tackling subtext here because he is talking about it being a low month for Jinnaaii and it being her primary income source, which says that there was something that was going on there. That's all I'm like, that there was something background that he doesn't want to bring up because maybe it's not his business to.
Yes, you are correct. A little bit later, he will mention a little bit of it, and it is family related, but that's all he stops there. So
yeah, and if that's the case, we're not going to speculate on it. But what I'm getting at is there is some subtext there that's being discussed, and this is more like, because we will discuss when we hear subtext, we're going to outline it and draw it out. But also to flip it back this is Choice discussing logistics, and he is bringing up a point that has been brought up in the past of, okay, if you're not making it, go get a job as well. That at what point are you now trying to tell somebody else how to live their life? You know what I mean? There is a comment there that to me is like, you cannot like what this person does, but also that's a whole ass other adult. Why are you trying to tell them how to live their life? You're not making a suggestion on their content. You're not saying do more events so you can bring in more people. You're not telling them to tackle more sponsorships. You can bring in more revenue. You're saying you need to slow down your content creation and go do something else for a little while. And because that, like, time is the most finite resource. You can earn more money. You can earn exponentially more gains through just streaming versus like into 100 people versus 1,000 people, right? Or you can work a job and then stream much less. And if streaming is your primary source of income, what's the long-term versus a short-term? Did she make a bad short-term decision? In my opinion, yes. Streaming AFK was a bad short-term decision because it hurt her long-term, right? But also, that comment to me is kind of bananas. You cannot tell somebody, oh, if this is not whatever, you go get a job. Look, how they make the content is how they make content. You are free to criticize the way they make content. Like if they're AFK streaming, you're free to criticize that. I think that's fair, right? If you're doing something negative, that's a fair criticism.
Yeah.
But again, there's a line that you're crossing.
He did mention that, as basically saying that Blue parroted Asmongold's approach to streaming is, if you don't make 100,000 a year, you should give up. Okay, I just want to point that out, that it's very important that Blue agrees right here. You watch a little bit like here, he'll agree that he agrees that yeah, if you don't make 100K a year, give up. It's not for you, right? And Blue says 100%. I agree, I believe this as well. Okay, this is very important because later on he will mention that he doesn't think Jinnaaii makes 100,000 a year, but in reality he prices something less than that. Okay.
I mean,
And
I suppose what difference does it make on how much they make a year, and why is that anyone else's business?
Yeah. Well, it's just like the amount of money is required to, like, you know, survive or whatever, right?
Sure.
Or to
Yeah.
make
But
it-
what I'm saying
make
is
it
like,
a full living.
what business is it of Blue's? What her income looks like, and what her
the
goals
excuse
are.
was she said she needed the money that month because she needed money for necessities, and Blue is basically saying bullshit. Based on your viewers and your streaming, you should be making well over 100,000 a year.
Again,
And
assumptions,
here's,
lots of assumptions.
this is the thing. I tried looking for this. I know I was in his chat when this happened. He was at Crescent Shrine, and he was pulling up the numbers. He was pulling up the subscription. He was pulling up the ad revenue for himself, and then scaling it to her and saying that she clearly makes more than 100K. But I don't have the VOD for it, and I was hoping Choice had the VOD for it, but I don't think he responded to me. Oh, he might have. But I was looking for that particular VOD. But I remember very vividly in my head, but I don't want to just say as a fact
Yeah.
without telling you guys that I don't have the evidence for it.
Shakiri, I see what you're saying, but also, like, there's a difference between not making any money on stream or never making enough on stream versus having a short month. And I think the context here is one short month. I don't think that's a huge stretch.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like now you need to put the brakes on your whole career path and then switch it up because you had a short month. I think there's like other ways to deal with that, but I digress. Let's go on.
Okay.
It as if you can't make you basically parroted what Asmongold said. Asmongold says that if you can't make $100,000 a year as a streamer, you shouldn't even try.
Well, then he's right.
And right,
What?
he might be right about that, right? And so, even not everybody strives for an incredible amount of money. Some people strive for trying to make their hobby into their passion into something that they can take further. And if that means that you can't make $100,000 a year, does that mean you should not try?
Yes.
And if you have to,
That's a
no,
crazy
it
take.
if you're
doesn't
not making
mean-
100K,
Pause.
you shouldn't try.
It's
Yeah.
That means I should stop streaming. I don't make 100K a year. Non-streaming. I do outside of streaming. That's why I work 12 hours.
Yeah, but
a
you
day.
have another job though.
Right, I agree. But if I stopped and it doesn't matter where my money's coming from. Maybe I'm making residual earnings on my job. Maybe I'm a silent partner at an industry that you're not aware of. Maybe I own a bar somewhere, right? Maybe that's what I did with my money. And
Well,
now
he said-
I'm streaming for fucking 25 grand a year just because I enjoy doing it. What difference does it make?
He said
to anyone else?
100K is the year is the minimum to make it as a streamer, right? But later on you'll hear Troy saying Jinnaaei's goal is a fraction of that. It's not even half of that. Her goal is to like her bills and necessities. Her goal is 24,000 euros.
Yeah, but if you're invested in Jinnaaii as a content creator and you wanted to keep being on here and making content instead of putting fries in the bag, as we say, right? Wouldn't this make perfect sense? Wouldn't it make sense for you to just continue doing that? Hey, thank you so much, man, Elo. I appreciate you, bro. I'll give you a proper thank you definitely later on. But yeah,
Okay,
wouldn't it make
so-
sense to continue doing that? Like to not then hamstring your income and allow your audience to then participate in your growth or allow their audience. I mean, is it like DSP does this regularly? Like he literally begs his stream for money. No, that's not what she's doing.
Yeah.
She's not like cock blocking her stream, excuse my language, but she's not, stopping her stream in order to like, hey, if you don't do it enough, I'm not going to play nothing. That's not what she's doing. She's just like, hey guys, I need help with this goal. Okay. I don't think
I
that's
need to
unreasonable.
address this real quick. GMG. So the point you're making is we are defending her for AFK drops, and that is extremely false. We are not saying that's okay. Choice is not saying that's okay. Blue is saying that's not okay. And even Jinnaaii is saying what she did was wrong and she
Yeah.
won't do it again. And she hasn't done it again. So I don't know why you're thinking that we are saying it's okay.
Yeah, we're not, that's not the argument that's being had here.
And this
There's-
is
there's a different discussion.
that's like point 1. We're on point 6 right now.
Yep.
And the argument is about how much money you need to survive, and we're saying that is subjective to people's bills and stuff. And so the 2 points right now that we haven't talked about is the Viewbotting allegations and the rich girl allegations. And I think Choice will go over those two things very shortly. Can we continue? Yeah.
Yep.
It's not that you shouldn't try, it's that you shouldn't try to do it full time. Part time is absolutely, that's what I had to do for a really long time. I loved this job, but I couldn't cut loose because like I was really scared I wasn't going to make it. So you just pile it on top of your normal job like every other content creator does when they start out. I'm sure you probably did that too. You probably didn't just like start streaming and then you just didn't have to have a job forever. Like as far as I'm aware, you have a business degree. I do want to talk about alluding to the fact that she's a rich streamer. I didn't say she was a rich streamer. I felt that she was making, okay, if her viewership numbers are correct and she has a lot of ads on like she does, she should be making enough ad revenue to make ends meet. And if she's not, again, my solution to that is to, again, go get a job that consistently makes money. You can still keep streaming where you can, but like if your family is relying on you, you should just go get a job. That was my opinion.
I'll pause that here. So he is moving the goalposts in the situation. In the VOD, I'm really hoping Choice has it if he has to go through months of VODs. But in that VOD, he was saying she was clearly making well, like she's living well, right? And it was alluding, and if he's believing Asmongold's take that you need 100,000 a year, which he has mentioned before, right? He genuinely believed she was making 100K a year. And later in his chat, he will backpedal and say he claimed 40K to 60K. But this is my word for it. But he was definitely either saying it or alluding to 100K a year, living very comfortably with her view rate. And he'll backpedal a lot. But now he's saying that it's make ends meet, which is a very different definition than, making it as a streamer or like living well beyond your means.
Yeah. Sorry. Just to be clear, GMG, I wasn't doing that as an individual dig. Sorry if it came off that way. Not my intention. All right, carry on.
I did not mean to allude that she's making six figures. That I don't know how that got construed, but if it did, I apologize. She's not making six figures, not by any stretch of the imagination. As far as the viewbotting thing goes, I believe somebody else brought that in. I didn't bring it up at all. Somebody else brought it in, and my ultimate conclusion of that, as I stated before you came on the show here, was there is absolutely.
So it's me right there saying that in his chat. Just wanted you to know. I said it.
Absolutely no way to verify whether or not she is or is
you're
not
like
viewbotting.
you're in there like
why I think like some
fact
people do
checking
think
live,
she's
dude.
viewbotting for two,
that's gonna
three,
be
four
so
different
annoying,
reasons,
dude.
and then some people think that she's not viewbotting for various other reasons. Either way, there's no way to really tell that she's actually doing that one way or another, and that's okay. I did not in any way mean that she is 100% viewbotting, blah blah blah, whatnot. And again, I was very careful. I never said that either because it's just not provable. It's not something you can prove anyway.
It seems like
I gotta pause there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Technically, viewbotting. Okay, so I'll go into this a little bit. Relatively recently, like maybe a couple months ago, Fake Uniform was viewbotting, right? And you can make any claim saying it was either him or Hate Watcher or anything.
He was very clear that it wasn't him, and in fact, he stopped his stream a few times when that happened to try and clear up the bots. It was just happening to him.
So,
and then it happened to me after it happened to him.
That discussion with him addressing it. Okay, so I don't know how much I can say, but basically, a lot more people were aware that he was viewbotting way before he mentioned anything. And when I say he, I mean his stream.
Yeah, I was about to say, please be careful. Yeah, I was like, please be careful the way you're phrasing that because it makes it sound like you're assuming his guilt.
Based on what you notice, and based on Twitch tracker, and based on the extension that you can see, like for example, in this stream here, you can see Jinnaaii has two numbers next to her viewership, right? The real number next to a person, and then a bracket number. That's having an extension to see how many chatters who are logged onto an account that's in your stream. Okay? And these numbers can be very close to each other, give or take. And there's exceptions to these rules where if you get rated by someone or if you get embedded into your like the Twitch homepage, right? But usually that is the first sign of like, okay, there's something weird going on here where there's a discrepancy.
And that's a good that's a good extension as well. We've heard about that extension, but you have more. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Continue.
Okay. And the next thing is when you look at Twitch tracker, right? Which is a website you can go to. You can look up anyone's names. You can look at people's. Oh, hold on. Gotta hide that. You can look at people's names and their entire stream for like the last 2 or 3 years, and you can see pattern. You can see the pattern there where, like, let's say I boot up my stream, and you see how many viewers join my stream within a certain amount of time, right? And I've talked to people about this, and they've shown graphs of people who are potentially viewbotting or getting viewbotted, and it's very clear there's a certain pattern where if you stream for like a couple minutes, your viewership spikes from like 0 to 1 to like 50 to 100 to 200, like instantly, like giant spikes, right? And you're not getting rated. That's abnormal. And then after that, when you look at the graph, it will show it plateauing or very, very slowly growing, which means that that's your actual natural viewership coming in versus the viewbot spike at the very beginning of stream.
So let me tackle a couple of points on this. One, regarding specifically the FakeUni situation, I feel like we addressed this enough. Yes, FakeUni did get viewbotted. The way we phrase that is very important because he did not, I don't feel like he did this intentionally. I feel like he made a reasonable effort to combat the viewbotting. He followed the steps that Twitch has outlined you, because Twitch has outlined, say, hey, if this happens to you, this is what you should do. And he followed those steps, and in my opinion, went above and beyond those steps because he actually stopped and restarted his stream. After it happened to him, it happened to me. And then a week later, I had a front page stream, and somebody in my chat came in and accused me of like viewbotting. I'm like, bro, it's a front page stream. Like, that's why there's so many viewers. The way that you can almost always tell if somebody is viewbotting, aside from using an extension, if you can just go to users in chat, right? That's really all you have to do. Like if you go to users in chat right now, I have 73 viewers at the moment. You can probably see pretty close to 73 names in the chat, right? Anyone can do this. And likewise, you can do that with them. The exception here is most viewbotting happens through an embed where they're embedding the views, and therefore they will not appear in the chat. So if you see like 1,000 people in somebody's stream and they have 50 people in their chat, well, then they have an embed. Go on.
Okay, so I do have a rebuttal for this, but I can't. This stream isn't about who is viewbotting outside these, like a Jinnaaii. But I will say that if you look at the patterns enough, you'll see that there's intention and motive, and you can buy monthly subscription to viewbotting, right? And it will start at a certain day, and it consistently like goes for the full month, and then it stops, and then it goes up again, stops and goes up again. What FakeUni did with the whole turn on, turn off stream nonstop until it ends. I don't want to make any allegations or anything because FakeUni is a friend of mine, but that shouldn't matter anyways. But
you're trying to be objective.
It's very convenient. Go ahead.
I said you're trying to be objective, so carry on.
Yeah, it is just very convenient that the day he decided to do his turn on, turn off stream method, right? Very shortly after, the viewbotting stopped. Around the same time it started, like 3 months prior or 1 month prior.
Well, I saw it happening to him for about a week and some change. Not months, but if you, I was about to say, if you observe much more than that, that's different than what I saw. I don't feel like he's the type of person who would do that, but I digress. Carry on.
Yeah, that's not our point to make. I'm just saying.
You're looking at just the hard data. I am inserting that I like this is opinion, not fact. Right. This is opinion from me, not fact. That I feel like he is not the type of person who would do that based off of everything I know about fake. Now, can somebody be maliciously viewbotted? Sure. Can have people maliciously viewbotted? Yeah. Have some people maliciously viewbotted and then claimed that they were getting viewbotted? Sure. I could think of one name that comes to mind immediately, and it's Nikki. This person maliciously viewbotted themselves, and when they were outed, they disappeared from the community. So that's an example. Carry on though.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go continue to this conversation. Is Jinnaaii viewbotting? I think this is part of the conversation. Let me look at my notes real quick. Actually, no, it's way later on that they talk about the viewbotting accusation. So this is almost an hour later. So I don't know why this is being brought up now.
We got so much more to go through. Keep going.
as far as her being over.
You're saying all
Go
these
ahead.
things, Blue, but
Go
what
ahead.
you're saying is not accurate with what you actually said 2 months ago. You had brought up the whole thing of how she was previously banned in the past, and you were basically saying
true.
that she was banned for viewbotting, and you pulled up all these emails and you pulled up all these things, and you said that, oh, she was banned in the past for viewbotting. All of these things that you said that were incorrect, she was banned for something that she said in German. She was actually banned for hate speech in the past. That's what that ban was.
Correct.
And so you basically, once again, Blue, you have to understand, you hold a lot of influence in the words that you say, and the moment that you say something wrong, people are going to just eat it up immediately because they might tune out of the stream.
Okay.
So ultimately,
I didn't.
ultimately,
bring
what
this-
ends up happening.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I apologize.
Yeah, what ends up happening is you have this tendency where you'll hear about something in chat, someone will say something, you'll start looking into it, you'll pull it up on the screen, and you'll go on like a 3-minute rant before you know all the information. And then if that's all people ever perceive about if that's all people ever perceive and they click away from the stream, that influence you had on that person or those people is going to just stick with them. And you can even see it in your chat to this day, how people keep on saying, oh, she's viewbotting, she's viewbotting, she's viewbotting. There's nothing but people in your chat saying that she's a viewbotter. Where do you think they got that opinion from?
You think that they got that from
They got
me?
it from you.
Okay, so what do you guys think about that statement right there?
I
he's
agree with
basically
I think honestly, this is my opinion. This is a point in Choice's favor because he is hitting a very true comment about how people will run with a narrative that is given to them by a content creator because that they view as credible. And he's making it, sometimes he does make comments that are not informed. I don't think that's a secret to him. I do believe that sometimes Blue will go back and readdress his comment. But if I'm only tuning into his stream for a minute and that's all I hear, that's what I'll leave with.
So yeah, so basically how what Choice is saying is that he's giving, at first he said, these are your allegations towards Jinnaaii, and this is your method of operations, how you normally operate in your stream. You go in, you catch wind on something, you get hypersensualized, sensationalized, not centralized, that's sexual, sensationalized, and then you'll then look for more information, but you already said the thing you wanted to say.
I'm also going to start
proper due
including chat
research.
votes because I'm just curious what chat thinks. I think it's a choice for. I personally think that's a point for Choice.
Okay.
This is just
And the
more
point would
fun.
be,
Like guys, again,
what would that topic be?
guys,
Words
just
have power.
God, sorry. I wanted to just remind the chat that this is not because of any form of BM between these two creators on our behalf. This is just something we're doing for fun with the community. So we are doing some. I will include a little bit of chat engagement where I can. All right, go on. Sorry, you were saying something.
Okay, so that topic would be Blue's method of operation. Would you guys agree that is an accurate assessment of how Blue makes content on stream and YouTube videos?
I
do you think,
think we've all seen him do that at some point. I don't think he's doing it maliciously. I think he's hip firing, and that's again that lends to his strength in terms of the way he conducts himself and handles his content. I think he's a good what's the word I'm looking for? Improviser. That's the word. He's a good improviser. But
Okay.
that when you are improvising content, you have a tendency to make inaccurate statements. That's normal for improvisation.
So it wouldn't be a point then. It would just be like that's just an observation, right? They're not competing or debating it.
Well,
He's
he
agreeing
is,
that's
he
who he
is
is.
saying that it is a discredit towards Jinnaaii for how he conducts himself when he makes comments like that. And that's the point that he's making.
Okay.
Okay. I think we all agree that's a point for Choice. Do you agree, Lunar? Do you have a disagree?
No, I agree. It's an accurate assessment of how Blue is, and that could lead to potential misunderstandings or just being wrong, misinformation.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Let's continue.
Okay.
Absolutely, they got that from you.
All right, let's back up to the moment that you're talking about. You're right. That is how it happened, but I think that you're seeing it through her lens. So what happened is I was talking about something completely different in chat that day. I was talking about the AFK drop stream stuff, and then someone said that she was a viewbotter, and I was like, well, there's not really any evidence for that, and I'm really trying to focus on the actual thing. Then they started linking me all these videos and stuff, so we started looking at the videos. And we looked at the videos, and the videos highlight that there is viewbotting talked about in the emails and stuff. But once uncovering it further, yes, it was revealed that she was banned for hate speech. It was just the Twitch like auto-generated email that was like talking about viewbotting, but she didn't actually get.
So I got a buzzer to give context. Basically, in the stream that I mentioned that I don't have the VOD of, very frustratingly, is that his stream was sending a bunch of information about Jinnaaii, and one of them was like this German email that she read on stream saying that she got banned for something, right? But because it was German, he couldn't read it. He did Google, Google Translate, and he made the assumption that it was for viewbotting, but in reality, it was for hate speech. Now, if you guys might hate speech, but at the end of the day, the point wasn't is hate speech wrong? It's what did she get banned for? And she got banned for hate speech, not for viewbotting.
Do we know what the hate
which
speech
he
was?
then used that as proof. Huh? I have no idea.
All right. Well, I don't want to repeat it. I know she's in the chat. I don't want to repeat it on the stream. I
mean, it doesn't matter. Hate speech, like it doesn't matter what level it's. She got banned for that. Basically, like what she said didn't matter. It just that wasn't the reason she got banned for, right? So let me write that as a point. Jinnaaie's ban was not for.
Soda's saying exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I
want to say it. Because Jinnaaie's ban was not for viewbotting, just hate speech.
Right.
I'm not saying it's a good thing either. I'm just saying that's just a factual statement, all right? Like she didn't get banned for that.
Here's what I will say as well, and this is just kind of a clarification point. Again, we're going to discuss the subtext and analysis. Blue went through this live. When you're live, you make a lot of mistakes because you're in a rush, because you are producing content for an audience. And when you are producing content for an audience, there is a level of pressure to deliver content immediately and quickly. And therefore, it's not necessary for that content to be accurate. This is something that we have seen. Even I do this sometimes. I'll say something that I know that I will know later on isn't accurate, and then I'll go back and correct myself. But if you weren't there for the correction, but for the inaccurate statement, I just lied to you.
Yes, but this is not something that he has, like, because this happened a while ago, but he does not say, "Oh no, never mind, guys, she wasn't viewbotting." He's just saying, "Oh,
yeah, I think that's his bias. That's his bias
for hate speech."
Yeah,
but he's still pushing that narrative that she is viewbotting.
What I'm saying, he talks about how he went through it, like he went through this and they investigated. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know.
He didn't investigate. Someone in his chat was like, "No, actually, I'm German, and that's not how. Like, that's not what they said." But
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, there is a layer of like, you're only hitting wave tops when you're live because you don't have the time to read shit with autistic detail. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, let's continue here.
Reported for viewbotting, if that makes sense. And we did uncover that on stream. And I'm glad that you stated how I like to do things. That is true. Normally, somebody brings something up in chat, and I don't just believe it at face value. I do pull it up, and we watch it, and then we try to get both sides of the story, especially when it comes to
and that's right there is what I'm talking about specifically. That method is what I'm talking about. You are still have a tendency when you are live to deliver inaccurate information just because you are going through it quickly. And when you're going through it quickly, you can only ever hit the wave tops. And that's just, unless you have studied something like carefully and been able to analyze the subtext, like we're doing it right now, right? We're hitting wave tops as we speak, but we're trying to analyze that subtext. We're aware of it, right? So I'm just thinking, I think that's an accurate statement. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, basically what he's saying is that he's trying to make it sound like his process is very fair as possible, even though it's fast. That's what he's trying to make a point at. But you're seeing that his process, like for even point two, the sponsorship thing, didn't work. You know, it was wrong. His point for the TNL VOD being the one reported didn't work either. So his version of fair due process or due research isn't working in these aspects. I'm sure it works most of the time, right? But you don't have to be wrong a couple of times to make a difference. So I think I think Choice is right. Like he has a tendency to speed things up and mess things up.
All right, Sakraya, unless that comes up in this video, I have no idea where that's even coming from. Also, it's super weird to call somebody an e-kitten unless they've done some e-kitten shit. That's just his girlfriend, bro. All right, drive on.
like we try to get both sides and we try to look into it thoroughly. You are right. Some people do come in and make up their mind and leave the stream ahead of time, but I'm not sure that I can be necessarily held accountable for people like just tuning in and then just believing something flippantly without actually seeing any evidence necessarily. But again, I did my due diligence in looking into that and showing on stream.
He acknowledges he has a logic flaw there. He does acknowledge a logic flaw, and I appreciate that he does that because that does show that degree of self-awareness. He's right. He's not responsible for somebody getting the wrong idea, but he is responsible for when he gets the wrong idea, and there's an important distinction.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I got.
The proof in her, I think it was her own video, that literally just said that, okay, yeah, no, I was Viewbot, or I was not Viewbot. I was banned for hate speech, but the email itself said something different, which is what misled a lot of people because it was in German. You had to translate it.
I think it's funny. It was saying misled a lot of people instead of saying it misled me. But I think that's it's one of those small things. Like it's my background in like psychology is just saying like it's something people just do instantly to like distance themselves from admitting fault. Is like all of us or some people mistook in it instead of saying I misread it.
Before you hit play, I did want to address something that Paradigm said. Sorry, was there more? I think I'm interrupting.
No,
you.
go ahead. Did
I interrupt you? I apologize if I did.
No, you're good. No, you're good.
Okay.
Go ahead. Respond to Paradigm.
Paradigm. I will say this objectively from my opinion. I think Blue is an excellent content creator for our category. I think our category would be worse off without a content creator like him, and I think he brings a different take on a lot of things than most content creators do. When I say that, I mean most content creators aren't focused on comedy and chat. I think they are focused on the content of their game. I am the same way. My content is mostly surrounded around the game. Blue's content is mostly surrounded around him and his discussions. So to that degree, where you're saying he does a lot of good things for the community, that is not even up for debate. That is an objective statement. Blue is amazing for the Black Desert Online category and the MMO space as a whole. I think he is good in that regard. And that is a point for him, but not for this argument. So that's all I had to say on that.
Okay, let's continue.
All that stuff. But like, again, I tried to keep the conversation focused away from the viewbotting stuff. I will be honest, most of the people that think she's viewbotting think this because they look at her views and they look at her engagement in chat.
Yeah, again, this is another thing. They think instead of saying I think, stuff like that, or we think.
Yeah, there is like some meta gaming, some meta arguing happening.
I pick it up and I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like this.
I do have something I want to say about this, but I want you to finish this point.
That's my point. It's just this little thing that I noticed is like, you could.
It is assuming
upfront.
It is assuming that he understands their argument intrinsically, as if like he is speaking for a royal amount of people, like the royal we, like he is the king, right? But here's what I will say on this: just because someone's chat is not active doesn't mean they're viewbotting. I PvP a lot. And when I'm PvPing, my chat is not particularly active because I'm not really engaging my chat. I'm talking, or I'm basically engaging in combat. And the only comments that I'll make is about the fight itself. And the people that are watching and are tuned in are watching the fight. It's like watching, like two boxers go at it. The chat might not be moving a lot unless there's something to move about, unless people are really, really invested in one side or the other. And since we're not talking sports bets, we're just talking PvP here, people in my chat, I might have 150 people watching and maybe 3 people chatting. And that is for me fairly normal.
I was rated by Zethian, Divios, and Choice today, and I had like 400, 500 viewers, and my chat stayed relatively the same with the people in my chat.
And this goes to the type of content.
Yeah, it was lower.
There's a huge difference in the type of content that Blue produces where his chat is moving a lot because his primary goal is to engage his chat, and he does that very well. Jinnaaie's primary goal is to play Black Desert Online. So there is a very big difference. If I am going to hang out in Jinnaaie's chat, I might go hang out in Jinnaaie's chat while I'm grinding because it gives me something background to listen to that I'm not going to want to engage with. If I'm listening to Blue talk, I almost can't help myself but to jump in the conversation. So if I'm going to go fucking grind, I don't want to listen to Blue because I'm going to fuck my grind up.
Also, another thing is I talked about the viewbotting, like people like checking who's viewbotting and stuff earlier. Okay, I can't say more, but basically Jinnaaie was looked at like potential for viewbotting, right? And like she didn't have the discrepancy between the real number and the bracket number. There wasn't a big difference between that. And the reason why the numbers look so high is because, and this is shown already, that the fireworks. Is that when Choice is offline, his homepage on his Twitch will suggest hers and vice versa, right? So whoever's active in Choice's stream when he's offline are funneled into her stream. So the numbers look exactly the same. And this is not viewbotting. This is just suggestions, right? The people in Choice's stream while he's offline has every right to just move on to something else. But for some reason, they just love hanging out in Choice's like AFK offline stream. Right, so that's what it is, and that's what when people looked into it, that was the reason why her viewers was relatively much higher than most people would want it to be to make it make sense for them. But you look at other view botters that were definitely doing it or getting view botted, the bracket number and the real number was consistently the same difference time and time again over the course of months. What music? There's music?
No, my music.
You can't play music.
I just put on a little bit of back. It's not going to be in the bot, so I'm not worried about it. It's more for the live audience. Also, there is one other thing I wanted to tackle, and this goes back to more along the lines of the content itself. If I go into Gold, this is like why I don't fucking like talking in Goldstein stream, but I also do like talking in Goldstein stream. He will fucking suck me into a conversation, and I won't be able to leave. He's so good at it. It's like fucking hypnotism. So I love talking with Goldstein, and if I know he is doing something, if I know I am doing something, I'm not going to engage with him in chat. But that's not, if I'm, Blue made a comment, and I think this comment, I don't know if it was during this debate or was it during a different debate, he had said something about not wanting to be the guy that people are watching in the tab backgrounds. And I believe he's right. A lot of people will watch Blue very actively, and it's because he's very entertaining and engaging. So again, this is where I don't feel like chat is an accurate measure of what is, what kind of things are happening, or if people are viewbotting or not. That's all. There's a better way to do it, and that's to check the chat.
It's like
the chat
aspect,
viewers.
But it's no way in like the warning sign for me, in my opinion. Viewership spiking the first couple minutes, that's the biggest warning sign.
Yes,
and then obviously the number being different than the bracket number,
and again, also the users in the chat.
Yeah.
But go on. But I digress. Let's
that's the whole investigation. Let's listen to the rest of this chat here.
I forgot you guys were looking at my screen, so I just had Spotify
and
like
don't
sitting.
Feel like the two necessarily line up. Again,
let's
that's not based on me. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's talk about that. I know that's a point of contention. Yeah, let's talk about that.
So that is another thing that you were using a couple months ago as proof as to when you were talking about this, saying that, yeah, she's viewbotting because look at her chat. She has this many viewers and it's the slowest moving chat.
That is circumstantial evidence.
Sure. Mm-hmm. But if you think about it for one moment, her entire stream is built off AFK dropping. Video is a drops category, and she plays at a time when drops are resetting. So people come into her stream to AFK to get drops. Not only that, she is also a female streamer, and there's a stigma regarding simping in a female's chat. You can see it all over the place. Even people saying that I'm simping in her chat, whatever. Some people just want to go in.
I don't know about all that, dude. I don't know.
Do the whole sentence first.
All right. Yeah, if he's going where I think he's going with this one, man, I'm like, that's a stretch, bro. He might twist his shoulder blades trying to get that one out.
Her viewership is high because she's a pretty girl and people like being in the chat of a pretty girl. That's his take on it. And again, it doesn't matter if you think she's pretty or not. That doesn't matter.
No, the argument that he's making that people aren't going to talk in there because there's a stigma of simping is fucking bananas, because people don't give a shit. They'll simp.
Yeah, I agree to that point. Yeah, if you're,
I'm like that is like, yeah.
The thing is, no, he's right though. Like, let's say Ellie, for example, right? Ellie is a very popular streamer. She has lots of viewers, hundreds and hundreds of viewers, like constantly 800 plus or 1,000 plus. But she's not having 1,000 people talking.
Yeah, but she still has a very active chat, and
she's
this is like
active chat.
I feel like
true.
I feel like choice in this case, she does. But I feel like choice in this case right now is kind of arguing from a subjective position here, because he has been relentlessly harassed recently about simping for his own girlfriend, which to me is fucking dumb. That's a significant other. People shouldn't really have a position on whether somebody's defending their significant other. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but if you have a significant other and you actually believe in that relationship, you're going to defend that person. You're going to be a participant in that person. I'm in Chris's chat all the fucking time, right? She's in my chat all the time. No one says that I'm simping for her, she's simping for me. They're in a different part of their relationship. They're early on, right? So anyway, I digress. I feel like that's kind of a fucking errant argument.
It's a stretch saying that her chat is slow because people are shy and they just want to simp, but they're afraid to get like.
Yeah, like that
called
is
a
such a
simp.
stretch.
I do think
People
that's a
don't care.
stretch. Like you got, I mean, yeah, that is a stretch in my opinion. I don't think that disproves viewbotting in any way, but there are people who are shy. That's the fact. There's lots of people who donate, like who are shy, and they just want to be in the chat, listen to a girl talk, right? And that's it. I get it. Like but I wouldn't say that makes up the viewbotting discrepancy of chat or anything like that. But there is a factor of that being true. I don't think it is the whole reason why her chat is slow and has lots of viewers. But
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's actually an argument that I think Choice hurt himself a little bit with that one, but it's a small. He's it's 1-3 right now. So, but I want to hear him finish the point, and if it doesn't end strong, bro, this is a point going to blue.
Well, the question is she viewbotting? It's not about why people think they're viewbotting. The question is was she viewbotting?
But it's a point in his argument's favor. That's the whole objective.
Yeah, in that argument, yes. But in this particular point, like the question, was she viewbotting? I don't think nothing is determined yet. I don't think. But let's continue.
They want to look at a beautiful woman, and then they just don't want to type in the chat. So it's built on AFK dropping.
I just want to pause it. I think at some point, Choice realizes that this is going to be live. And I mean, dude, can you guys blame him? Like, he loves his girlfriend, or he likes his girlfriend. He thinks she's beautiful.
Nothing wrong with him defending his significant.
Yeah, him saying it's beautiful. People are gonna call him a simp in chat. I'm reading it in his chat right now, in BlueSquadron's chat. Right, I'm pretty sure I said the word simp too, but I mean, what is he gonna say? She's ugly. Like, what's the alternative? Just say she's a pretty girl. She's a beautiful girl. That's
all right. I'm gonna put the poll up. Look, I'll put the poll up. Whether it's a point in Blue's chat or Choices, I'll let you vote. I'll vote, and then the chat will vote, and that's a tiebreaker. All right. So I think that's fair.
I think it's irrelevant. I don't think it matters. It was just an offhand comment.
Nope, I like it. It's going up there.
Pretty. All right, let's continue. Let's listen, guys.
And people gooning, literally. That is like the entirety of her stream.
Well, I'm going to counter this with, I think that is completely wrong. I think that a lot of people absolutely do type in females chats for the exact same reason. They want the streamer to talk to them. It's a simping culture. Like it's shameless most of the time.
He's fucking right, dude. He's spot on right here, dude. He's spot on. I'm sorry, man. He's right.
But you don't know the quiet simps because they're quiet. Right, so would you not think
the shamefully quiet simps cowering in the corner?
Shame. I don't think the answer is they're shameful. It's just I'm saying some people are just shy and they just want to be like in someone's way. That's all.
That's what I need. I need more quiet simps so that way I can be accused of viewbotting. But all right. Is that a point for Blue, in your opinion, for Blue or for Choice?
There's no point. There's nothing happening. They're just talking why.
Chad, he abstained. I'm giving this one to Blue.
I think this is still irrelevant because they're still not answering the question, why is she viewbotting? And these are just them arguing like, oh, like, is she pretty? Or are Sims talkative or not talkative? And that's irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter if they're talkative or not talkative.
Right. It's not a point for or against. I'm saying that it's a point against, in my opinion. Blue wins that one. That point towards viewbotting is a win for Blue. That's a point. But I digress. Let's carry on.
Yeah, I want the streamer to talk to me. Yeah, I want the streamer to interact with me. So they're spamming chat frequently in order to do this, in order to actually get engagement from that streamer. And you don't see this reflected in...
I just want to point out that he is watching a popular streamer, Valkyrie, I don't know, whatever. And she has almost 6,000 viewers, and her chat is not going as fast as you would think a 6,000 viewer chat.
Blue at 1,000 viewers chat moves way faster because again, the type of content.
And the purpose of, I'm sure she's I think she's very famous, right? Valkyrie. So I think Blue pulled this up mid-conversation with Choice to show a very active chat, right? But as you can see, it's not as active as you're thinking, and that's gonna be something. I think he might pull this video down and go to another
Yeah, but I'm like, this is exactly what I'm talking about, though. When you're focused, like Valkyrie is probably playing Valorant, and that's probably the focus of her stream. Therefore, unless people are commenting on the actual gameplay, or she's commenting on the gameplay and they're commenting with her about it, there really isn't a lot to talk about. They're just watching her play. They want to watch somebody play better.
You just wait till someone dies and say something, or she gets killed.
Yeah, pretty much. And so, like, but Blue's chat is constantly moving because he's talking to him. And Jinnaaii is honestly mostly grinding on her chat, on her stream. So, like, the content is really kind of just her playing the game and not so much. I'm not saying she doesn't engage the chat, to be clear. I think Jinnaaii engages the chat. Whenever I've been in there, she's been very attentive. So I don't feel like it's anything like anything negative. I don't exactly hang out in a lot of people's streams. I just kind of pop in and pop out. But she's always been very attentive when I've been there. So she is paying attention to chat, and she is engaging the chat when the chat engages her. But I feel like she's more playing the game than engaging the chat. I think that's a fair statement. So all we're getting at, and we've already belabored this point, so we're not going to keep beating around the bush, is that chat is not an accurate metric for whether you are viewbotting or not.
100% agree. All right, check out this chat history here with Valkyrie, and you'll see like
a lot of other female streamers' chats where, again, they're
like,
trying
this
to
is
date
slow.
that person. Now it is
like I said, Blue's
possible-
chat right now on the corner of the screen is moving faster than that.
Did you guys see that right there, where he just pulled it away? Right, like.
It's like, hold on, this isn't working
You know
for
what
me.
I mean? Like, it's like, it's okay. So I don't want to bring this up, but this is like a long time ago or some shit. Where okay, this is like over a year and a half ago, right? I killed Neptunes for whatever reason, whatever you want to think, and then I wasn't streaming, but he was like, bet this, this other word was like, it's fucking streaming right now and it's trying to stream snipe me right now. So he pulls up my Twitch and I'm not online, and he goes, then he like completely just puts that window away. And says
he's like, get this out of my face. It's not helping.
Yeah, so like when the evidence is in your face and is the opposite, like your intention was to make a point, and then it makes the opposite point, like you just put it away because it makes you look bad, And that's like, I mean, we backpedal. It was like, yeah, literally, he's like, oh, look at the chat, look at the chat.
Engagement from that streamer. And you don't see this reflected in a lot of other female streamers' chats where, again, they're trying to date that person. Now, it is possible that people are not necessarily trying to date Jinnaaii because she's already dating you. That is possible. But if you look at any female streamer's engagement, their engagement actually lines up with you and me, if not sometimes more so. You look at a lot of these VTubers sometimes. But like as far as webcam streamers go, that's why I bring up Emiru. If you look at Emiru's engagement, normally she sits at about 12K. And you compare her to someone that is relatively close in that viewership number or that viewership range, they absolutely have similar engagement in the chat. Now, with regards to the BDO category, you're absolutely right. The fact that if you are an AFK drop stream, of course you're.
So right there, Valk's chat, the girl, isn't moving at 5,000 viewers. Like it's, and then
not going to have engagement in your chat. But we are not talking about when she's AFK drop streaming. We're talking about when she's just normally streaming. Her chat is usually just very, very slow. And like, if you want to try to make the case, it's because they're all.
Pauses. We can kind of bypass this because I think we already reached a point. Do you feel like this is a point for Blue or a point for Choice in terms of is viewbotting an indicator of view, or is chat movement indicator strong indicator of viewbotting? I don't think it is. I think Choice has made
I don't think it
a
is.
solid point. Okay, so we're gonna give this one to Choice. He's got 4. All right, we can bypass this part if you want. You have these timestamped if you want to move forward to the next point because this is just them discussing the viewbotting nonsense. I think we've already.
So I'm gonna say issue viewbotting. I'm gonna say that's a point to Choice.
Yeah, I think
we have timestamps here. He'll bring it up later. You guys will see Choice's chat when he's PvPing as well. You'll see this is literally the same thing. But for now, I was going to say, which if you're buying, that's a choice. Again, I'm not saying definitively. I'm just saying that their argument for her view botting, like Blue's argument for it, falls short, is what I'm saying.
I agree.
Okay, let's pull up my little notepad here at 33 minutes. Blip, 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 blip. Oh, okay. It says here, let's go to 35.
Some of the really, really nasty things you were saying regarding her stream outside of just the drops.
Okay.
So what we're actually defending here is you make a lot of these assumptions where you pulled up that one clip where you said, we are going to report them.
Oh, so this is the Blue accusing Choice of reporting Blue. during this. I don't think this was brought up earlier.
He accused, just to be clear, I know he's talking about the nasty things Blue has said about Jinnaaii, right? Which is not exactly outlined here, but there's some subtext, again, that things happened. The subtext for you guys in the chat is there's a conversation that happened, necessarily not while live, that have been made and that Choice is aware of, i.e., let's say Lunar leaves this call and then he goes and talks to Flame Abyss and is like, God damn it, I hate doing content with Zeroden. He always farts on stream, right? That's a negative comment. It's a negative comment to make, right? So that's a subtext of it. And then that comes back to me like, it never happened. You know, like it's a subtext of a conversation that never happened. So now obviously it's a funny example, hyperbolic, right? But in this case, I feel like that's what Choice is getting at. So
yes, he'll explain it later, but basically in this, I think in this particular video, it's her saying we are going to report you, and then this is we have been in this. This is like point, what is it, 3, agreeing that her saying people should report him is bad. He's saying people should report her is bad. This is point 3, but he's bringing it up again here because Choice wants to elaborate that he did not participate in reporting him, even though Blue made the accusation that he did.
Yeah,
and it's basically just outlining, saying like, you look, man, you make really quick accusations without any legitimate proof, and it's dangerous. That's what Choice is getting at here. Let's continue.
there is a bit of a history of Blue doing exactly that. If we look at, if you want to be as objective as possible, go back and look at a lot of people he's had content or he's had issues with, and you can kind of see that in the past. Now, again, I feel like it's very entertaining. He talks about these things in an entertaining way, and that's the bottom line. But in the case of Jinnaaii, I feel like he does not like Jinnaaii for a lot of reasons, and I don't even know if he even understands at the core what his issue is with her in an articulable way. I genuinely don't. I think he has an issue with her, but he can't like narrow it down to one thing.
So this is basically, this is point 5. Just to go back a couple points. This is Blue's method of operation, and we already said it was already towards Choice. So let's continue.
Put a circle over my name, and you say, hey, who do you think we is? Oh, obviously it's Choice. I didn't report you for shit. I didn't report your stream. I didn't do anything. I tried to stay as far away from this drama as physically possible. I tried to handle this drama in your DMs. Ooh. You know that I DM'd you to try to handle this drama, to say, hey, let's just, squash it like gentlemen. We can agree on a couple things, but I can say, hey, these are the boundaries of what you did that were a little bit way out. Well, and so ultimately, that is where we sort of left off with it. But when you say things like, hey, I'm fishing next to her, Choice is fishing next to her, Choice is such a bad guy for supporting her in this AFK dropping thing, when I don't support AFK dropping, you're basically trying to make me out to be this bad guy, like, oh, I'm the guy who reported you, or I'm...
What?
You go to Calpheon 2 right now, I'm fishing next to Chrysidra. That's a fucking crazy thing. That is an amazing logical leap to make, to be like, oh, well, he supports us. Bro, I play next to my wife in real life, and when we go AFK, I like to AFK next to her. She'll AFK next. Actually, there's a method to the madness. Chris will go AFK next to Cass, because Cass makes a statement about how much fish she makes, and Chris makes a fraction of that, and so she's like, look, I'm standing right where you're standing, so she fishes next to Cass, and then I fish next to Chris. I guarantee you right now, if you go to Calpheon 2, you go to the shoreline of Velia, you're going to find me, Cass, and Chris probably sitting right next to each other. It is...
Like, why not?
That is a wild statement to make, that him fishing next to her is him supporting her AFK fishing. Like, that is,
which he has stated again and again. He doesn't agree with it. He doesn't like it. Like, it's been stated, but yeah, it's basically saying, like, again, your method of operation is being really fast and shady, and saying like you're making assumptions that I'm supporting her doing the AFK fishing, which again, like, it's another, we've been through this point 1. This is point 1. But he's basically saying, like, your method of operation, which was point 5, saying you shouldn't be so quick to just make that assumption, and then you're convincing your stream that, that leap of faith, saying, oh yeah, Choice is supporting her actions doing this. All right, let's continue here. There's no points have been made so far. It's still point 5, Blue's MO, and point 1, AFK drops are bad, and we've been through those already.
The guy who's okay with her AFK dropping, but in reality, that couldn't be further than the truth. And so you make these associations that have no real grounds, and because of your influence in making those associations, people have that opinion now of her, and they have that opinion now of me, when in reality it's not real. And that type of power that you have over your community is a very dangerous thing to do. And I understand that you have a comedy stream, and I understand that you are here to be an entertainer, and I understand that you have these extremely sensationalized reactions to things, when in reality, I've been in comms with you in the past when you're not streaming. You got this streamer persona where you go way above and beyond and try to blow things out of proportion to make it entertaining, and that's your job as a streamer. But when you're talking about things that actually affect a person like myself or like her, when we can agree that yes, she did something wrong, but we can also agree that some of the things that you went, when you go after her sponsors, when you suggest that she's AFK dropping, when you say that she's, you know, making thousands of dollars when in reality she's trying to get by, you know, you're making a lot of these claims that are just not true based on these associations that you're making, and those types of associations are damaging to other people unfairly. And I think that's the biggest issue that I took problem with, and that's why I ended up DMing you to try to handle this in the background. But you know,
and
I have a question. So, but Choice is saying, you know, if you guys know Choice, he's a very polite guy, and he doesn't like making public things about a lot of things, especially with other people.
I can tell
he will
from
DM
just,
you.
Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, he will DM you if he has any issues with you, and he wants to like just make sure you guys are good. It's a very Canadian thing, I guess. But but he's basically, he has DM Blue, and obviously they didn't leak any DMs, but it seemed like, and he'll mention later, that he wrote pages of things to Blue, and if Blue has gotten those messages, why is he trying to make this public?
And that's what I was going to say.
He knows how Choice operates.
His language, his vocal language, now I'm just reading into it a little bit here, right, is stated, to me, seems very uncomfortable. I feel like even making that statement, Choice felt like he was put in an uncomfortable situation just to make that statement, right? I feel like,
yes,
you know, like that was not something he necessarily wanted to bring up. He didn't want to bring up some DMs, and he definitely doesn't want to show them on screen, right? No, that's a really uncomfortable situation. But I feel like he felt cornered in this respect because he felt that perhaps Blue was being disingenuous. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm just reading the verbal language, right? The tone and all that stuff.
That was the point he was trying to get at, was saying, like, you're trying to say I'm not doing anything to fix the situation, to fix this problem, but you know for a fact that I am in people's DMs, I'm in your DMs, talking about these things, and I want to settle them. So it's weird to him that you're going around saying, look at Choice being complacent, look at Choice being, being a bystander to this and supporting it. Not only to be a bystander, but supporting her doing the AFK drop shit. But how can you say that if you already know that Choice is not okay with that from the DMs? Is it misleading to the general public? Is that a bad thing, or is he doing it for content? Like, so is it based on like what's right and wrong, or is he doing to milk views? And I think that's ultimately bad, right?
All right, I'm ready to move on. Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to move on.
We can talk for sure about the whole tier list thing and what was said later, but we're bringing up this old shit just to get this squashed and fully out of the way.
Okay. Okay, so if that is the case, then I'm glad that you brought up the fact that she had you on the screen while she was AFK drop streaming, and while she had you on the screen while she was talking about mass reporting me. It's difficult, as much as you might try to disengage from this situation, she has placed you right in the middle of it. And again, I'm going to say, I said this earlier, I feel bad that it's got to be me that says it, and I know that you're going to get upset with me for saying it. Man, she is using you to...
Okay, so I found the build up there.
Hold up. Did I miss this?
So you guys can hear that again. Okay, so you guys listen to this. I think in my notes, it was him talking about the relationship. 38 minutes.
Oh, this is around the time I think I walked
there. You go.
I was like, what do I, marriage counseling?
Jinnaaii is using Choice. And that was the first jab saying,
what,
hey,
though?
your relationship is a problem. So let's listen to that again. Let's listen to the build up and listen to like the subtext, because I'm telling you guys, there's more than what's being said, and I'll explain right after.
Yeah, I have a lot on that too. So let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
Again,
And then
I'm going to say, I said this earlier. I feel bad that it's got to be me that says it, and I know that you're going to get upset with me for saying it. Man, she is using you to try to forward her own career, and she is doing serious damage to your public reputation as a direct result of her saying and doing some of these things.
Okay, so I'll explain real quick my take on this. The way he presented it before he said it was incredibly manipulative, in my opinion. He is saying, it pains me to let you know, and you're going to hate me for it, but it pains me to do it, but I'm going to tell you, man,
that is not
she's
the
using you.
That's not the forum
Like,
that you do that in.
Because basically, that's basically like, oh, I'm being merciful. Like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah,
man.
but
I don't wanna
like to
break your
do that
heart.
in front of thousands of people, like you don't do that.
Yeah. Like, people can have their own opinions about their relationship, right? But this is 1,400 people watching. The way it was presented, like
that's some shit you would like they obviously have had DMs. Why would you bring that up in front of a stream and not in DMs? And if it was brought up in DMs and then you brought it up in front of the stream, did you not just kind of abuse his trust in that way?
Yeah.
But
And
did you
it
have?
wasn't
I have a
even
lot of
said-
subtext I'd like to elaborate on, but I want you to go first because you were in the middle of it. I apologize. I have a habit of interrupting. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, it wasn't even like he made it sound like he was doing Choice a favor, and he was like, "Bro, like, man, I'm trying to help you out, man. Like, don't make me do this, but I'm gonna have to do it." And like the way that makes it look like he's the hero. You know, gotta give you the tough love. Gotta give you the truth, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
I
that's a
don't
form
wanna
of
burst your
emotional
bubble.
manipulation, like in itself.
Yeah.
That so to clarify, guys, what you're about to hear is emotional manipulation is when somebody tries to use your feelings in a way that is contrary to your design. So I'll use an example here. Maybe Blue doesn't like Jinnaaii, right? And the easiest way to hurt Jinnaaii, and I'm not saying this is true. I'm just, again, to be very clear, I'm not saying this is an objective truth. I'm just telling you what it could look like. If Blue doesn't like Jinnaaii, the easiest way to get to Jinnaaii is to turn her boyfriend against him. And to do that, you make the boyfriend think that the relationship is negative in nature. That's emotional manipulation.
Do you guys think the way he said it was out of genuine concern for Choice? Yes or no? And I feel like this is a rhetorical question, but the way he said it, do you guys think it was genuine concern? Or was it to, yo, your girlfriend's using you, man?
Yeah, like, and I feel like that was really obvious to everybody listening. And I don't know if, like, there are some people that are going to agree with you because, you know, that's just the nature of the beast. There's people on every side of an argument. But I think most reasonable people will be like, that is an insane comment to make. And that is not the appropriate forum to make that comment in unless you do not respect the person you're talking to. So I know that I kind of was in this later on, and at some point Blue gets offended by something that Choice said, but I will point out that this was the first shot fired. This was the first personal shot fired, and it was fired by Blue. So that is an important distinction, and we should take note of that somewhere because that's going to come back later. This was the first shot that you attacked the person or the relationship and not the argument.
I think,
and to be objective,
point for Choice, I think is a negative point for Blue, man.
I
that
do.
Point
I
had
do.
to be.
But we're not going to touch the points for that one. But I will say that that isn't it. We will have to keep that in mind for later on. Now, what is the relevance? Let's examine what he actually said. What was the motive? What motive would Jinnaaii have to use Choice? It's not like Jinnaaii isn't a successful streamer on her own. She is. She does very well by herself. She does not need to hitch herself. In fact, in the realm of streaming as a content creator for a female, it is more hurtful to your relationship to be in a relationship than to be a single woman. So there is no capacity, in my opinion, where Jinnaa이's content was improved because she's now in a relationship with Choice. There's nothing that would have stopped her from just being friends with Choice and continuing content and continuing to have people that are too shy to talk and chat, apparently, simping for her.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. She has a donation goal for a vacation, right? In the Caribbean or some islands of Choice. How many simps or gooners is going to pay for her vacation to go with her boyfriend? Do you guys think?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Valid.
like,
That's what I'm saying.
Well, what is the incentive for a gooner or a simp to pay for like them and their boyfriend to have a good time? Look at her donation goal. She had a donation goal that's been up for months, man. It's been up for months. It's been up for months.
Rylock, what I wanted to say I was going to type, but it sounds worse when I type it. Look, she does use me. Chris uses the shit out of me, bro. She uses me like a meat straw to suck my balls dry, bro. Anyway, I apologize. Carry on. No, don't process that statement. Do yourself a favor. All right, carry on.
I don't think that it is that high for how long it's been up there. For like, I don't know. I think your definition of high is different than mine. I'm sorry.
I apologize, chat.
All right, let's continue.
Sorry.
Your reputation, you are right.
So he's basically saying that she is using Choice for her gain and at the detriment of Choice's reputation.
Which doesn't make sense.
He's being the good guy for letting him realize this, because apparently Choice does not seem to understand this dynamic, and Blue had to be the hero to wake him up.
So hold on.
And
now, Death.
I don't understand why he has any right to like.
He doesn't
tell them
that is not the. I think we all agree that that's not the appropriate forum, and that you are not, unless you are a relationship counselor, you have no leg to stand on that discussion. Death Under Oath says something interesting. He says, in Blue's defense, there was a moment he was in his chat when someone brought up that Tuber Cinder, and this tracks what he said about it. So again, the argument that female streamers get by on simps, and then having these arguments, they bounce, they bump. The arguments that he made bump. That's my point. Like, these are not, they don't support each other, they bump against each other. Does that make sense? So he's on both sides of the fence in this argument. You can't say that, oh, well, simps are less likely to talk in their chat because of there's a stigma. And I know that was Choice's argument, not Blue's, but it's still, these concepts bump. You can't have simps if you have somebody that is in a relationship. It doesn't work. Like, well, you can, but it changes the whole nature of things. In fact, there's entire VTuber careers that fall apart as soon as they find out that they're in a relationship.
That's true. Also in like Korean pop idols, like Korean pop stars.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing.
Guys and girls. Yeah, like if their sims find out that they're dating someone, boom, like instant hate, instant everything. It's crazy. All right, let's continue here. But that's Blue's take right there, and I feel like that was the first like, whoa, like did you really just say that? That was weird.
Should not have taken damage as a result of this, but people seeing you involved in a controversy like this directly hurts your it directly hurts your. But you've worked a long time. Again, I hold so much respect for you. Like, again, I took down that tier list video. If anybody else had said anything, I would have just written it off.
Yeah, now he's hyping up Troy saying, I hold so much respect for you. See, that's
this is a continuation.
You see what I mean?
We outlined this from the jump. You get them invested, use their emotions against them.
Again, I hold so much respect for you.
Like right there, looking down, the strained voice. Like I do think he believes that at some point. Like when he was a much smaller streamer, he definitely, everyone looked at Choice was like the golden boy of BDO, right?
Yeah.
The nice, polite dude. All he does is grind. Super polite, super nice, super informative. Like everyone looks up to Choice. They want to be Choice. And I think BlueSquadron did the same thing. And I think this is the first sign that I noticed where it's basically him saying, I idolized you, and in a different, older time. And now when I see what you've become, it pains me. It hurts me to see that way. That's what I'm reading into this, where it's like I can't believe you just became a simp, or I can't believe you can't see.
Yeah, it does diminish him. It does a couple of things. One, it takes a shot. This is a less obvious shot, because remember we talked about this is the Blue took a shot. At this point, he took the shot. He has to defend that shot, right? And the way he's defending it is more shots, whether they're advertent or inadvertent, is irrespective. It is still a shot. He is diminishing him as a as a respectable individual. And I feel like Choice does conduct himself with a lot of integrity. I feel like the way that Choice conducts himself, he is funny when he needs to be, but he does conduct himself with a level of integrity that is pretty good. Honestly, it's pretty good. Do I think that Blue, and on the same respect, do I think that Blue necessarily doesn't conduct himself with integrity? No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think he does it. I think he does come off dishonest sometimes, but not intentionally. I don't think that's his intention. I think it's just a result of hipfire content. But in this case, I feel like Blue made a comment, and I almost feel like he realized what he said right when he said it. And now he's kind of dug himself in. I would have walked this back, but I don't necessarily get that from his tone, but I do see it in the body language.
Yeah, I think the way he's saying it there is either two options. Either one, it is genuine, right? And that's just a reaction, like an emotional reaction he's doing. Or two, he's pretending.
Yeah,
so either he really cared about Choice's opinion,
either
and
whether
it hurts him to see him the way he is.
Yes.
Or two, he's kind of pumping him up, making it look like, man, I can't believe this happened to you, man. Like, what happened to you, kind of shit. And I think either way, it's not a good look. I think it's manipulative in both ways. So
I do feel like I do feel like this was a form of, again, emotional manipulation. And Sherry, just to be very clear, we preface this in the beginning. This is not disrespect to either of these streamers. This was something that was streamed yesterday on a public platform. We're just discussing it. We're discussing with analysis. That's all.
It's a little armchair psychology, but it's basically that's how I'm reading it, and that's I do have experience in this field. I don't like talking about like my past and my experiences, but
not necessary.
Like, this is obvious. I work with this stuff. Like, yeah, like subtext is kind of the thing. Okay.
Like, again, I took down that tier list video. If anybody else had said anything, I would have just written it off. You said something, I take down the video. That's how much weight your words carry. And at the end of the day, I'm trying to, I love you. We've met in person before. I love you to death. I can't believe it's got to be me that says it. It's very painfully obvious. I pulled up one of her videos as well. Even in her gear advice video, in the first like minute and a half of the video, she's already saying, well, guys, even if you don't trust my opinion, this is Choice's opinion too. He helped formulate all of this stuff. And again, she's trying to use your reputation to get ahead, which honestly, is that against any law or anything? No, it's not. But it's doing damage to you, and that's not my fault. You point the finger at me for this, but again, you were.
Oh, Soda, I am not 500. I'm only 400 pounds.
We're already implicated in this.
I'm reading it in Blue's chat right there. He called me 500 pounds.
Before I said anything about this, I'm sorry, man, but like that's just the truth.
So yeah, so I think I feel like that is genuine. He's talking about his heart, and he's saying like, yeah, man, like you're being manipulated is how I see it, and.
But I feel like this was not the avenue. This was not the place to even approach that subject. And the fact that he did that, to me, this is the subtext that I'm seeing. He's creating a disrespect between him on a public platform, between him and Choice. So now 100%. In the future, if the disrespect continues for some reason, there's a precedent. That's all. And now that's irrespective of where they end. I think this sets like this is a line in the sand, so to speak, right? In a discussion, right? Blue just drew a line in the sand, and he dared Choice to cross it.
He's saying, your girlfriend's bad for you, bro. I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to help you out. You can't see it, but this sucks that you're being manipulated. Like, it's an ick for me because he's trying to like it's like, you're doing it live to 1,400 people for one. That's like the first like sign that that's not supposed to happen, right? Because you're basically embarrassing this friend of yours that you care about a lot. And you put him on the spot and telling everyone his girlfriend is some like evil, like puppet master kind of a person. And then Choice has to now defend that statement saying, no, she's not using me. Like, he's now forced to like talk about other information which we will see in the stream. But like, it's basically Blue saying this thing, making a huge accusation, right, about their private like relationship, like dynamic, and now Choice has to reveal private dynamic stuff,
which he already sensed though that Choice was Choice was uncomfortable doing. So he really did put him on the back foot here. I mean, that discomfort that Choice talked about, that's you could sense about talking about DMs. I don't know, man. I feel like that was a wild, over the top shot.
Yeah, 100%. He should not have been saying that at all.
Let's go.
Yeah.
On.
Well, absolutely. I think that her doing things that are not within the best interests of the Twitch community and not within the best interests of streamers in general, and me being associated by being a part of it due to me being in a relationship with her, ultimately, yeah, it's damaging to my brand, and I don't prefer the AFK dropping. But I think the thing that's most damaging is, I was associated by the complacency in the situation, but I was much more affected by all of the things that you were trying to say, kind of like the circles you were drawing just earlier in your stream to suggest that I was the one who reported you, or I was the one who did these things. But in reality, it wasn't. That was far from the truth. And not only that, but I was not complacent. You were saying that I was complacent in the AFK dropping thing, when in reality that was not true. And I talked to you about that in the DMs to talk about what I had been working on with Pearl Abyss in order to fix the whole dropping category. And basically I had a conversation with PA about a proposal of how they could do more of their dropping through their like BDO television application, and how they could take the Twitch drops directly off of Twitch and have it where the streamers were essentially embedded on BDO TV. This would give them a lot more power to choose who is or who is not featured on BDO TV. And basically it would fix this whole issue of having people that are AFK dropping the category, because we know it's a problem. To where perhaps
whoa.
Yeah.
So your proposal to
so this is not important. Basically, he's just basically saying this is my solution for AFK drops and shit. So we're gonna skip through this.
Yeah, I mean that's a side point. I think I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't think anyone gives a shit about the drops in the category unless they're special drops. The tokens, who cares?
So we're at 41. There's blue. Okay, let's go at 45. Basically, they have 3 minutes about the potential solutions for AFK drops and streaming.
Like, if you're not a BDO partner, it's going to destroy being able to stream in the category full time, or for really anyone, because they're absolutely going to choose their partners. Now, that being said, I have a question that I think I know the answer to. If Pearl Abyss had over this Jinnaaii situation where she was AFK drop streaming and ruining everyone else's exclusive drops, particularly the partners who had them at the time, if she had gotten drops removed from the category, or I'm sorry, if drops had been removed from the category as a result of the drama with Jinnaaii, whose fault would that have been?
So that question was, if Pearl Abyss took away drops from the category because of the drama with Jinnaaii, whose fault was it that drops got taken away?
This is a goalpost.
Like that's a stupid question.
No, but this is a moving of the goalpost. Like, let's be honest. He's moving the goalpost right now. He's trying to get Choice to come over to his side of the argument about the AFK drops, of which he's already agreed with him on. This is moving the goalpost. And if anyone's not familiar with what that is, a moving the goalpost is when, let's say, we're arguing about something, and in the argument, I transform the goal, right? I change the game that we're playing while we're playing it, so now you can't win using that previous goal, right? So in this case, Choice and Blue both agreed that AFK drops or AFK drop farming was bad. So Blue is now shifting the goalpost over to make it sound like if this fictional scenario happened, whose fault would it have been? Again, to try and now win a new point. Does that make sense?
Yep. Oh, but that question was just like basically saying, if Jinnaaii is the reason why drops got removed, whose fault is it? Basically, at least to say it's Jinnaa이's fault, right? If she's the reason why it got removed, then you logically say it's Jinnaa이's fault. I feel like that's such a dumb question to ask
because in the grand scheme of things, it's not relevant.
Yeah, and then Choice will be like, "What are you talking about?" And then Blue will say, "Well, it wouldn't be my fault, right? It wouldn't be, Zeroden's fault. Whose fault could it be?" Basically, he wants Choice to say it would be Jinnaa이's fault. But it's such a bullshit phrase question that I don't think it works that way.
Again, it's just a goalpost shift. That's all it is. It's a goalpost shift to try and move Choice over to his side a little more. Let's carry on.
Hold on.
and then Choice saying, "Oh, wait, here's here."
Yeah, I feel like I blacked out there for a second. I
Okay.
started thinking about
So-
something else.
No, you're
So
okay.
could I ask that one more time?
If Perlibus removed drops from the category as a direct result of Jinnaaii, of the Jinnaaii situation, and the drama as I covered it, who is at fault for them removing drops from the category?
Like Choice, same reaction as me. I heard it and I was like, "That's a dumb question." And I'm sure Choice was like, "Maybe I heard it wrong because it didn't sound like a proper question." And yeah, Choice was like, "You can see it like, yeah, it would be her fault if that was the case."
If
If
drops
they
get
did that.
removed from the category,
Over that
it's
particular
a result of the abusers.
Okay, so it's not my fault.
What?
I mean,
See, like,
Perlibus-
What?
basically, he wants to win. So the way he did this was like, it's such a dumb thing. This wouldn't fly in a real debate. But basically, like, he wanted to win. He wanted Choice to say it was Jinnaayi's fault. It's not Blue's fault. It's not Zeroden's fault. It's not Rylok's fault. It's not Luna's fault. It's her fault because that was the reason why they removed it.
Yeah, but it's not
He's wanted,
relevant
like,
to anything.
the
What is what is
soundbite of
the
it.
point he's trying to make here?
People try to take a win, man. That's what it is. That's
But
what
like,
it
does
sounded
it,
like
like,
to me.
all right, maybe I can't see it. Maybe you can't see it. Can the chat see it? I don't know what point he's getting at.
I'm not shit talking Blue. I'm just saying that's a dumbass question.
No, that's
That's
not
just
what
a-
Ryzen's
that's-
say. Ryzen's
that's
being
just a fact.
facetious. Just he's
Yeah.
being a
I'm,
shitter, bro.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying that was a dumb question. Even Blue thought that was a dumb question. Not Blue, Choice. He said he blacked out, like, from that question because it didn't process, that kind of thing. Let's continue here.
responds to being loud, right? We know that PA will respond to being loud. So ultimately, while the abusers are at fault, they're not. PA doesn't do anything unless it becomes a big social problem for them. So while you bringing light to it would maybe give them the push that they needed to make it happen, it's ultimately the fault of the abusers. But I'm
Okay,
not going to
so-
put that on
See.
anybody.
Yeah, Choice said, yeah, it's basically the abuser's fault.
Yeah.
It's a dumb question. It was pointless. I don't
So
see
chat
the
has
point
two
in it.
hypotheses, right? You have Red Rex Dojo saying that it's a way that he's saying that drops can be abused by streamers, and he's mad that Jin is best at it, and she's abusing it way too much, like leaves something for the others. Sure, but again, that was already defeated months ago, so this is a turned over point. And everyone agreed that it was wrong, and it stopped, and there was a visual improvement. Like you could actually see that she stopped doing it, so it's irrelevant at this point. At this
Drops
stage,
are
in the
not
argument.
disappearing. Don't worry.
Right. It's a counter argument to the other one was from Hakurai, where he said it's a counter argument to it wouldn't have been a big deal if you just had made one, which is silly, but there it is again. It isn't a big deal at the end of the day. But I agree with Blue that it is an abuse and abuse. Like I do agree with Blue on that.
Yes.
point. But again, everyone agreed too, and it's over.
Everyone agreed.
So,
Everyone agreed.
so
That's
like,
point
why
one.
are we still talking about it? If not to shift the goalpost. Carry on.
Like, if you guys see in my chat, this is my notes here. Like, point 1, like, point 2, like, it's the same point over and over again. And this is just some of it. Like, I stopped keeping track after a certain point because I was like, it just keeps coming back to it. But yeah. And then, I think at this point, Choice will say the same thing. You said this already, move on.
Again,
just
like
to be
you
clear,
thought, well, I mean, you
for
could,
the
you've
for the
gotta
drop
try it
situation
in our
for you,
DMs.
you know,
Like you were like, dude, you
Just
have
to
no
be
idea
clear
how
for the drop
close
situation.
we potentially may
it's
have
not
come
going anywhere unless
to
Perlibus
maybe
decides it will.
losing
That's it. It has
drop.
nothing to do with
What's that?
anything. I'm telling UNOMs, like drops won't go away unless Perlibus decides it goes away. That's just to be clear. Don't worry about drops going away.
Yeah, Robert's trolling you, don't worry.
If drops disappear tomorrow, it's because of the decision that Perlibus is making based on how Twitch works and how they want to offer drops to streamers. It's not because of something that somebody did AFK. Carry on.
Altogether here. And again, in that position, if that was truly the case, then who is really at fault for losing drops? It's the people abusing it, not the people calling out the abuse necessarily. And the person closest to the situation, who had the chance to stop it, should have probably done something to stop those drops. And many people would consider you to be the closest person to that situation. As much as you may have tried to distance yourself, Jinnaaii would probably listen to you more than she listens to literally anyone else in the space.
Pause. I'm
So,
glad
as you see
he
what
said
happened
that.
there-
I'm glad he
Yeah, go
said
on.
that because
Say your point.
that is the true objective. That is
Yes.
the actual hand he's trying to play in this game of cards.
Yes. At first, he said, whose drop was it? whose fault was it? It's a very easy question to say. It's leading like the witness or whatever you want to say it, right? Choice has to say is Jinnaaie's fault or is the abuser's fault, right? But he has to say it. And once he concede to that, Blue then moved into, well, if it's the abuser's fault and not the people accusing them of it, then now the people close to those abusers is also responsible. And Choice is close to Jinnaaie, therefore he is responsible. That is the argument he's taking, and I'm saying that logic would not fly in like a debate. I don't think.
Real quick, everyone just follow Kitty Cat because she's the best. Thank you. Carry on. Sorry.
Okay, let's continue.
She rated me. I have to say something.
But you guys see the flow though, right? Like he knew where he wanted to go, but he had to ask a basic question first. That was an obvious answer.
It led him to get to the point where he is trying to actually, like, this to me was a revealing moment though, right? Like that, it was obvious to me where this was going, and we talked about emotional manipulation early on, and this is where it starts to tie together, right? Emotional manipulation, shifting the goalpost, and now finally we have a playing deck of cards here.
Yep. So he did say it. It was in Blue's DMs. He was not gonna, like, one of the points was Choice complacent? And let me pull it up here. It was 0.9. Was Choice complacent? No, he was not complacent. He was very active, just silently in the background, but he was very active about it. So yeah, that's basically what Choice says.
Yeah, no, you're completely correct. Yeah, everything you're saying. I think that we are on the exact same page, Blue. I think that we're circling back to our AFK dropping immoral. I think that we've already established that AFK dropping is not it.
You can smell, you can sense the irritation from Choice for being forced to go through this again, just FYI.
Yeah.
This is a point that was already defeated. He knows it's already been defeated. They've discussed it openly. And for the third time or fourth time, or God knows how many times in this conversation, he's being forced to circle back to it just to give an open point back to Blue, which is in the situation right now, again, where there's so much repetition, it clouds the argument. And in my opinion, it's clouded the argument.
Yeah. 100%.
To make sure that, again, I don't want drops to be removed from the category. I want drops to be fairly used in the category by all streamers. And again, it was nothing personal against Jinnaaie. To be fair, if any streamer had done this, I would have called them out.
See me in chat saying, "Move on to a new point."
Yeah, that is genuine though. What he's saying, if any streamer did it, he would make the same point. I agree. That's consistent with Blue's views, but
he did do it to someone else, right? It was another guy who did too.
He is targeting Jinnaaie for a good reason, and now he's using Choice as an opportunity to retarget her.
The same. We had a streamer in Threat of Liberty that did an even worse situation where, and again, this is super bad too, where Welps literally AFK drop streamed and ran a rerun while he was sleeping on stream.
What was that, Zeroden?
I said McLovin's about to show up because it's super bad.
Oh yeah. Blue is clearly playing dirty and trying to make content off of Choice and Jinnaaie of this one. He was wasting Choice's time at this point.
Hold up. And Tito is spot on. Didn't he accuse Jinnaaie of using Choice for clout?
Oh, did he?
He is kind of eating off Choice's back on this one, to be honest.
Okay, so I have questions about this. So if you guys didn't know, this VOD was deleted after his stream, and it did not go on YouTube. And the official response, and I said this at the beginning of the stream, well, his official response was, in respect for Choice, right? I didn't want this thing to be a public thing. Like, he didn't want to, milk views out of it on his YouTube and stuff like that. Do you think that official response is genuine or not? And this is softball. Yeah. I think, and you guys will see later, that in this debate or this conversation, there are moments where it made Blue not look so favorable to the public. And I felt like he did not want that to come out. In my opinion, that's what it seemed like to me, because Blue is very fine with making fun of himself. He is very fine with people making fun of him sometimes. Most of the time, he's fine with getting the views, getting the clicks, posting it, getting content. right? Very rarely does he not post something. And usually that's something you go, what's the reason? And then they'll give a reason that's not really the truth. And I think that is the case here. But that's my speculation. It's up to you guys to make your own ideas. That's how I'm reading it. And I'm a cynical dude. You know, I used to watch, like, I watch Neptunes too much. Like way too much for a healthy person. I've heard him say the N-word like a quadrillion times, like more than anyone in the entire universe combined. It's crazy to me right now. Like I can hear him say it in my head. I lost my train of thought. But anyway, let's continue.
Bring a 2 gifted equals drops campaign. So basically people gift 2 subs and then they get the drop in game. And so he got to the top of the category off of a raid and basically just coasted and basically AFK'd the entire time and soaked up like $8,000 or more in just gifted subs in that period of time. In my opinion, that's even more egregious than what Jinnaaii did. And he got a 1-day ban, slap on the wrist, as did Jinnaaii at the end of the fucking day. This is not something that's enforced seriously enough on Twitch. And that's why, again, I feel like I got to call this shit out because it affects me, it affects you, and it affects everybody else when people get away with shit like this. But on top of it,
I don't fault you for pointing it out. I think that we've talked a lot about, I think that you and I have very different ways of handling something. You know, for the time that you were in the partner chat, you probably have seen the message history about how I've been talking about AFK dropping and how it's such a problem and people in the category. I think that I've been very vocal in terms of talking to Pearl Abyss about the issues. We haven't gone out and, you know, started directly naming people about it. And the whole reason that I'm here is, you know, it's one thing to directly name and point out shitty behavior, but the thing that I'm here to essentially talk about is your shitty behavior in real life and making these assumptions about me and associating me with the problem, when in reality I was trying to make steps to try and solve this behind the scenes, and you even knew that. You were
so he's basically saying Blue knew that Choice was trying, he was not being complacent, and he was in his DMs about it. He was in Pearl Abyss's DMs about it. He was in the chat about it. So Blue had knew this to be true, but still made the public, you know, accusation that Choice was being complacent.
Right, and in the subtext on Choice's part, when he says shitty behavior, again, in my opinion, right, I'm not Choice, but from what it looks like is that Choice and those private conversations they've had and the fact that he's blasting it publicly anyway and then forcing him to have this conversation and literally forcing his hand to make certain statements, those are the shitty things he's talking about. And those are the things that he feels are inappropriate and what's manipulative. And I feel like I think those are fair. I think that's fair on Choice's part to feel that way.
I don't want to speak for Choice in this situation, but if I was him, who is relatively a pretty no drama, like in your face kind of a guy, this right here is something he hates.
Yeah, this was the first time that Choice fired back. Like he actually shot back at, but again, he did not lob the first grenade. The first grenade was lobbed by Blue.
Yeah, he feels like he doesn't know if this is a genuine issue that they need to talk about, or is Blue trying to milk content, right? Because like that's how Choice feels. Because Choice knows, like, Blue understands what kind of person Choice is. He understands that. So for him to be forced to make a sort of public debate about this with 1,400 people, and it was growing, right? And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I was wrong, but didn't Choice host Blue that day as well? I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't around before this debate happened, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Mods, I just want you to go look at that chat and just look at the warnings that I keep issuing because they're hilarious.
Choice is 100% correct here. I was in Blue stream when Choice was accusing Choice. Blue was accusing Choice of being complicit because Choice's AFK fishing character was next to Jinnaaii stream while she was AFK fishing. Yeah, I mean he's made that accusation before. Choice has said it's not true. That's not true. And it's not true that I reported you. That's not true. It's not true that I was being quiet. You know it's not true. I've talked to multiple people. All right, let's continue.
This guy needs a break. He needs to
this was after my video had come out. You came to me after the video had already been out.
I came to you after the video had come out because it went on too much. You were talking about it every single stream. You had some type of it wasn't, well, obviously it was tough to avoid when every single comment is talking about it. Absolutely, you're right. But there just I kept on watching the VODs, and I kept on getting people DMing me saying stuff like, "Oh, you're talking about this," and ultimately the whole thing that you're associating me with being complacent in the problem, when in reality I tell her that I don't really appreciate the AFK dropping. I'm in the partner chat in the past, maybe not in that exact instance, talking about AFK dropping as a problem, and you're basically trying to make me complacent as if I've never done anything about it.
Okay,
and then at the same time, you're attacking her sponsors and her real life and trying to say that she's some greedy streamer that already makes thousands and thousands of dollars.
So he's backpedaling, saying, "I'm not attacking her real life." Then you'll see here that he will, instead of saying real life in this context means money, right? Your real life financials. That's what it was originally intended to be said. But you hear exactly what he says right after here, and it's very important to note, because I remember I watched this 3 times before. Today, this makes it the 4th time. This is 2 hours and a half, so I've watched this 2.5 video 4 times today. Going to 4 times today.
You poor sucker.
Oh, I did not attack her family. I didn't attack her. I attacked her actions on Twitch. I never did attack.
So no one mentioned her family. No one mentioned this other stuff about her relationship with her family.
But I mean, the way he attacked her again goes after her pocketbook. At the end of the day, that's the goal here, is to hit her in the fucking wallet.
Yeah, that's true. It's Troy's saying you're attacking her life, real life, as in money. Now Blue wants to defuse it because it was accusation after accusation.
To be clear,
had it back up with the hands and everything.
To be perfectly clear, another streamer going after a streamer and where the money is coming out, where the money's coming from, would be no different than if you worked at Walmart or if you worked at a bank and I walked into the bank and I started disparaging you at that bank.
Yeah, 100%. But again, maybe I'm cynical. Maybe either Blue is just a very honest guy and there's no planning of this. But the whole hand movement stuff, these are all body language telling you whoa, watch out, man.
Oh, I didn't attack her real life. Whoa.
The hand, he's trying to follow him down.
I did not attack her family.
Then the family was an off shot because he's trying to move it to something else. Which is true. He did attack her family in a sense. Just her
I do want to address something Soda Colas is saying, and this is true. Blue is never, he did not literally witch hunt her, but let's use military terms here, right? If you're infantry is direct fire, right? Artillery is indirect fire. Artillery is a lot more effective than infantry, right? And that's why they call it the queen of battle. And in this case, while what Jinnaaii did was an infantry attack, what he did was an artillery attack, if that makes sense. But go on. Sorry,
I agree. I mean, it's a tactic people like to do where, you're getting accused of something and you need to deflect it to something way off to make it sound like that sounds that's not what he's doing at all. Again, I don't know if people are doing it on purpose or it's just some people just are natural at it, but that is a method to defuse something.
It's an indirect
strike. I didn't attack her. I attacked her actions on Twitch. I never did attack her character and stuff. She attacked me though. We just heard about it. But I didn't go after her hobbies or anything like that. Again,
her hobbies. Again, these are listening to the most random.
And again, you are guilty by association on this issue, whether you were liking it or not. I tried to paint you in as most reasonable light as I can, but at the end of the day, people are going to see you next to her, and they're going to be
man, there was
upset.
No need. Pause. That's not genuine though, because the association wasn't being made by viewers; it was being made by him. Sure, 1 or 2 viewers may have made the association, but he's the one who's pressing the narrative, and that is where it comes into play. The sponsorship, the AFK's drop streaming, the Viewbotting, all these things are narratives that he is at some point pushing. So I don't feel like, I feel like he has a valid argument in some of these cases, but again, it's not like they don't agree with him when he's right. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. So it does feel a little manipulative. That's all.
Yes, that's true. Sponsors do care about the result, and then that affects the potential next offerings in the future. That's true.
Point that I try to say that she makes six figures. That never. In fact, I said that I think the figure.
So that's again, like, man, I wish I had the VOD, because this has been referenced a couple times now. But now he's gonna say that she makes around 40 to 60K instead of six figures.
That I threw out was 40 to 60K. Was what she was making. Now she could be making less than that. Who knows? But that was the figure that I used when I was going to try to figure out how much she was making. And yeah, I went after her a little bit too hard on that one. But at the end,
so he's now saying it's 40, 60K. But before, he has agreed that to make it as a streamer, to live well off, or to be a real full-time streamer, he agrees with Asmongold. You need at least 100K.
Okay. This is where that statement's
time,
insane. Let me just point something out here. If I live in fucking Africa, which I have before, and I make 20 grand, I'm living like a king. If I make 100 grand, I'm living real good, bro. I might get robbed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's like. So on that same vein, that is a crazy statement to be. You don't live in the same socioeconomical situation, right? You don't have the same needs in your lives. You don't know if somebody's living with somebody else. Well, maybe Jinnaaii lives with family. Who knows, right? My point though is that is irrelevant to anyone's business. Carry on.
The amount that she needs, or he needs, or someone else needs, I think is irrelevant. I think it's more of him saying that, one, he agrees with Asmongold that you need to make at least 100K a year to make it as a streamer, right? That's his personal opinion with Asmongold, and he agreed to that. Two, on that same day, he has also said that Jinnaaii is not struggling and she's living well off. Like, good. She's not filthy rich or anything, but she has no problems. And I want the fucking VOD so bad, but that's what he said.
But you're basically saying he's on both sides.
Put those two together, he's basically implying that
I
he believes she made 100K.
Like, part of me wonders, like, how much does she actually make? But a bigger part of me is like, that's also not.
It will be addressed there.
I mean, the fact that it is addressed and it's not by her is kind of disappointing.
It's crazy. It's crazy that it was even addressed in the first place.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, because it's no one's fucking business.
Exactly. Okay. So I just want to point that out. That at first he believed the 100K needed to be required to be a streamer. He also said she is a very successful streamer, hence she must have had be making 100K. But now the number has been down by half to 40 to 60K. I just want to point that out there. There's inconsistency in that thought process. If you believe the former, then the latter shouldn't have be what his thought would be. Let's move on.
End of the day, we circle back around to she was doing something very wrong. And our philosophies on this, we've always differed on this. For those of you that don't know in chat, Choice is one of the largest advocates for change. You look outside this drama. If you had read the partner chat, I don't have partner chat anymore, but like, if you read the partner chat, Choice is literally the one that is in there most frequently trying to advocate for change from Pearl Abyss directly. Always talking to the CMs about everything. Okay, like of all the people in the partner program, he's always the person that tries to handle it, but it's always behind the scenes. You always try to handle everything behind the scenes. And part of what got me removed from that partner program, but I stand by it, is that my solution for trying to get game change is to attack the problem directly and very publicly, because I feel that Pearl Abyss isn't going to listen to literally anyone behind the scenes. Awesome. They don't care. They're going to...
This is not really related to the argument at hand. However, I do agree with him on this point very strongly. He's right. Yep. The only way you can address problems is by doing it publicly. Yeah, I mean, the Goldstein literally got banned fucking temporarily for a map abuse bug, and the only reason, and people will give him grief that Goldstein was abusing the map bug, but he very publicly made it clear that he was going to start doing it and continue doing it for Pearl Abyss I call them Pearl Abyss. I can't believe that. Pearl Abyss to patch it. Right. So they patched that like within a day of his video going live. That was Goldstein being a martyr for the community. and
That's
it
true.
worked phenomenally.
You need to make a public stink for shit to work out.
So
that's true.
Blue is dead on with this. Now it's not. It's not really relevant.
I
to
don't
the point
think
of
that's
this
the
discussion.
sole motive.
No, but it's not relevant to the point of discussion. But he's right, and that may have been what got him removed from the program, like very well so. And I think that because of Blue's level of success, really, the partner program isn't really doing a lot for him, right? So it's one of those like, Blue's going to be successful whether he's in the partner program or not. Hey, Roby Bert, that's the second ban. Just kick him out, bro. Fuck that loser. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Like what I'm saying, he's trying to paint himself as the Batman of PDL. Yeah, the knight everyone needs to make a public stink about stuff.
Acknowledge the feedback and then swallow it, and then it just goes into the toilet eventually. But like, if you make videos on it and you get people talking about it, that's usually how you advocate for change in the community. And yeah, that stirs the pot on a lot of stuff. And that was my same approach for when Jinnaaii did this stuff as well. And so like, again, we've always had different philosophies on how to cover this stuff. But at the end of the day, I've never tried to attack your content for being low quality garbage. But you
so that right here was basically Troy saying Blue doesn't make the best quality content. He likes to pump content a lot, right? Which is however you feel about it, like that is true. He does pump out a lot of content, and your version on quality and his version on quality might be different, but the fact is he does pump out a ton of content. And then they'll get into this debate. I don't know if it matters that much, but we can just listen to a little bit of it.
You said in this thing, and this is what just like part of what sent me was that I'm listening to this, and you were like, yeah, I don't really like Blue very much because of his actions based on the Jinnaaii thing, but like also my solution is not for everything is not to just put out a low quality video to try to steal views or to try to get views or whatever, which again is an implication that basically all I do is put out low effort shit or low effort maybe, but low quality shit that is just basically all rage bait view.
Pause for a second. So, like, did Choice actually say that somewhere?
I'm sure he said it on his stream about like why his tier list is bad or something.
Okay, so like if it's about the tier list video, I feel like that tier list video is due to order because it was uninformed, not because it was bad. Again, he's very entertaining in the way he puts out content, and the way he puts out content is acceptable. So if he made that statement, that I feel like was very emotionally charged. However, Choice got into his emotions and hit him where it hurts, which is his pride and his sense of self-worth, and that's not a very nice thing to do to somebody.
I can add context to that. So basically, what Choice was saying was that Blue Squadron's tier list video, right? The purpose of that, as he thinks, was that it is made to be pushed out as fast as possible without accurate information. And I think a lot of people like you say that his tier list was due to water because of bad information or bad experience. Right, so that's what Choice was basically saying, was like you're kind of just pumping out content to make it as fast, to be the first person to make a tier list about it. And
but he's not like a tier list about what we've had nonstop time to make tier lists. Peacekeeper uninformed is not necessarily bad, right? It can be entertaining and be uninformed at the same time, because two things can be true at once. And this is what I'm getting at, is that Blue's content doesn't necessarily need to be informed content. His content is designed to be entertaining content. He also does like to put out accurate information. And if your comment is your list is inaccurate and here's why, that's one thing. But if that's not the comment is your content is lazy, bullshit. I call bullshit. It takes a lot of effort to pull that stuff up. As somebody who would you say what you did today was lazy, Lunar? Are we not just reacting to somebody else's video? It's not lazy if you're adding hours worth of content, because it's you talking on top of something for hours.
Watching this to make sure I was right. Yeah.
Right. So it's not lazy by any measure. So I will not accept anyone calling Blue's content fucking lazy, whether it's react content or not. If he reacted with something like, "Oh damn, that's crazy," that's fine. I'll buy that for $1.
That's
but
lazy.
He's never
be lazy.
but he never does that. So like, I think we can objectively agree that Blue puts forth a good amount of effort into his content. Now, is his content always accurate? No. I will say that it's not always accurate. I've seen him do patch videos where he's gotten information wrong. He is not intended to do that. And sometimes he comments back on it and goes back and fixes it. And sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't know he messed up. And that's normal, because that is his form of content. It's hip fire reaction. So if you really want the most informed decision, fucking watch it yourself. but his content's not lazy by any measure, and I won't buy
that's
that.
correct, Oily. That will be brought up pretty soon in this couple of minutes.
Yeah. Anyway,
Let's
carry on.
continue here.
So I think, yeah. Okay. No, I understand that. I think that what I said about your videos was a little bit out of pocket for sure. I think that you have some good takes on some of your videos, but there are some really, really weird, inexcusable things that you will put in your videos in the interest of putting out a video per day. And I think that sometimes the quality of research in regard, like, I like to pride myself on being as informed as I can be when I'm trying to make something that the community is going to make entire decisions on their classes. They're going to decide that, hey, I'm going to play this PV class. I might buy weight on it. I might roll to it. I might whatever. They might spend real life money to play this class just to find out it's shit later. And then when you have stuff like Musa and B tier, Awakening Musa, everybody is ranting and raving about how Awakening Musa is like one of the best classes. How is it in B tier? Right.
Okay.
This is
I
It's
can
insane.
explain
Yeah, I mean,
about it
like
in the video.
that's actually a
go
good take on choice too, though. Like he's right, there's weighted decisions behind it because there's money being involved, and I feel like that's a valid argument, right? But ultimately, who out there is like, yeah, I'm going to make a decision because Blue said this class is the best? Like, I don't know. I think I watch more than one guide when it comes to guides.
I think it's because you're too experienced in the game to have that perspective because you're.
Yeah. Maybe I'm not biased in that
Blue's
way.
content is not the most. Yeah, I think you are biased to that. Most people don't know that Blue is not the most experienced PvPer or the most experienced PvEer or whatever, right? And I mean,
how could how could you not though? Because like, what does he do on stream? He mostly just chats.
He has made the claim that he is one of the top 1% PvPers in the game, right? And
in Node War and Siege War shot calling, I'll buy that 100%. In terms of the actual like one-on-one small scale meta, because that is such a fucking strong statement to make.
It is. I don't think anyone who plays BDO, I don't think Blue thinks that's accurate. That he is a top 1%er in PvP. I think.
But if he's speaking quickly, I can see how he would say that. Like if he's speaking very rapidly, like I said, he hip fires, he might mean it in a very specific form of content, but he generalizes PvP.
If he's adding the sample size of people who don't, because you understand, they did like a survey or some shit where like only 5% or less of the player base does PvP of the entire player base. So technically, if he's technically in the top like 20% of PvP players, he is technically the top 1% of all players, right? So I mean. But why would you say it like that? But it's here.
Chat, I agree with you, guys. Chat, I do, and you as well, Lunar. I agree with you that maybe I am speaking from a bias. You guys might. 100%. You're probably right on that one. I can recognize that one.
There's people who are just YouTube people. There's people who don't watch Twitch.
Yeah,
they'll see the video and they just take it for a fact.
Yeah, right? No, like I said, I can accept. I can accept that because I do feel like I would never do that, but also. I can't put myself in the position of somebody who would just look at that because I know that if I went to go play a new game right now, I would look at multiple people, but also not everyone is me. So like I get that. Yeah. I understand. I'll buy that. I'll take my L on that one.
Okay. And then a couple of notes here. Basically, they're talking about the tier list and Choice makes this. He says, with all the research Choice has done, with all the things that he's looked up and asked about the top players of their class, he says that at this moment. It is impossible to have an accurate assessment of a tier list because the dust has not settled yet. And he says that because he can't do it, with all the effort he's putting into it and all the things he's trying, he thinks no one else can make it as well. And in Blue's chat, they took it as him being very braggy. And I don't think people are reading that correctly. He's basically saying, like, I'm putting so much effort in, and I don't think it's possible yet. He's basically being humble. By saying that even with all the effort he's putting in, I don't think he can do it. And then he's basically saying, you shouldn't do it because you don't put nowhere near as much effort as I have to make an accurate thing that affects a lot of people. A lot of new players, a lot of people don't know what's good or bad.
As somebody like, I am curious how Blue responds to that, so I'd like to hear what he says because Choice made a strong point. I'm just wondering if Blue acknowledges it.
Okay, is that 56 minutes? So it's just fast forward there.
Right. Anyway, I just don't agree with the result of where Musa is. I agree with you that Musa is definitely one of the squishier classes. but I feel like tier lists are based upon not comfort in terms of the grind spot, but more like results. And so when there's videos out there of, albeit pre-nerf Musa, getting 10-minute pig cave runs, even after a small 5% nerf, there's no way that 10 minutes all of a sudden turns into
Pause.
16 minutes, which would put...
There is an important distinction, because now we're talking about two different versions of a tier list, right? One is ease of grind, one is ease of like results, purely results driven. So you can have a super high APM class that is highly results driven and gets a lot of results. Therefore, on a class where we're talking about ease of play, might score lower than a class that is dog water but plays very easily. So that is an important distinction to make.
Yeah, sidetrack is very easy to play, but
Yeah. And that's what, just to elaborate,
not
that
the
is what
best.
Choice is saying right there.
in the B tier. So that's the kind of thing where, you know, where there's those like big inaccuracies, and I personally don't feel qualified right now at this time, despite all my efforts to try and speak with like class experts and get them to do tests for me where I can really accurately make a tier list. And I feel like if I can't accurately make a tier list, nobody can right now accurately make a tier list, because there's still so much testing to do. Nova literally just got an entire rework. Witch Awakening just got a complete change in how it's played. Ranger just got a complete change in how it's played. Zerker just got a complete change in how it's played. There's so many classes that are still questionable at best. People haven't even figured out fully how to play these classes just yet in the most efficient way, and we don't know where anything is. And so it does feel a little quick to put out such a tier list so quickly.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So, and I agree with you, believe it or not. I said before we went, I was like, should I
So
make
what
a
are we
glass
even
ceiling?
what are we
I
even
don't know.
talking
It
about?
seems a little early. I don't feel like the dust is...
What's that?
Like, if he agrees, then what are we even talking about here, man? Like, what?
Yeah, so he's basically saying,
He's saying
so
like, yeah, you
Blue's
put it out early, and he's like, yeah, I put it out early. Like, what? All right.
Yep.
Whatever.
Move on. Okay.
Yeah,
let's
yeah. I
see,
mean, it's
next
just that.
part of
that's
the
just what he said.
topic is well, at the point Blue says he doesn't make content just to put out content, and I feel like that's a lie, but that's whatever. Blue talks about how this is a conversation about, you know, YouTube algorithm is all about clicks and views. That's not important. Okay, the last one is not the last one, but 1 hour 20 minutes next beef. There's a big jump here. This is them just like talking about tier lists. You guys don't care about that.
The developers changed shit. Why patch shit out of nowhere? We had a patch that just changed Tabor to fucking DR for no fucking reason. Or they changed it to evasion for no fucking reason. Like, I sincerely think that I should be telling a new player who has to ask the question, I tell them what they should build on their class. That means for Striker, I tell them to build evasion. Mystic, I tell them to build evasion. For Awakening Witch, I tell them to build evasion. But if they're thinking about playing Succession and Awakening, I tell them to build DR. Mainly because DR, Succession is much stronger with DR for like in every format of the game, for reasons I don't need to explain to you. Evasion, and DR can be built on Awakening Witch and still be powerful.
I think we lost his mic. At least I lost it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think my mic is good.
What? Can you
But
pause?
do you understand what I'm saying?
This is just whatever. It's just him defending like.
But
certain
does that
class should go evasion, certain
even
class should go
those
DR.
statements? They're like, no, man.
It's his. Yeah, he likes to go evasion on his witch or something. Like he likes doing half.
So half makes
things.
sense to me. Where you build half and half, because here's what ends up happening: you need accuracy to take down the evasion, which lowers your attack power, which raises your DR cap. Right? Fine.
Yes.
But saying that going DR like on, I don't know, whatever. Sure.
It's
again,
whatever. It's,
yeah,
it's
we're gonna
not
if we
relevant
start
to
talking mechanics. Lunarlay, you and I are both very experienced
know.
with mechanics at this point. We'll be
Basically,
fucking
I do
doing
preface
something.
everything, and if you look at the gear guide, it should explain exactly what I just did. It should preface everything with like, hey, DR is stronger right now, and there are brain dead people that will tell you to build DR no matter what on everything, but those people are basically just meta chasing people. By the time that you have the gear to matter, and if you have to ask the question, you should just do what I'm telling you to do here, because your class has passives that are better with DR or better with evasion. It's like saying that if evasion was strong in the metagame, it would be like telling Valkyries to build evasion. Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay.
evasion mouse were a thing back in then. I just wanna let you guys
Obviously,
know.
it
That was
seems
a
like
thing.
Chat's not really caring too much about this. So, what
I don't
else?
care what chat thinks.
What else we got? What else we got to squash here? We
Pause.
want to
I
circle
love
back
that he
to the
paused
whole.
for I love that he says that, because like I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's it
Even
is
our
a
chat
very,
doesn't give a
very
shit about
wave
this.
top take, and we're I'm having
This
the
is
same
the chat of the chat. And
the
we're
chat.
saying we
Yeah,
don't give a shit about
even
this.
I'm over here like my eyes glazing over. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? Not the
We're
point. Yeah, all right.
continuing.
Just wanted the point. It was a funny moment.
Twitch
All right,
drama.
let's
like,
let's
is there
move on.
anything that we haven't resolved there?
Well, I mean, that's up to you. Choice. I'm not the one that has a problem with you.
Okay, so that's that statement right there.
Boo.
You do whatever you want. He's saying he has no problem with choice. You know, you could read it in another way. Who does he have a problem with? And blah blah blah. But we'll see more into that.
Hold on. If
I
he
think
has no problem
Go
with
ahead.
choice, then why is he arguing with choice about somebody what his girlfriend's doing? I get it. I get what he's doing here, but again, I feel like it's putting choice in between him and his girlfriend. That's not. And that's, he knows what he's doing. He knows he's doing it.
You know,
That's all.
You
don't
have a problem with
choice,
me and the way that I make content.
You just have a problem with the way
but
the
more
bullets being
importantly, the way
delivered.
that I have spoken about your girlfriend, like that's entirely up to you. I don't have an issue with you. In fact, I try to be respectful every time.
Okay, look again. I love Blue, but that is how can you make that decision? How can you be like, I don't have a problem with you, I just have a problem with your girlfriend. Bro, if you got a problem with Chris, you got a problem with me. Don't fucking come into my stream fucking sideways, and then you go into Chris's stream, she's gonna kick you out. If you come into Chris's stream sideways and then you come to my stream like, why the fuck were you fucking with my wife like that? I'm gonna kick you out. It's really that simple. Like that's how a relationship works.
All the time. But like I do get this overwhelming feeling that you don't like what I said about your girlfriend. It manifests itself by attacking me for various things and making side comments for me about various things. And again, I think it's you that's got the problem with me. So you tell me, do you feel comfortable? Like, do you feel comfortable talking to me now? Or like, do you, as a content creator, because choice, I'll be honest with you, I try to do everything I can to try to help make.
Oh, okay, so this is the part where it irks me super bad. So remember the first time this happened when he said, like he didn't want to be that guy, and he had to tell a choice that his girlfriend was using him. Do you guys remember that point? He didn't want to be that guy. He's being a hero.
Are you
He's
comfortable
letting choice
talking to
know
me?
your girlfriend's your gold digger, bro. Like she's trying to get your money and stuff like that, and get your clout, get your views and stuff. He's doing this here right now. I'm gonna replay it, like go back 5 seconds so you can hear it again. But you'll see the ramp up, and it's the same thing. He came back to as well, and it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna end well, in my opinion.
Do you feel comfortable? Like, do you feel comfortable talking to me now, or like, do you, as a content creator? Because choice, I'll be honest with you, I try to do everything I can to try to help make sure you are successful too.
Oof.
Okay, like I realize that I
Like
moved
what?
my time slot to a position that directly hurts you, and so what I try to do is I try to stream in BDO if I'm going to start before.
Dude, like there, I can't see that. I'm not really sure I can articulate this well, but I know he's emotionally manipulating him, and I know he's doing it by making him say, "Look, I'm on your side too. Your girlfriend's a bad guy. Step on my side with me." That's like, I don't know why he's doing that. And
the direct words he's saying is like, "Bro, man, like I don't stream on your. I don't step on your foot. You know, I don't stream during your stream to help you out, bro." You know?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's putting
you out.
He's like you're in the line of fire too. Look here, because I put you right here in the line of fire. You're in the line of fire, and I know that I understand that Blue's goal is ultimately something positive, but we've already attained the positive result, which is his girlfriend stopped AFK streaming. She stopped the AFK drops, and now we were on. Remember, this all started with a sponsorship that he misunderstood the contract of. And now he has shifted the goalpost so many times. Here we are, where now he is placing choice in between him and Jinnaaii into the line of fire. And that is a manipulative move.
I just want to point out, years ago, when Blue was not as big of a streamer as he is now, like years ago, okay? I remember watching a stream, he was telling me that one of his, one of the things he learned that he wanted to be a successful streamer was look at everyone's stream schedules and try to stream not during those times or like a little bit longer than those times to break up the hosts and the raids and the views.
Yeah, I mean that's a reasonable take. That's marketing. That's smart.
Yeah, that's just a business thing. That's smart to do.
Yeah.
Right. But now he's basically saying like he's the one who is very aware of people's stream schedules, and now he's saying that he's avoiding choice to help choice. And I don't think that statement is an honest statement.
Yeah, I've
think
seen
that
him
he
streaming
on
both at the
purpose
same time
did it.
plenty times.
Yeah.
Like,
I
I mean,
think he on purpose did it to get more views, and it ultimately helps Choice and helps him. It's a mutual win.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I respect. I actually respect that part about Blue. I respect that he pays
Yeah.
attention to his analytics. I respect that he does his market research. It shows a level of care and attention to detail towards his content. That is not a bad thing for a content creator to do, to pay attention to the details that help his content be successful. He pays attention to his demographics. He pays attention to where people are watching, what devices people are watching from, because all that stuff is delivered in the metrics. And he delivers content that caters to those things. And again, I respect that. I think that just shows a level of care.
Do as a streamer. It means that you're serious about it and you want to make sure everyone, is profiting from the success. Like, you don't want
now
people
on the
shoot.
flip side,
But
saying,
he
I'm
is
looking out for
phrasing
you.
it in a way where he's doing it for Choice.
I'm falling on my sword for you. Like, bro, what?
I don't think that's the case. Like, that doesn't sound like the case, man. Like,
I do wonder though. Like, I don't think honestly either of their streams would be impacted if they streamed right over each other. To be honest with you.
I mean, mathematically, there's only so many viewers on BDO, so they
but it's not like they have to pick
time.
one. They don't have to pick one viewer. Like,
most
chat,
people aren't going to listen to two.
Chat, I guarantee you, I have 200 people in this chat. They at least 150 of them have a second tab open.
The second tab, but not second stream.
The second tab with the second stream running. They probably have, and half of them have them unmuted.
The audio will go crazy.
Dude, I do it all the time. I guarantee you. Look here, Solar Tech has got 2 up right now. See, Tails 4. I'm telling you, it's just how it is. The viewers aren't exclusive.
You guys having the audio on for both? Yes. Or watching both?
And you know what you do? Here, I'll tell you exactly what they do. They don't mute it. They lower it 50% of the one that's listening in the background, and they raise the one in the foreground by 100%, and they just listen to both.
I might be crazy then. That sounds crazy to me. You guys are listening to like it's like listening to 2 conversations at the same time. That sounds crazy.
That's exactly what they do.
That sounds crazy to me. I don't know how you bring a process.
It's ADHD in a nutshell, and half my chat is ADHD. You guys gotta be
cross-eyed or something and cross-eared because that's just crazy. Well, I could be wrong, but yeah, that's basically talking about the viewers.
Solar Tech. It's not analysis. That is just subjective freaking behavior from me, knowing what you guys do, because you guys are just as dumb as I am. All right, let's carry on. Keep playing.
For you, I try to start at BDO and then I try to transition to TNL as you're ramping up. Or some days I position my off days on days where you're able to stream, so that we're not like always streaming at the exact same times. I'm trying to help you. Again, if I had any beef with you, I wouldn't be doing all of these things to change my schedule. My off days are on Monday, Tuesday because of choice. Literally because of...
Okay, when it says because of choice, is it the help choice or because of the help himself? I mean, let's be honest here.
I believe that at first it was probably to help himself. But, ever since the Asmongold bump, he has been very successful. And I will not judge him at all for using his success. He should. That is just like getting a free ticket and then being like, well, he got a free ticket. Fuck that shit, dude. Use that motherfucker. That being said, I think now it's just a coincidence. Blue has a schedule. I mean, it doesn't really matter when Blue streams. He'll be successful. And it doesn't really matter when Choice streams. Choice will be successful. Let's be honest.
View. Mainly because I don't want to shit on you for no reason.
Shit on
me when we're both live at the same time. Both of us have left.
Okay, pause. That's a fucking shot. That is a second shot right there. Subtext there is I am more popular than you, and if I fucking stream when you stream, I'm taking you down.
He did backfire and said you shit on me too, right? But definitely the first one.
That was a shot.
Shit on you.
I'm sorry. That was a straight up shot.
100%. That was a shot.
And Choice is not stupid. Choice knows that's a shot. Hit play.
Yep.
Both of us are hurting. It hurts both of us, right? But like, I'm not trying to hurt you in any way. Again, I position myself.
Like the term, like I'm not trying to hurt you, is like I have the potential to,
But no one accused him of doing so. Like this is completely irrelevant and totally out of left field. No one was saying that he was doing that.
It's him trying to say like, look, man, like
I'm the good guy.
I'm bigger than you.
Look, I'm still the good guy. I'm your friend. I'm helping you out. Your girlfriend's hurting you. That's realistically what's happening here.
Yeah. You'll see it evolve more and more towards the relationship aspect. as Choice's rebuting. So far, if you look at the chart, we have 9 points in, and in almost all of them, Choice has countered it and rebutted almost all of it. So
Emily just made me spit on my fucking screen, bro.
Jamie especially. Yeah. I mean, like that's for like Blue's mind. Yeah.
Fucking what?
I mean, technically they did kiss at the end, but like I said,
All right,
Schedule in this way. I think it's you
let's
that
go.
has a problem with me. So the question has to be asked: are you okay?
I guess what's funny is that I always assumed that you were the one that had this problem with me, and it was based on a point of you trying to basically drag my name due to the whole situation with the AFK dropping of Jinnaaii. You know, you tried to make these associations about my name just because she was AFK fishing and standing next to my AFK fishing, and you were making those assumptions that I was somehow a part of it due to the fact that I was standing next to her streaming AFK fishing when I was AFK sleeping. Right.
Well,
so if you draw first blood at me to try and you say that you're trying to help me here, you say that you're trying to move your stream schedule on me and act like a hero, but in the second breath you're saying, look at this bad shit that he's doing, he's complacent in this, he's in on it, he's probably encouraging it. And then you also made assumptions too.
I'm gonna go the perception check, bro. He has passed the perception check, seeing it exactly as it is. And I think anyone that is like kind of looking at this logically is thinking the same exact thing. He's right. He literally said, you're making yourself out to be a hero, and you're trying to draw this. Yep. Yeah, he's trying to draw this parallel. He's spot on. And I really do appreciate that he actually stood up for himself in this way, but also knowing enough about Choice, he didn't appreciate having to do that. I think he was upset that he had to do that.
He hates being like this, being live, 400 people, like beefing.
In front of having to defend himself in front of an audience, in front of a content creator who's taking shots at him indirectly is really, really sad for him.
Yeah.
But carry on.
So one more time, one more thing. Yeah. He also said, oh yeah, and it just so happens that she's doing this on Thursday, Friday, and those are the days that Choice doesn't stream. And obviously he's in on it and make all these you're saying all these things to essentially try and drag my name to say that I'm involved in this somehow or complacent in it when I'm working behind the scenes to try to make change in stopping these drop things. She ended up AFK dropping on the weekend anyway while I was streaming. Like you were making these claims to drag my name, and so obviously I'm going to have a problem with you saying inaccurate things that damages her, and you're saying inaccurate things that damages me. Okay. So, and then now you're wondering, oh, Choice, do you have a problem with me? I think I have a problem with you in those types of things when you are making associations that don't exist.
Well, the association, they do exist. And when people...
This, just hearing the way that he just defended that, I already know it's good. I feel like I'm about to be very amused. But no, he's right. To answer you, Soda, like, yeah, he's defending Jinnaaii, but he's defending himself because Blue's putting him in the middle. And the only person putting him in the middle is Blue. Now, like I said, there may have been a viewer or a couple of viewers who may have made this association. Oh, what about this? But en masse, that association was made by Blue. Because again, if I tell you something, like let's say Solar Tech, I tell you a secret, right? Or I say a comment about another creator, right? And then Lunar Light also says a comment about the other creator, but we're talking to you privately. And then maybe Lintagram says a comment about another creator. And now you have 3 people saying the same thing. If you then get in front of 1,000 people and then say that, you are megaphoning the shit out of that comment where it might have just come from 3 people, but now you're saying everyone's saying it. And then you're doing it in front of 1,000 people who would then carry that message. This would be like getting on top of a building, right? Cutting open a feather pillow, shaking out that feather pillow. Right? Those feathers are going to go into the wind in every direction. And the larger of a content creator you are, the taller your building is that you're shaking that pillow out on. Right? So for me, right, I'm a smaller, smallerish creator, right? I shake my pillow out. It's a 1-foot story building. Blue shakes his pillow out. That's a 1,000-foot tall building. Those feathers are going to be everywhere. And that's how that comment works. That's how nasty comments like that get spread.
So why are you so keen on saying why is Choice involved when Blue has an issue with Jinnaaii? why does it matter who defends her if the points are what she would be doing anyways? Like, who's more articulate? Choice is a very level-headed, measured person, right? And he's very articulate on his points. It doesn't matter if he's in the middle of it. He chooses to be in it because there's a lot of shit going on when Blue is pushing against Jinnaaii. And Choice is just the better person to talk about it than Jinnaaii. That's just a fact. I'm sorry. But I think that Choice is a very good person to talk about this stuff. It doesn't matter if she would have been bad at it. The points are still the points. The facts are still the facts. Why did they make up at the media at the end? Niceties. Just pure niceties, man. Like, you don't think they both don't like each other just a little bit than the day before? Come on.
Yeah,
Come on, dude. Like, they're both, this is their job, you know? Like, you gotta kiss and make up sometimes, but there's a little bit of animosity between each other. Like, that's the way it is.
Yeah, we're only halfway through Solar Tech, but that was the whole point, is that we're having a discussion about the discussion. So, like, again, I know I iterated it. I don't want to say it too many times, but we are doing this for the sake of enjoying a conversation about the conversation that took place, to kind of elaborate a little more, identify some subtext, identify trends. And again, no BM towards either of these creators. I actually like both these guys. I'm friends with both Blue and Choice, and I actually like both of them quite a bit. So I just, me and Luder here, we figured we were talking about this anyway. May as well talk about it in front of everybody.
Yeah, we were talking about this when this was happening, and we're like, hey, this is something that would be interesting for a stream thing. And look, like, I would say it is a pretty successful. Yeah,
we're probably going to
talking about it.
We might do this a little more often too, where we make this like a podcast style. Hopefully not at fucking 9 o'clock at night, so it's so late for both of us. But we might do this podcast style more.
You said you wanted to start at 9:40.
I did. Look, I didn't have a choice, man. I didn't have a choice today. All right, I had a lot of things going on, but I will say that this is something that
we're actually. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead.
We're actually not that far off. We're not halfway done because there's a lot of skipping in the end. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. Let's continue.
Yeah, like Lento. I'm gonna be honest. That was all Lunar. He was like, I recorded it. I was like, my man, because we were gonna talk about it. We were just gonna hip fire talk.
I have experience with this stuff for, like, whatever reason. Like, it's. It's important to record it, all right?
Like, bottom line, it was streamed on a public platform, so it's not like a private conversation that took place. Like, it was done on a public platform. It's not like people don't know what happened. And, now just all that happens is now you're going to get two guys who are going to be talking about these situations in the future. And I think that as long as we can be unbiased, like as long as Lunar isn't directly involved in the drama and I'm not directly involved in the drama, we can kind of do like a drama podcast just every here and there for fun to kind of like get a pulse in the BDO community. So what I will do at the end of this is kind of ask you guys, for your, if you guys like, give you guys a method to deliver, hey, we want you to talk about this or whatever. We'll talk about that at the end though.
Yeah, I think this discussion has made it better because a lot of people who didn't know about it was just hearing hearsay or secondhand accounts. And I think us breaking it down is a good way to see it as well, because if you just keep hearing it, you're hearing point one being run down 1,000 times in 3 hours, right? And just like, you could have, like, I could have my own bias of who I like more and whatever, but the facts are going to be the facts. And then I'm talking to Zeroden about it. He's going to counter my stuff, and there's chat, and there's 300 people in chat. If I'm saying something cap, like, you guys would call me out on it, right? Or if Zeroden says something cap, that you go call him out on it.
Same. So, I want you guys to, in case if I say something off, and you guys did, I'll take the L when I deserve it. Sometimes I'm off. All right, let's hit play.
But who could you beat in a joust? I can't ride a horse. I feel like that would hurt my balls too much. I guess continue.
Guilty by association. So when they see Jinnaaii, AFK drop streaming in the category, or promoting mass reporting my stream, and they see at the very top of the stream that she has, and by the way, she's doing this because she is, quote, poor, close quote, and at the top of the fucking stream they see vacation with Choice in the Calicos Islands, donation goal. You are directly implicated in what she is doing. So she is doing AFK drop streaming to get money, and then you are also on the screen,
but like, she has an AFK drop stream
in her
for
chat
fucking
all
ages.
the time.
This is like moot. I don't understand how the donation goal lines up with that.
He wants. I think in this conversation he wants to imply that she's supposed to be struggling to make a living for that month. But if that's the case, why does she have a donation goal for vacation?
Because that's her fucking boyfriend, and they probably like. So realistically, Choice lives in what, Canada?
For something else.
Yeah, Choice lives in Canada, right? If Choice is going to fly to Jinnaaii, he's going to spend between $2,000 and $3,000. Right? If Jinnaaii flies to Choice, they're going to spend between $2,000 and $3,000. Right? If they want to see each other in the islands, they're going to spend between $2,000 and $3,000. So I don't give a fuck where their vacation is. Basically, she's just like, hey, I just want to go see Choice, and we're going to go see each other in the islands. I think that makes perfect sense to me. Like, and that's just that's just a reasonable take. It might cost maybe an extra $500 to $1,000 to go to the islands instead of going to each other directly because it's an international flight, regardless. So it is a little bit disingenuous to be like, well, you can't make your bills, so why should you be going on vacation, bro? They want to see each other, man. Like that's like common sense.
I'll put it this way. There's definitely people who are not like they're living paycheck to paycheck, and they have goals to go to like let's say like one of those cosplay cons, like Comic-Con or something like that, right? And these are streamers too, and they're living. They're not being super wealthy or anything, but they have these donation goals that are separate from their survival goals or like living expenses.
Exactly,
right? and survival is different. Living expenses.
King Maxi.
These are some.
Sorry,
it's just money saved away for something else.
Yeah, King Maxi.
Go on.
She might be doing just fine with her daily living goals, but the vacation goals can be separate. That's why it's a donation goal and not just something she's doing through streaming. Does that make sense? I'll give you a primary example using myself. About 4 months ago, my cat needed surgery. He would have died if I didn't give it to him. I paid for it with credit and that I could not afford. And I did, instead of doing a donation goal, I did a sponsorship. Now, in that sponsorship, I made sure I rewarded my community with free items and gifts and stuff that I took out. Every extra dollar above the sponsorship goal that I hit, I gave back to my community. But I was able to pay for my cat's surgery because of that. Now, I don't use my streaming to live. I usually reinvest all my things from the stream. So it's very different for me. But it was still about outside of my budget, and it's still something that I needed or wanted, right? If I couldn't afford it, would my cat have been okay? Yeah, I would have paid for her surgery out of pocket. But what that also would have meant was that I'd be $7,500, almost $8,000 behind on everything else in my life. And I don't know how else that would have affected me, right? But that's what I'm saying. Is it a need? Because I did pay for it upfront with my credit card, and I could have just had a credit card balance and paid it off very slowly over time. But did I have an opportunity to help pay that back and get my community involved? Yeah, I did. And I made sure that everyone that was involved was rewarded in some way. That's just an option. That's not the only option. And in this case, she's using a different goal for a vacation. But go ahead. Lunar, you just want to say something.
So Choice will say here that the donation goal was done months prior to the AFK fishing drop shit, right? But let me ask you guys this. If your donation goal is for like vacation or like a new PC or like your cat's vet bills, right? And let's say you made it halfway, like $771 of it. Would you not feel some type of way if I use that money that you've donated for that goal for something else? Would that not bother you a little bit too? Because that money is supposed to be saved away. I'm not touching that until like that's you guys donate for that purpose. So I'm going to use it for that purpose. You know?
Yeah,
I feel like
the argument that they're saying that like, okay, you know, that doesn't make it okay to go AFK. Like we've addressed this. This is a dead argument. That's been done. Like she hasn't been AFK streaming. And if you like, if I'm wrong and you see that she's been AFK streaming in the last 2 months, 3 months since they had the conversation, prove me wrong, because I haven't seen it and no one else has either. So obviously a discussion was had, a correction was made, and character growth has been taking place. So why we continue to hold that against her?
Yeah, like priority wise, if you are like, I think if you are like going to get kicked out of your house or something, to have a bad month, right? Like all your money should go towards surviving. I agree with that. But at the same time, in this situation, you hear later, Choice can like go back up on this, right? Like the goal is for that goal. It could be for vacation. It could have been her new PC or her hair or whatever. The money's for that money. I think using it for not as donated purpose is a little bit wrong.
Yeah, like I don't know
But-
what the I don't know enough about that to make a full comment about how the money's being used and how they're allocating it. I don't know enough about that to make a statement, so I'm not going to.
Okay, let's continue here.
You're in her donation goal. It's not me necessarily that has to draw this distinction. Yes, you're right. I did draw that distinction. And to be clear, I did take it a step further because I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's outside Jinnaaie's mind games to start doing it on Thursday because she knows what my schedule is and she knows what your schedule is. But you are absolutely right. She streamed over the top of you too. How loving and caring that was. But like at the end of the day, you are right. I did bring that up.
Because it's, remember, Blue said that he was doing Choice a favor, not streaming over Choice. He's doing him a favor. He's helping him out. She's not doing that. She's stepping on his toes. That's not a very loving thing to do. That's a little wedge right there. And I mean, there's been wedges this whole time, but that's another wedge right there. He's trying to put in. Saying,
I'm just
Look,
saying
man,
that Chris
like, she's
didn't.
not even-
If Chris wasn't right next to me all the time and she streamed and I streamed at the same time, I wouldn't care. Like the fact that
Yeah.
they're streaming over each other is kind of a silly dig. It's again, viewers aren't mutually exclusive. You can share viewers. It's really not an issue for pretty much anyone. Go on though.
But again, I'm just imagining that she's just being the most evil person ever. Mainly because she's already tried to attack my character. She's already fucked everyone else but herself. And she's got, again, the association. I think you attribute all of the damage that she's doing with her with her actions. The damage that she does to your reputation is not all attributed to me. Am I pointing the finger at it? Absolutely. Is that helping? No, it's fucking not.
Pause for a
But at the
second.
end of the day, it did.
I don't
put
agree with
pressure.
a lot of what Blue's saying, but I do feel like he at least does have a right to be upset based off of the individual witch hunting that she did do towards him. Because like that's an emotional
Yeah.
response. Like I'm not saying that
that's point 3.
Yeah, that I think that's a point for Blue because like I mean legit, she did ask people to fucking report him. Now was that the
Yeah.
right way to handle things? Maybe not. Maybe so. Who knows? I'm not Twitch, right? But I do feel like that is a fair gripe for Blue to have because that's how he makes his money. Just like that's how she makes her money. But in my opinion, two wrongs don't make a right. He's doing the same thing.
Yep, that's point 3. They were both trying to target each other.
Yeah, they were. They were
That's
both
just- and
aiming
then-
at each
and
other's
they both
pocketbooks.
agreed.
I
It's
guess the real question is who did it first. You know, like who really took the shot at who first? Because I feel like, again, artillery versus direct fire here. But I digress. Let's go on.
And maybe I shouldn't have done it, but it did put pressure on Jinnaaii at the end of the day to be like, hey, you're hurting your fucking boyfriend too with this. It's not just you and your reputation at stake, it's his too. And at the end of the day, she stopped AFK drop streaming. And like, again, her excuse for all of this, and this is why people were really upset, was that she wasn't making enough money, but she's got a donation goal for the fucking Calicos Islands that has your name over the top of it while she's doing something unsavory in the category. That's a little rough. Like again, you're attributing all of this backlash to me when at the end of the day, yes, I suppose, yeah, some of it could be attributed to me.
Because you're the voice
And I'm
box.
sorry.
That's why it's being attributed
Any
to you.
extra damage that was done to your reputation, I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to damage your reputation. If I was, I literally wouldn't be going out of my way to form my schedule around where you're streaming because I'm not trying to hurt you.
Again, it's the whole I'm helping you out situation thing.
Yeah, we're just cycling back. It's a repeat.
I'm
of the same
just not
argument.
buying it.
Like I'm trying to be courteous to everybody that I possibly can be in the category. Like if I was sincerely out to get you, I would have gone a full measure on everything.
I don't think he's out to
This,
get choice. To be
Again,
very clear.
you did damage to
I think
yourself
that
here.
this was
whether
the
you're willing
first.
to admit it or
I
not.
think this
or
was the
actually,
first step in
Jinnaaii
that direction, though.
is the
I think this was this
person you-
type of this thing. If it ended poorly, would justify future attacks. But I digress. Let's go on.
you should be mad at. If people are upset with your reputation and being close to this situation, it's because they're mad that they see you in her chat. The donation goal is in up top. What are they supposed to think? Like they're gonna think that wow, Choice is okay with this. You have to know that that's what people are gonna think.
Let's put up a poll
Okay.
here.
Yeah,
I actually want to
can
ask the
respond
chat
to
this.
that.
If I want
ahead.
before we hit that, I want to ask the chat if they feel like that's a fair point and Choices or Blue's point. So the question here is it fair for Choice to blame Blue for the association, or is it fair of Blue, is the point in Blue's favor, for Jinnaaii having the donation goal in Choice's name. You know, like the argument that he's making here. So poll is going to be going up right now, and I just want to get your opinion. And Lunar, I want yours as well. So if you don't mind talking while I'm doing the poll, that'd be cool.
Okay. Can you repeat that question real quick? It was, is it fair for her to use Choice's name in her donation goal?
Yeah, is it
correct?
fair for Choice to blame Blue for the association, the negative association, or is it fair for Blue to blame Jinnaaii for the negative association? So is it a point for Blue or is it a point for Choice?
I mean, she's associating herself with Choice in most of her content, right? But like, she's not doing the same thing as Blue, where he's saying, "Look, man, like Jinnaaii is doing something bad. Choice is involved. They're in on this together. They're both bad, and Choice is complacent." That's his argument, like time and time again. Like, I think there's nothing wrong with Jinnaaii, like saying Choice a lot on her stream. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Obviously, it's intentional because it's good to associate yourself with Choice, right? It's a net positive, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that per se. I don't know. I don't think,
So
I don't know how
again,
the point system
the
works.
question is this: is the negative association towards Choice due to Blue making the point that it is connected to Jinnaaii? Is it Jinnai's fault? So that's a point in Blue's favor. That because she's putting his name on the stream above the donation goal, and she's saying that she needs to pay for stuff. Is it Jinnai's fault, or is it Blue's fault for making that association on his platform so vehemently? Is the negative association towards Choice due to that? So is it Blue's point, or is it Jinnai's point? So Jinnaaii, it really should be Choice's point, but it is Jinnai's point. Like who's causing the association is really what it comes down to.
I would say
This one
we
I feel like is going to be a more
towards
even
Choice
split.
then, at that point.
Yeah, I don't know, because I
It's
feel like Blue does have a
it's
point.
intention, though.
Like Blue, I mean, again, I'm gonna be honest, man. I feel like Blue does have a point here with the specific donation goal. Is it relevant to the actual total argument? No. But I feel like Blue's right on this one. I feel like if you're going to have a donation goal up and you have run into a family issue, you chew into the donation goal, bro. You don't be like, okay, well, I want to do this vacation, but
I feel like, yeah, you gotta let people know then, right? Like, hey, like, I'm sorry you guys donated for my vacation, but I'm gonna use this for thing. But now we're trying to tell people how to live their lives and stuff.
yeah,
right?
and there's also like the negative of like, but we're not talking about how it's actually going to be spent. We're just talking about the negative association towards Choice. Is it Blue's fault or is it Jinnai's fault? So I think it's Blue's choice. I think Blue is the clear winner on this one. I think we're going to give it to him. He gets a point.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
That's fine.
That donation goal, that had been up for a month prior. It had nothing to do with it was not specifically added just because of the AFK dropping. If you go back,
didn't matter until the
that had
AFK
been up for
dropping.
that donation goal did not move throughout the entirety of AFK dropping. So if you're trying to make an assumption, that the reason why she was like doing this is to try to farm donations for that,
No,
then
that's not what
true.
I'm saying. I'm saying it's doing
I'm
damage
glad
to
you're
your
not saying
reputation. No. I'm saying that again,
for sure.
this donation goal, even being on the screen, is damaging you. That's what I'm saying. Like, that is why people are calling you guilty by association. You're always there. You're always on the screen.
Let's correct something. That is why you are calling me guilty by association, because we're talking about what you were saying about me. We're not talking about what chat is saying. We are saying about all the things that you were saying in your VOD. And yes, you have the same exact opinion as some of the people in chat, but you were vocalizing it on your stream and making these assumptions that I was complacent in this. And I know that it damages me. I'm aware of that. And think of how the conflict of interest that I'm in. I have somebody telling me that, hey, I need to make, and you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and number drop here. She wants to make €2,000 a month. That is her goal. That is it. 24,000 euro in 1 year is her goal. And she was not meeting that in January. And she decided, hey, I need to do this thing to meet this goal because that is what I need to live. And that is what I need to survive with my current bills and the things that she has to afford. And then when you have somebody like yourself going and saying, oh, she's extremely greedy and she's making all these thousands and listen, it was true. You said that she made something like $60,000. You can go back and watch your own video if you want.
60,
and then you said,
but not like hundreds.
Yeah, no, but you were saying that she's making thousands of dollars for this AFK drop stream. I could ask her how much she's making. I'm pretty sure it was like 400 or 500 euro, because the CPM on Twitch ads is just like YouTube. Everybody has a different CPM on their YouTube. Everybody has a different CPM on their Twitch. So he's not making these crazy amounts of greedy amounts of money. He was literally doing this. So once again, let me just back up. We already agree that AFK dropping is immoral, but I have somebody that's saying to me, hey, I need this money because I have rent and I have bills. And you want me to say, as her boyfriend, you want me to say to her, you know what? Actually, you know what? I did say that to her. I said to her, you don't have to do this. I would be glad to make up the rest. I told her that.
Why would you do
I told her that. And you know what she said? She said, no, I don't want that from you. I can do it myself.
What do you guys thought about that? One is Choice offering to pay the difference for that month.
I don't see what the problem is with
Two.
the choice offering to pay for his girlfriend's money, man. But let the chat vote.
Blue
Let's look at the chat
Squadron's
votes.
reaction to that as well. What do you guys think about that?
Well, let's do this one differently. We're gonna let the chat vote, and then we'll put our opinions. How's that?
Okay.
Or do you want to do it the other way around so they have an informed decision?
I'm echoing. My bad, guys.
Do you want to do it the other way around so they have an informed decision, or no?
I mean, my thoughts on it is, I don't think, and there's more to it than this. It goes a little further, but Choice was saying, like basically saying, the AFK drop thing is negative thing. I'm willing to just give you the money for the difference to not deal with that, right, and help you out. That's what he's trying to say. And Blue freaks out and say, why would you offer to give your money?
Because it's his fucking girlfriend. If they lived together, it would be no different. You think Chris pays any fucking bills around here, bro? I pay all the bills, man. And that's okay. We live off my single family income. Anything she makes from her stream, she uses it towards her fucking back. And that's cool. That's how relationships work. A deep relationship, a meaningful relationship. You share things. You have like, it's not like one partner is doing all the heavy lifting exclusively all the time. If you're doing awesome one month and you want to pay all the bills that month, and then your wife is like, okay, I got food this time. Like, that's normal. It's okay to have sometimes where one person is doing all the heavy lifting. If one person doesn't work at all because maybe they're fucking disabled at some point for some fucking reason. I
just want to point out that Choice is not offering to pay, as far as I know, the whole month's goal, like 2,000 euros. He wants to pay the difference she needs to make it through that month.
I do wonder
if whatever that number is.
Yeah, I do wonder if part of his mind is like, that's not fair. Right, but like, this is not about fairness. I just don't understand why that's a problem.
That Blue thinks she's a gold digger, and Choice offering the money is why he reacts this way, thinking like, "Oh, like she's gonna take your money. You're offering her money. You did a mistake. Like you're such a simp," kind of a situation, and that's why he freaked out. We're gonna watch that.
Yeah, look, Dark Magic.
We'll bring it up.
Here's what I'll say: Dark Magic. They don't live together is not really relevant. They're together.
Want me to say to her, you know what? Actually, you know what? I did say that to her. I said to her, you don't have to do this. I would be glad to make up the rest. I told her that.
Why would you do that?
I told her that. And you know what she said? She said, no, I don't want that from you. I can do it myself.
So like for me, this is what I'm saying is that this is a very, very reasonable take for a boyfriend to offer to help his girlfriend. And under the perception of like, okay, these guys are dating on Tinder and they're not serious, you can be like, no, I'm upset for my friend because I'm a deep friend. I know this person's using him. But they're together and they've been together, and Choice is investing in that relationship wholeheartedly. I don't think he's giving anything that he can't afford to give. Right. So if that's what he wants to do, that's his fucking choice as a man. And I think that that's perfectly fine. I think that's perfectly acceptable to say, I care enough about this person for their success. And in any relationship, one person in that relationship may be doing the heavy lifting, and then later on, somebody else might be doing the heavy lifting. It doesn't matter. Your input on a relationship isn't a financial gain. It's not 50% finances. It's not like 50-50. It's not like, okay, you got to pay for your own rent. Even if they're not co-located. If I'm deployed to Afghanistan, I'm not co-located with my spouse, but I'm not going to not pay fucking house. I'm not going to not pay for the home because I'm not co-located with her. That's stupid. Yeah, they're not co-located together because she lives in Germany. He lives in Canada. They can't physically be co-located together yet, but who knows? 5 years from now, maybe they are co-located and they have children, and he would not have
Just
paid her
want to
rent.
point out, he offered to pay for her, like, the difference, and she said no. Right? She
Yeah, I
said
mean,
no.
like that. Good on her, good character on her, but that's not my point. My point is, like, there is nothing wrong with that offer, and then Blue getting upset that he made that offer to me is, but I don't understand why. Well, no, I do understand why. If
You
you've never been in a
understand
very, if you've not been in, like, I don't know what the nature of his relationships are, but the signs tell me that he hasn't been in a very serious, committed relationship. That's all. I'm not saying that he's not in a relationship.
Or there was
doesn't.
trauma where he thinks
That could be it
girls
too.
use him for free
Yeah,
meals. Like,
and
there
that
could be a lot of
and
things.
that might have been the case. He may have lived through that trauma and is now projecting that onto another person.
Like, I just had a conversation with someone in my Discord like a couple days ago saying, like, the first day should always be coffee or something very short, like a walk or something, because you don't know, girls might want to just go on a date for a meal. And I'm like thinking, every date I've ever had, the first date is usually, not just coffee, but it's like go out for sushi or some shit, right? And sometimes it leads to other things, sometimes it doesn't. But I think, and from that guy's perspective, it was like girls just use him for a free meal, and that trauma or that experience made him warn everyone, like, coffee only, or go to the beach or go to the pool see if she's got like ugly makeup or some shit like that. Like, for whatever reason, like, people have their own bias towards it. Blue obviously doesn't, thinks that offering money to solve a problem for the girlfriend is an issue and it's a red flag. Choice doesn't see it that way. And at this point, is FYI, she also said no. So if you guys are assuming, like, like, why wouldn't she say yes if the relationship was manipulative? Or maybe she's doing some like 3D chess shit by saying no first and then saying something bigger in the future. Like, that's all speculation of what you guys think relationships are.
Soda, it is an e-relationship, but again, e-relationships are very common these days.
The world feelings are feelings, man.
The world is not as
feelings.
small as it was, 1,000 or large as it was 1,000 years ago.
Yep.
Like we have planes, trains, airplanes, and what's it called, cars, and all kinds of methods to get close to each other. So it's irrelevant.
Like, you guys say relationships are bad, but then real relationships are also bad. It really comes down. It's not a statistics thing. It's a person to person, case by case situation.
I have members of my own guild that met online that are now married. So again, irrelevant. They now live together. They have children together.
It's good stories and bad stories.
Right. There's going to be that if they were co-located and they dated, or they were distance located and they dated, what difference does it matter? Is they're dating. Yeah, they never met until, in some cases they never met until they wanted to, like, kind of like bump uglies.
Oh, Choice and Jinnaaii have met through those BDO cons and stuff. So it's
like I promise you, there's people in my chat right now that got married to their spouse because they met online. But my point to you is that him paying for her rent, if he did, and Blue getting upset over it, to me is insane, because a year from now they could be married. What difference?
It's not even in full rent either. It's like the difference of it too. Like, it's him reacting that way, uncalled for, 100%. Like, I think
for sure.
agree,
for sure.
right?
It's not like he went. It's not like he went around and asked people to buy McDonald's toys for or something. I know it was very specific, but they know who that's for. Go on, hit play.
Yeah.
Choice.
Because I know that it's bad for the community when people are AFK dropping. I actually offered that because it's a low month for her because of low ad revenue in January. And so I said, hey, if you need that few hundred to get yourself by, sure, I could do that for you. And she disagreed.
Okay.
So for all the people that thinking that she's some type of gold digger and she's like trying to get after me because of a certain amount of money, I was ready to financially say, hey, I don't want that in the BDO category, but she said she wanted to be independent. Okay. So
I want to pause there. Did that happen? I don't remember that happening, Emily. But okay, the point 10 is Jinnaaii a gold digger? What do you guys think? Based on what you guys just saw right there.
Yeah, let me put the poll
She
up.
was in a position where she needed money. She was offered a handout from her own boyfriend, which, like, whatever, and she still said no. What do you guys think? Yes or no? Point of choice? Yeah. I feel like that was obvious.
All right, the poll's up. Go ahead and vote. I personally don't really like this, the way we phrase this, just for the record. So we could probably do
well,
better,
I mean, that's Yeah, I mean that's just.
Yeah, no, I got it.
That was the accusation, though. That was a
It is
very popular
it is the
accusation
accusation.
outside of this conversation. A lot of people, right, had the assumption maybe she's kind of using him for his clout or
if you
his
think
money
at
or
any
whatever.
point, if you think in any way that
Like-
Jinnaaii manipulating him, you can put yes. Let's put it that way. I think overwhelmingly we're getting no's. So what's your point on this one, Luna? You going to no or yes?
I'm saying no. I don't think.
Okay,
I don't think
so-
she is.
All right, we'll let the poll end, but I doubt unless like 50 people just suddenly vote yes, I think this is going to go to choice on this one.
If you vote no, you're basically saying it's a point to choice because
You can vote however you
she's-
want.
like-
Like that's the whole
Yeah.
point. It's you can vote however you want. We've presented the information to you guys, so you have a voice in this too. We just want to hear from you. The points are just made up; they're just for fun. So
Hey, I don't think she's a saint or anything, but I don't think that, given the circumstance, if she could have taken the money from Choice and none of this would have been available, if she'd taken the money from Choice, she wouldn't have to do the AFK stream thing, AFK drop stuff. No one would be harassing her about this shit. Like that, I feel like that's an easy way out. Who brought up gold digging? If you look it up, it's
so
it's,
you'd have to
blue.
go
It's
back
been like a
and-
public thing.
He's basically saying that that because
She's using you, she's using for
money.
this.
Yeah.
It's, so I would say Blue brought it up.
It's not directly said, "Hey, she gold digs," but it is heavily implied. Subtext.
Now you're saying stupid shit. She ain't no saint. But I'm not saying she. Okay. When you say she's no saint or this person is no saint, you're not implying that they're evil or there's something bad. Like I'm saying, like being a saint is overtly super good.
Pause. I got you right,
Right?
here, man. Listen, I got
Like
you.
beyond
Bro,
normal
she AFK
levels
streamed
of
at some
good.
point. She had to
I'm
be
saying
talked
no
out
one's
of it.
perfect.
Like
I'm not
I'm
attacking
sorry,
her,
but that's not good. That's not a saint. Like, sorry. Like that is she's some person who's made mistakes. So that's all he's saying. He's not saying that she's morally or immoral or whatever. He's saying that she's not perfect, which is, I think, a fair statement.
And yeah, it's none of our business. Yeah, this whole thing, having your financials being brought up like this, like for direct numbers and all these details and stuff, I think that's uncalled for in the first place.
Yeah,
I'm saying she's not perfect.
I don't think
a lot of
anyone's
people are
saying
perfect. I don't think that's a.
not by any measure.
I don't think that's a hot take to have, man. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a hot take to have.
I agree.
That's
So
not
bitter. I guess I don't really understand the nature of the gripe here. Are you saying that him saying that she's not a saint? Like, what's the offensive here? Like, I don't understand what the offense is. I mean, maybe
No,
I'm
just
just
saying, I
missing.
don't think everyone is like this perfect angel. I don't.
Yeah,
think I'm an angel.
I don't think
you're an
anyone's
angel.
perfect.
Like
I
that's.
think it's a fair statement. So I'm just wondering why we're seeing offense in that. That's all. But go. You can hit play until she responds. It's
Okay. I just want to tell that I'm not like accusing her of anything at all. I'm just saying I don't think people are perfect. Like I'm sorry.
When it comes down to you making the assumptions that I am complacent in this situation, it's not true. For a fact in the past that I'm in the background trying to make change in the game and trying to make positive change, and I vocalize about AFK dropping, and I'm even trying to say to the people closest to me that, hey, this is not like, is there something else? And then I'm still getting dragged. It's like, at some
Pause for a
point,
second.
that is where I take the issue. And
Pause for he's not attacking her though, Bitter Blossom. This is like I think you're missing some vital context. Lunar's defending her in this statement. That's why I guess I'm a little confused, and maybe you may be confused because you might be missing context. I don't know if you maybe tuned in late or missed a part, but yeah, I think you're just confused. I think you think that she's being attacked when she's not.
Yeah, I'm not attacking her. Just to be very clear, I'm not saying like maybe it's a miscommunication of like
Rex. You've been here a while. You've been listening for a hot minute. I think it's very obvious to me, right? And this is just opinion, right? This is my opinion. So, based off of everything I've seen, Blue doesn't like Jinnaaii. He is scorched earthing Jinnaaii, and in the result, he is putting choice in between his target and Jinnaaii to help to basically force him either to get in the way or get out of the way. That's how I see it. And I like both Blue, I like Jinnaaii, I like Choice. I think they're all great people in their own way, that they do awesome things, that the community is enriched by their presence each. But that doesn't looking at the situation objectively, I can see that there is issues. And we're just talking about it. All right.
I mean, some people are saying it's not derogatory. Some people are saying it's are. I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't matter how you guys are perceiving it. I'm telling you my intention of that statement, and then we move on from that. At that point, the statement is not intended to be harmful.
Yeah, it's just saying that she's not perfect, and no one is. That's how I understood it. If you understood it differently, sorry. Are we good?
I'm elaborating that. Here, let's go.
And when you say that, you know, when you make these associations not knowing what's going on behind the scenes, and you go on your stream and you make these claims, and then now you're trying to play the victim and say, I don't know why Choice doesn't like me.
No, I'm not trying to play the victim.
This is an explanation.
This is not me playing
this is an explanation.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions that I think that, again, we know the answers to. I think you know the answer to, too. I think that you and Jinnaaii probably love each other. That being said, in a healthy relationship, I think that a boyfriend should be able to go to a girlfriend and say, honey.
Oh, he says inserting his thing here, you'll see. Oh, that sounds weird. He's inserting his opinion into this relationship.
Sincerely, if you can't make rent, you need to go get a job. Not, I will pay your bill. It's, you will go get a job, right? And she, in a healthy relationship, do you think it's, okay, if you're in a healthy relationship with a girl and she is directly, like, causing you to make less money, and you say, honey, please don't do this. It's hurting
not what's
everyone,
happening.
including
Pause.
me. And
That's
she
not
says,
what's happening, though. What is the issue here? That is not what's happening, and he is like fabricating a situation where it is happening.
All right, 1 second. Let me turn this audio real quick.
Like, can you go back? Did I miss something here? This is where I actually tuned into the stream, and I was like, "What the fuck am I listening to?"
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, so at this point, it's like saying like
this
hey,
is
man,
this
if
is
I
like
was in your shoes. This is what I would do if my woman really loved me, and I love my woman. This is what should have happened. And
Blue, I know you're gonna watch this later on.
Those,
I'm telling you right now, that was fucking Dalsim reaching around Zangief to give him a fucking tug. And goddamn, bro, that shit is crazy. That's crazy, bro.
And she, in a healthy relationship.
See, in a healthy relationship, he's implying is not a healthy relationship that you have. That's, you know, right there.
Do you think it's okay if you're in a healthy relationship with a girl and she is directly like causing you to make less money, and you say, honey, please don't do this, it's hurting everyone, including me, and she says, no, I'm gonna keep doing it, do you really feel like that is like that is a healthy relationship? Because she streamed over the top of you too when she was AFK drop streaming. Okay, so she deliberately said, fuck you, basically, I'm gonna get mine. She probably didn't say that out loud to you, but like, I'm gonna get mine.
Such
my
a
money.
bizarro
That's a weird take. Yeah.
What is the argument here that users are, or like viewers are mutually exclusive? If anyone that's in an AFK drop stream isn't like, this is where the loss takes place, just to be clear. If Lunar, I don't raid into you, anyone that was AFKing in my stream is not going to be a lurker in your stream. That's where the loss take place. Now, if you're AFK streaming for months on end, that's a huge problem. If you did it for 3 days and you had a discussion with somebody and they were like, hey, don't do this, and you're like, yep, you're right, I won't do that again. Why is this still being brought up like we're role-playing through this on a relationship level? Because didn't that shit happen? Like, what, it happened once? He raided into her, she was AFK, and that was it? And then he was like, okay, well, they had the conversation after that?
In this argument, he's going to say, like, look, man, she's harming you. If she loved you, she wouldn't be harming you. You know? But the thing is, she's literally saying, like, she doesn't want to take his money because she doesn't want to, you know, be perceived that way, or just be dependent on him. She wanted to be an independent person as much as she can in her own stream, right? Like, I don't know how you spin that as saying, fuck you, I'm gonna get my bag. Like, I don't think that's how it should be perceived in that argument. Because if that was the case, she would have taken the money.
It's a disingenuous representation of what's actually happening. That's all that comes down to. He's not being genuine in the argument. He is contorting a version of the truth to create a version that is unrealistic. And it's not really fair in this argument to say, I'm going to be a relationship counselor based off of this. Like, what the fuck, man? All right, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm
now that you
good
mentioned
right
that, be a relationship counselor. Is he qualified to be a relationship counselor? That's
Bro,
not a job. No, that's not a job. I'm just saying.
In the BDO
like,
category, I could confidently say amongst streamers, I probably have the most successful relationship.
that's. I promise you, that's not a job. I'm not trying to be mean. This is not a jab at him, like, you know, being single or whatever. He mentioned, and I don't want to spoil it. He mentioned he's been on dates like at least twice a week or something. I'm not jabbing it. I'm just saying, like, you know, what are your credentials? And so far, all your takes, are they, is it base takes, or is it bad takes? You know, so far his takes, I don't think have been very like good, very good in my opinion. So I don't know why that's the case there, but yeah.
I don't know. Look, it takes a very qualified person to give a relationship advice. Ethereal's relationship with his left hand for the last 32 years, not it, right? It's not it. But what I'm saying is
now you're jabbing him.
Okay. Now I'm swinging him. He likes it. He likes it. He's into it. Okay. But what I'm saying is that it is not fair for him to like. You may not be qualified to give that kind of advice. Is what I'm saying. All right, let's drive on.
Okay.
It's more important than your money, than my money, than anyone else's money. I don't personally feel, and also, again, in her guide videos, she's referencing you as well. And again, I think that somebody that truly loved you, Choice, would know that she's doing damage to your reputation before I even had to point it out. She should know that this donation goal, having you on the screen all the time when she knows she's doing something dishonest like AFK dropping, if she loved you, would separate you from that as far as she could. Okay, not stream over the top of you.
Again,
put your name on the screen for a donation.
In my opinion, this is, in my opinion, a version of Blue where he is trying to control Jinnaaii. He's trying to control what Jinnaaii does, and he's using Choice to
100%.
That's how it feels to me. That is very transparent.
He's saying, "I'd handle your woman. This is how I would have done it."
I would get her to stream these times and these like bro, that is a choice. That is a choice to make.
It gets worse later too about the whole job situation. If you guys heard that part, but
I can't wait.
That goes crazy too. That's a crazy segment, and we're gonna go well into like. I'm sorry guys, but you guys are gonna be up as late as us. I'm sorry.
Right.
But it's late. Like but yeah, let's
oh great, my cat just ran into the garage.
I actually think hurts both of you, and I also think that if you were in a healthy relationship with her, you would have the ability to tell her the truth. And the truth is, if she's not making a lot of money per month, the best way to go get money is to go get a job.
Ooh, okay.
But the thing is, like, what's
your thoughts on that, real quick, before we go further? What's your thoughts on that?
Him saying this is a wild take, because one, saying she's not making a lot of money, like if you're being short of your goals by a little bit, that's really not quote unquote not making a lot of money
too.
Yeah,
for a January month.
Yeah, for saying that's not making a lot of money, that's not really genuine. If this is her primary form of income and she's been successful with it for years and she had a slow month, this is an indicator that she needs to now go get a job. She doesn't need to start putting fries in the bag, as they say, right? And that what she needs to do is produce more content, or maybe change up her content, or change something up, or maybe add another way to market her stream. Not like, okay, she needs to go out and do that, but it's not like what she's doing is wrong either when in terms of making a donation goal, or in terms of taking multiple sponsorships. The only objective wrong here was the fucking AFK shit, and that's already been addressed, and it was addressed months ago. It wasn't even a factor that month. So I guess my point is,
like, I had a guy
the job process, like, I know where this goes because I was actually in the stream at this point, right? I know where this goes, but the job process is, if you apply for a job, typically, unless the job is very desperate and you're working under the table, right? You're going to apply. It's going to be a 1 to 2 week application process where they're going to contact you back, schedule an interview. You're going to come in for the interview, and then you're going to go apply for. Then you're going to actually start working for that job, right? And you might not start working that day. You might start working that week. And if you start working that week, the first day is going to be you bringing in all your paperwork and then verifying who you are. And then 2 to 3 weeks after that, you get paid. So the job process from flash to bang is about a month before you get a paycheck.
Even if it's an instant day one job start, that's still not the proper take to have. because she was just a couple $100 short on a bad month, and she's been making that goal for the last 2 years.
Right.
Right. And no, okay, let me give you an example. I have I want to say a friend, a person on another game who was streaming for the last 2 years now. He averages 10 viewers, maybe usually like 7 or 8, okay? For 2 years. At that point, you can tell that guy, hey man, either stream in a new category or get a real job. You know, I feel like at that point, you give it your shot. It's not really working out. Maybe you get a job to support yourself while you push for this goal of streaming on Vindictus, which is basically like a dead game on Twitch. You know what I mean? Like that's a sign of like, oh, maybe time to move on. Jinnaaii is not at that point. You know, she is like basically hitting 95% of her goal on January, or 90% of her goal in January. You know, like that's not a sign you should just go and get a job. Taz, oh shit, lots, you know, yeah.
But like I said, like I know where this goes, and we need to let this play out. So please let it play out so we can get to the meat of the point.
Okay.
Or start up other forms of content.
So your suggestion for me is, let's say that let's teleport back to January 27th. There's 4 days left in the month, and your girlfriend, who has managed to make streaming her livelihood for the last 2 years, is having a tough month.
Oh, there you go.
Your suggestion was to say to her, darling, I think you should get a job.
Yes. That is what people.
And his answer is
pause,
so
man.
out of
That
pocket,
is
bro.
That is
Yes,
if that was your
like-
boyfriend, if you're a girl and that was your boyfriend, that would be like kick him in the junk. You're sleeping in the fucking doghouse for eternity for having no
Like,
faith
babe, you
and
didn't
not
hit your
backing
quota,
me.
You're at 95%.
Bro, that is the
Babe.
most single take I've ever heard in my life. That is the most single guy statement I've ever heard in my
Get a
life.
job.
Jesus Christ.
That's-
That is really
I
nice when
don't
it's not
think
your
you can agree
girlfriend.
with
That is
that.
crazy. That is a crazy statement. Go on.
Yeah,
You get play.
that's a wild take. Let's continue here. I think everyone is in agreement. That's
Blue, when you see this,
That is
man,
not the
just
route.
like, bro, for real, no more relationship advice. It's not the way.
People
You
that love
think
each
that
other
I
do.
should-
Yes.
How well do you think that's going to go over for me?
But see,
when somebody like that is going to go so fucking
you are
poorly
right.
for me. If
you are right.
that is
It
like, do you know how bad that is? Like,
Yeah, Choice is like, yo, like that's a cap.
Jonathan,
That's a
all right, look,
crazy.
I'm not putting the
even
poll
if-
up on this one. Choice wins this one.
Even
This is a point
even
for
if
choice.
you're not in a relationship, even if you're single right now, even if you haven't dated
No.
in a long time,
You know what? We're
you
gonna vote on
know-
it.
you know, like that's just not. That's a
Let's
bad take.
vote on it.
Like, you know,
Let's
that's not
vote on it.
gonna
No.
work.
I
It's
just want to
it's
see the
out of
votes.
touch.
I just want to see it. Let's vote on it. What's should Jinnaaii get a job? All right, that's good. It's the take, right? Lunar, I'm pretty sure you're gonna vote for Blue on this one. I know you're really behind him on this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I'm voting for Choice for 100%. That's a bad take, dude. That's a bad take. And he just said yes so quickly, and I think he kind of in an argument like standpoint.
There, pulls
he
up,
made
guys.
this claim already, so he has to dig in deep for this. I don't
no,
think logically
it
you
wasn't,
can
George.
like
George,
defend it
I
properly.
inflated it to 6, and then I brought it back down to 5. So it was 5 points. So I'm letting you guys vote. I'm curious what you guys say. Look, in my opinion, no logical boyfriend, no real boyfriend is going to say, yes, you missed your goal for 1 month and 2 years, go get a fucking different job. Like, that is insane, because now all that does is hamstring all your future creations. 1 week off of streaming is more like 3 weeks off of streaming. It hurts you in so many ways.
And not only that, Choice will offer a solution to that too. You hear that?
First of all, I actually think my fucking chat is memeing right now. Listen, if you voted yes for Blue's point and you're memeing, I'm just curious. Just say I'm memeing. I just want to know. I'm not judging. I think it's fucking hilarious, but I just want to know. Fucking wildin', bro. They're wild. Oh, all right. It's Choice's
Shrugs,
point.
there is a reason for that too. I mean, some people will live paycheck to paycheck, right? That's sometimes some bad shit happens. Sometimes you go to hospital and now you're suddenly minus $30,000 in debt just because you had pneumonia for 2 years or some shit. that's from experience, but that shit happens, man. That shit happens. Like sometimes you can't plan for a really bad month, but nonetheless, let's continue here.
She's
That's
managed to,
that's invaded. Bro.
she's managed to meet her
Fucking
goals.
crazy, man.
Just want to point out the question was, should Jinnaaii get a job? That's point 11. I think we all voted choice on that. That's
No, it was pretty close. 21 to 11, bro.
It was pretty close.
Pretty close.
You guys are being trolled. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way you can defend this. I'm sorry, but
listen. All right, let's listen. Let's go.
See, this is why people like think democracy is so great. No, you can't trust like 6 of those votes now at this point.
Look, 11 of them might have been memes. All right, let's drive on.
For the last 2 years, and she has one tough month. And I'm saying, you know what? Pack it up.
Well,
I'm not
Pack
helping
it up.
you. I ain't giving you any money.
That would be the
Book
end of
your
the
drops,
relationship.
Go get a fucking job. Is that
No.
what you want me to say?
I would never. Bro.
Like,
You
not
can't.
like that. But
If
here's
you don't
the deal.
support the one you love, who do
true
you support?
love is knowing when. Okay, yeah, we have to have a tough
But
conversation.
there's a difference between streaming, which is something she loves doing, and a job that she doesn't like doing, right?
Right.
And if we don't even think about the money being involved, which is a couple $100 for that one particular month.
I just want to
Like-
point out. I want to point out something. Sorry, I know where you're going with this, Luna. I'm going to let you finish it. I apologize.
No,
I want to point. Okay, that's fine. I want to point this out. Remember when Troy said he would cover her bills? Blue threw his fucking hands up and was like, "What?" and basically threw up. Right? That's what he did. But when it came to one tough month, you shouldn't support her and get a job, bro. Either you support her or you don't. You either support the one you love or you don't. If you don't support if you don't support the person you love, why are you with them? If Chris says, "Hey, hon, I want to stream as a full-time job and make $0," I'm gonna let her do it. I'm gonna let her do it because I love her and I support her. All right, because I know I can handle it. Right? If I couldn't handle it and we were gonna go destitute, that'd be a very different conversation, right? I'd be like, "Hey, we can't do this because of X, Y, and Z reason." But she would also support me, and it would never be a stream content. It would never be stream content, period. The fact that this is something that's happening on stream and whatever is because she's trying to support herself. She's trying to do it on her own. And Blue doesn't approve with her doing it on her own and doesn't approve with her doing it with choice of support. So what the fuck is it, man?
Yep.
Here, but I love you enough to have it. I had this conversation.
I love you enough to have this conversation because I care about you. I'm telling you.
This
With
would be
my
like somebody
brother
trying to tell you
recently,
to
too.
put your
Okay,
hand-
he's
your
my
pet
he's
down,
in my
bro. It's
family. I
crazy.
love him, but we had to have it out. I could have just avoided him forever, but we had to talk to each other. And when your girlfriend is doing something like this, if you really love her, yes, you can offer to help her. You say, "Baby, I help you financially this month, but you need to go get a job." Is honestly, if you wanted to pay for her rent.
But that contest is if he helped her that month, that wouldn't be a problem next month because it would be February and then she normally reaches her goal. You understand? Like, she wouldn't need a job at that point because then the bad month would have been over.
That month, maybe that's okay, but you do need to fix the problem long term, and you need to understand that.
And you know what, Blue? We are fixing the problem long term. I've been working with her to get those sponsorships that you were so aggressively trying to say that she shouldn't have. I was working with her to try and get her name out there so she can. I introduced her to the world of sponsorships. She hadn't taken a sponsorship before this. She was relying only on Twitch ad money, and that's why she was having such a hard time. I think that you know that you and I would have a much significantly less amount of income if not for ad revenue. So I'm helping her. I am helping her to expand that. I even helped her a couple of days ago with invoicing because she didn't know how to do that. I am trying to assist in making her career bud her career a little bit more so that this type of thing doesn't ever have to occur again. And she already said that it's not going to occur. But I don't think that the solution, if you, Blue, let's be so fucking for real right now. If you have a streamer that is averaging 700 viewers like her, would you tell them to just give up and get a job? You know how hard it is to get 700 viewers. You know how well you can be off if you get 700 viewers if you were to take sponsorships regularly. This is something that you, in no case do you think that she is a failure. I know, Blue, in your mind, you do not think that she is a failed content creator in that regard.
Of course not.
So I think that for having one tough month and not being introduced into the world of getting sponsorships, that if you can sit down with somebody and say, "Hey, this is not something that should happen long term. This is not something, and I'll be willing to help you out for this right here." and then work towards getting real solutions into getting these types of sponsorships, I think that is the better way. Like if she wasn't so independent, if she was not so independent,
like he is actually genuinely being very wholesome, trying to help her out, trying to supplement her income, doing things that she would needs to do to level up her status as a content creator, so that she doesn't have to do these things. And that is the right choice of action in this situation, because it's more immediate even than getting a job would have been. But also, it doesn't require her on giving up on her dream. And us losing.
That's true, 100%. It's something she should have done anyways, way before like this year, right? To push for sponsorship, but she didn't know about it. And Troy's like, a long time ago, I wanted to stream more, like more seriously, and Troy's was giving me like the play guide on how to be a streamer, like the times, like you get sponsorships and like all this stuff. But then I realized that wasn't really my goal, so I didn't do it, right? But Troy's will help you out even if you're not dating him.
To be fair, most content creators will give you what they feel is the best advice, to include Blue. Blue, if you are
even more than just advice, it's like a playbook.
I want to at least say this in Blue's defense. Blue will help any content creator grow. Small, big, doesn't matter. He has helped. He has used this platform time and time again to help smaller content creators grow. This is where I feel like his bias is coming in, because he does not like Jinnaaii. Right. And that's really what it comes down to, because if you are a smaller content creator, myself included, right, he has supported myself. He's supported so many content creators that are even a fraction of what he runs. And he does it in a overt way. He does use his platform to help others. So my point being is that the fact that he is trying to again take this from Jinnaaii, it's obvious to me that he just doesn't like Jinnaaii, and he's looking at any way to hurt her. But I digress.
Independent to take my help in that moment, I think that with this we would have never even been having this conversation.
Well, I think that
I also think that you shouldn't have
what they're saying. Blue is speaking on another man's relationship is a no.
Said that.
No.
You shouldn't have said that she should just go get a job just because she's having one tough month. I think that people can have tough months.
That's not why I said that. And that's what you don't understand. I'm not telling her to quit content creation. When did I tell her to quit content creation? You can still do content creation with a job. But here's the deal. If you are, and that's what, again, you should have told her, like, hey, again, if you're really struggling this hard, the strong long-term solution is to go get a job and then stream on the side as much as you can. That's what I go through. That's what almost every other content creator that is trying to make it in this business does this. You have to have a job and then you stream. And then eventually, if streaming becomes good, that's amazing. Then you can live off of it. But if you're supporting your family, okay, and streaming is not cutting it, especially in January, February. And I want to point out, January, February was not a short, obviously ads are lower, like sponsorship offers are lower in January, February, but you're Canadian and she's European. So y'all motherfuckers don't even realize that the North American content creators, like the American content creators right now, we don't get shit for ad revenue because our president is 1v1ing China. Okay, so we don't get ad revenue right now because all products are made in China, and so no one is gonna sponsor.
I don't see what's the argument here. And it has
this is irrelevant.
Yeah, okay.
This is irrelevant.
Like
she's not in it. So again, what's the relevance? This is a deflection opportunity. This is a distraction. This is a hey,
American
look at this thing over here. Go ahead, play.
Yeah.
If our president is 1v1ing China. So we're not getting any ad revenue right now. My solution to that was to work fucking harder. Okay, but if I had to support someone or I was going to be out on my ass, I would say, okay, I'll go back to part-time streaming and I will go get a job. So when I tell her that she needs to go get a job, it doesn't mean you just need to give up on your dream. No, because that's what you're like wrongfully understanding.
Yeah, okay. But if that happened for 1 month, you absolutely would do different things to try and generate revenue, to include maybe start new sponsorships up, or maybe take on opportunities to work with other streamers or host events. You might do different things. And to sit there and say, because you had one slow month, you need to go do all those different things, it's the worst take. But we're repeating ourselves a lot, so I'm going to
He's basically saying this is what he would do, and that's his option to do it, but telling people that's how people should do it.
Blue loves creating content. He wouldn't. Like, that's not realistic.
With the option that Choi is giving, saying with the sponsorship route, it's a much smarter route, right? If you're so close to your goal already, a little bump in sponsorship, which is very little work on your end, because of sponsorship, you're still playing the game, you're just pushing a certain product. That's a much safer income and more consistent income than taking hours off streaming to get another job on the side. You know, like I feel like everyone's gonna agree. Like, she was so close, get some sponsorships, get some more money.
Yeah,
and
like
you're
Choice
chilling.
did the things behind the scenes, and again, I actually kind of feel really bad for Choice for having to defend this so publicly, because that is a disservice to him. And again, I don't know, man. I feel like Blue, if you were his friend, you would not force him to do that.
I don't think this is because they're friends and
I don't. I'm
I'm
pointing out the observation
because Blue
here, like,
loves
this was-
Choice and this is why he's doing it, because it's
just not
tough love. No,
It's just not great.
it's content farming, and I don't think he was prepared for Choice being as prepared as he was and as articulate as he was.
Yeah, well, Choice,
'Cause he had an answer for
he did
all
all the
his
right
points.
things. He did all the things he's supposed to do.
Yep. Guys, continue here.
Telling your significant other to give up on their dream, you're saying, honey, you gotta face reality. You can still keep doing what you love, but in order to consistently make the money that your family needs in this revenue, you cannot count on sponsors. I don't care if it's January, February, every month of the year, you don't know what you're gonna get, but you do know what you're gonna get from a job. So you get a job and you try to make streaming work on the side. That is what in my opinion, a good relationship, you would have had that conversation.
No, a
Your
good
opinion
relationship
on this is again,
pause.
oh, well,
no,
if she
in a
just
good
did-
relationship, she would have said, "Hon, I need help," and he would have got you, and it would have been the end of it. That's what a good relationship would have done. Not like, "Hon, sorry you're failing, but I can afford to help you, but I just won't." That is the difference between a good relationship and a bad relationship, because if he can afford to help her and it doesn't hurt him to do so, there's no really big deal. If I can afford to have two houses and my wife is not co-located with me, I'm going to have two houses. It's that simple. Anyway.
it's a job.
It
well, then
it also does
she
take
can't
away
do
from
any
any future content that you create. So like reducing the content that you produces
exactly.
just takes away. It's a snowball effect. It's worse than just, it does more than
And
just
then
take
you're
away.
tired from working the second job, so you stream
Yep,
less.
it's a
and you're
snowball
taking
effect.
hours out of the stream to work. It's a whole thing, and then you're also not enjoying the work because it's not what you love and passionate
Like
about.
I know from experience, man. There have been days I get up at fucking 4:00 in the morning to go do army shit, and then I wait, and then I come home in the afternoon at like 5:00, and I'm fucking exhausted, and then at 5:30 I'm live. Those days happen to me every Monday, and they fucking suck. And I live that life, and it's not great. And my energy level is very different on those days, and my stream knows it. But I digress.
Yeah.
Boy.
Like, I don't want to make the assumption that Blue doesn't have like a lot of girlfriends.
Yeah,
in the
I
past
don't really
or
like.
anything
Yeah,
that,
I don't really
right?
like
I don't
insulting
making
Blue's
that
single
judgment.
status and all that stuff. I'm
Yeah,
not
like,
really
I don't
enjoying
know
that.
his relationships, his past relationships. I don't know his dynamics, so it's hard to like. I don't, to judge him for it, but at the same time, it doesn't seem like, from my experience, like.
No, because
He's been in a lot of
that would be
healthy
bad.
ones.
These are bad boyfriend takes if it was the case. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know his relationship status in the past, and I don't like making assumptions about them because it's
Same.
disingenuous on my part.
But the take itself right now, despite like knowing that his history, which it's not my business, right? But his takes right now, I don't think are good takes or a healthy relationship.
No, they're
Content
definitely
creation
not
at all.
healthy
How do you think that I felt when I was a teacher and a coach? I was working 95 hours a week. Should I have just given up on content creation because it wasn't making enough money? Fuck no. If you really love it, you do it in spite of not making a lot of money. It's just you love your job. So if she loves content, she can keep doing it. But if it's not making you the money and you need to support your family in this case, yeah, you should go get a job and then stream on the side where you can, because that's the priority.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
can
don't-
I-
so
hold on,
so
pause
I,
a second.
I think that
I'm just doing some quick maths here. If he's a teacher, assuming he doesn't work on weekends, 95 hours a week, he works 19 hours a day?
Well, he's implying that working on the stream is hours as well. That's why. So streaming.
That's
and
not
editing
what he
all
said
counts
though.
towards
Go back and
working.
listen to it. Go back and listen to it.
Well, it's wasn't implying, but okay.
I think he said
you
then he
do it in spite of not making a lot of money. It's just you love your job. So if she loves content, she can keep doing it. But if it's not making you the money and you need to support your family in this case, yeah, you should go get a job and then stream on the side where you can, because that's the priority.
Yeah, I don't. So I think that first of all, you and I.
What did he say yet? Yes,
No.
teachers do have a lot of unpaid hours.
they do, but like
And
95
a lot of
hours, 19 hours a
supplies,
day.
If you're in California, the teachers pay for the supplies for the kids because the funding is actually really bad for LAUSD. And yeah, a lot of people like our parents would donate money or supplies to teachers.
Let me put it differently. If he worked every single day of the week, he's saying he worked 14 hours a day. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like this. Okay, it's just maybe he just he hip fired.
I'm
it.
sure there's a little bit of padding, but I mean it's
He hip fired it. It's fine. It's not
Obviously
100%
very
accurate.
different approaches. Your approach is to go out and try to spend a lot of time and a lot of effort and and to try and get employment somewhere else, and then spend a
think you're
bunch of
winding
time
way too far.
employed at whatever it is that she decided to do, and then do streaming on the side.
Yeah.
I think that you're crazy when somebody already has 700 viewer average to not take that same time and invest it into
That's what I just said,
talking with sponsors and getting sponsorships.
Blue's
And that is exactly
dead on with this one. He's dead on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hit it.
I mean, you want more money, you go to a different country, in my opinion, for teachers. Other countries,
are we putting?
value
Is there a
teachers way
point
more
being
than
made here?
America.
Are we able to put up any points to the board for this one?
This one is about. It's about Jinnaaii. Should she get another job? And
Yeah,
the
we
answer is no.
already.
She should work on sponsorship
Let's keep
instead.
driving.
So
Yeah,
it's the
let's
same
keep
point.
The advice that I gave to her. It makes no sense for her to go get a job when she is already an extremely successful
Well, she's not
streamer
making
in that
2,000 euros a month. She's not making. You can't count on sponsorships. I don't care how good you are with sponsorship deals. And if okay, so we'll go back to something that you told me before. The top streamers in every category make up, basically, we make up the baseline. When sponsors come to us, we have to aggressively negotiate. You told me this. Okay, we have to aggressively negotiate on behalf of every other streamer in the category, because if we just take the deal, okay, and we don't actually try to negotiate on terms, then everyone that has less viewership than us, when they go to them, they're going to be making a percentage of what we make. Okay, and that is usually how sponsors work. They start at the top, they work their way down. If Jinnaaii is that reliant on sponsors to pay her bills, she is going to take deals inevitably that end up harming the rest of the category, mainly because she has to take it or she can't make rent. Okay, again, it's an L.
So the argument here now is that she needs the money bad, so she'll take any sponsorship no matter, without negotiating higher prices, and that's going to ultimately affect other people's sponsorships. I think this is a weird take. Basically, she's saying that she's more desperate for the money, so she'll take a lower price point than other streamers would have, and this will hurt future streamers because
That is an insane take, because Jesus Christ, there's so many variables in that comment that don't make any fucking sense. Yeah, that's
this is choice tech. I mean, I just have an argument. It was just him saying like, yeah, dude, like do sponsors, and he's like, no, sponsors doesn't work because of this reason, and it's gonna hurt everyone if she takes sponsors when she's desperate. Like it's, this
is a bad take.
It's like a nothing burger.
This is a bad take. Let's just
go
on.
Like you cannot count on sponsors, even if it's not January, February.
Yeah.
Shit, you might not get sponsors in April. You can't, even if you're the best at like trying to sell yourself and advertise to brands, you don't know what your president's going to do. You don't know what the future's going to hold. Sponsors are the most volatile thing that you have almost no control over. It's ad revenue and sub revenue. That's really what you're counting on. And maybe YouTube ad revenue as well. But like, that's usually what you count on. And if you're not making it with that, you really like sponsorships should be added in addition to that. But like if you're not making it with that and you're not able to pay your bills with that, again, I do think that the solution is to go get a job. Even if you have 700 viewers, go get a job and then stream as much as you can on the side of it. Are you going to be working 90 hours a week? Yes, but you will be comfortably supporting your family. So which is more important?
Yeah, so first of all, he is most of the months meeting her goals financially through streaming. And so I think that if you have one tough month, the solution is to not just say, hey, I'm going to take, because listen, she has the majority of her revenue that comes from advertising, and that advertising is not sponsorship based. It's based on Twitch ad revenue. So the time that she does not spend streaming is less money that she's now making off ad revenue. I think that that's a very easy thing to understand. So then after that, if you're only a couple of $100s away from your goal at the first half of the year when she was doing this, but she's no longer going to be doing it because now she's getting more sponsorship stuff, all you would really need is a couple of sponsorships in a 12-month period to make up for that low point. So to say wrap it up and to go get a job somewhere else when she's majorly meeting her financial needs sounds crazy. And so maybe we can agree to have a difference in opinion of the way that you approach this, but my approach was to assist her in finding these sponsorships, showing her websites and stuff that you can do, talking with advertising agencies that can get her name out there. That my approach to stopping AFK dropping is to actually assist her in showing her the way of how you can get sponsored content on Twitch. Not to tell her, hey,
pause for a second.
Twitch ain't working out for you, go get a job.
Yep.
To put it into perspective there, Kairos, what I would say is this. Imagine you are playing Arena of Solari for the first time, and you have won 100 games, but you lost one. It's time to pack it up and quit because you're a loser. That's the concept. It's the same shit. Just not meeting your goal one time does not make you a failure. Go ahead and play, man.
Yeah, the argument is basically that they have two different ways of saying it. Blue wants her to take less time streaming to go get a part-time job to meet ends meet. Choice is saying, no, keep doing what you're doing, but to supplement it, get sponsorship. So you're working the same amount of hours, you're streaming the whole time, and you're getting supplemental income from sponsorship. And all you really need to do is make up the one bad month. You need like a couple of sponsors throughout the whole year to make up that difference. So
yeah,
choices that makes the most logical sense, which I agree with. Here we go.
That would be terrible for me as someone that cares about her to tell her to go and do something that I know that she's going to hate. If she is going to hate that and there's another way that she's going to have no problem with, why would I not pick the best solution? I think that it's very harsh to say that, hey, if you're not making ends meet,
Dude, I'm not saying
the only
quit
solution is the
streaming,
job.
man. I'm not saying
I know you're not saying quit streaming, but what you're saying is drastically reduce the hours that she streams. There's no way she can go work a job and stream 10 hours a day. And the 10 hours is required right now for her to meet her goals.
Well,
She streams 6 days a week, 10 hours, because she wants to stay a streamer and she's trying to make that work for her, but she gets very low CPM on her ads. She does not have a lot of individual subscriber support. And so I'm trying to coach her into saying, hey, listen, there's sponsorships that you can take that is going to make up anything that you have that's an issue, therefore leading to less need to AFK drop or no need at all to AFK drop.
Do you think, so if I wasn't making rent, I don't think that I would have a vacation goal as my...
You're circling back there now saying it. I think there's a valid take that if you can't make rent for that month, like the donation thing, but that's people's business. You can either take the money designed for something else for your needs, but I would feel a little bit weird personally about it if I had a goal for something else, but I need to take the money for something else. I'm sure that the person who donated cares about me and would be okay with it, but I think that it's a discussion. It's a case-by-case situation. I'm not going to tell people how to use the money donated.
Dono goal at the top of my stream. I'm curious why, if you're really struggling that hard, why is your dono goal, hey guys, I need to buy food, and I'm going to go to the islands and to Cancun with my boyfriend. Like if
okay.
Like
yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, like what's the deal here?
Yeah, let's talk about that. So do you think that every streamer, like I'm sure that if we had this conversation with Biceptimus, if we had this conversation with Mr. Rapless, if we had this conversation with Byrog, they have donations up that say, hey guys, I'm going to TwitchCon. I could use a little bit of extra money to make this a reality for me. They are full-time streamers, and everybody in this world can relate with struggling to get by with the cost of living. And if somebody if somebody is putting up a dono goal where someone's like, hey, I would love to support a content creator that I like in order for you to be able to do something that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. You made this assumption that she's making these thousands of dollars when I think we've now made it very clear that that's not true.
I want to be clear. She should be making thousands of dollars in ad revenue, especially if she's taking the Partner Plus, like the partner, the ad like program. She has very similar viewership to me. I can pull up the numbers that they offer me every month. You know, they offer, honestly, what she was looking for in euros, they offer that. If you just run the extra ads, they offer that right there. So like, again,
I think we've been over that. You know more than a lot of people. CPM on YouTube, maybe you don't know that CPM exists on Twitch. There is such a thing as CPM on Twitch where different amounts of viewers will, like, you could have identical viewers with another streamer, but your ads can be completely differently valued depending on a number of factors. And quite frankly,
what factor do you think it is?
I think maybe the factor is low engagement.
That's why they're here. I mean, that's a pretty
What
obvious
was he?
jab
What was he
right
going
there.
for here? I don't know.
Viewbotting. That's what he's alluding to. Viewbotting.
I see.
If she doesn't have high engagement on her stream because it's built upon people AFK dropping and not clicking on those ads, or people not typing in her chat, maybe low engagement means a low CPM. And I think that can make sense in people's brains. So in reality, you can't just say that, oh, here's my ad revenue, she's making a bag, when in reality, I'm telling you the truth here. I'm not going to sit here and lie. And you think that she wants to stream for 14 hours when she doesn't have to at the end of the month that one time? You think that she wanted to do that?
Like, she could have a job. She doesn't have to work herself ragged.
What?
You know what? She doesn't have to
work is work. Pause.
Yeah,
like, the thing is, saying she could get a job, she doesn't have to work herself right. Bro, she can get a job she doesn't want or do the job that she likes to do and is what she enjoys to do. It's not really working herself ragged if she enjoys doing it. Just saying. It's kind of and somebody like Blue who has been in that situation should be able to appreciate that.
Yep.
That's all I got.
If you guys don't know, I think he talks about this later, but I think Blue was homeless at some point, and he worked really hard, and he got out of like that situation. And
that's a nightmare situation, bro. That is a nightmare situation.
And I think that perspective has made him much more harsh and realistic to other people about it too. I think that's.
You don't think that would make you more empathetic, not less?
I think in his eyes, it makes you less empathetic because it's more like, I pulled myself up from my bootstraps. So you should do that too. Like, it's not that hard. Just do what I did. You know, some people like if you have challenges, people can take it two ways. One, you can get very empathetic about it, or two, you get very cynical about it. And I think he took the latter.
Go ahead and hit play. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Because I am assisting her in marketing her stream through sponsorships, which is what I think a lot of streamers should do if they can't make it through ad revenue and sub revenue. So your approach is to tell her to get a job and stream less. My approach is to say, hey, you got something good going on here. What if you supplemented some of this with ad revenue or with sponsorship revenue?
Again, so really the reason
I feel like my approach is a little bit more gentle and a lot more realistic and probably better. Would you not agree that the right play here is to not?
So Troy is saying, like, is the sponsorship not the right play? And he's saying, no, don't do that. He responds so quickly, and I don't think that's not the right take. I don't think.
To not utilize more sponsorships?
Not necessarily. I think that she could take those same sponsorships if she streamed less hours. She could get the exact same fucking sponsorships. Especially if she could get the exact same sponsorships as long as her viewership remained like relatively stable, which it should. Even if she went from streaming 40 hours a week to streaming 20 hours a week, she should still have reasonable viewership. The sponsor should still come through anyway, and she would still have the money from the job, and probably.
So he's basically saying, cut your hours from streaming, keep the sponsorships, deliver on the sponsorships, and work a second job. But she doesn't need to do both of those things. She needs to do one of those things. If she was getting sponsorships, then she wouldn't need a second job. If she got a second job, she wouldn't need the sponsorship money. But one of the things requires you to get a second job. The other one is just continue streaming and work on getting sponsorships and better connections. You know, like I don't understand like the logic here. It doesn't make sense. Like I agree with Choice. Like this is a no-brainer situation, and I think Blue is only disagreeing with it because if he concedes, then the whole conversation is over. Like, yeah, that is the better option. I think this is what happens with some people who just can't concede to certain stuff, and they gotta dig their feet in, and they'll die on that hill, man. Like get a second job for that 1 month out of 24 months that you didn't make the $200-$300 you need. And I think that's a bad hill to die on.
Honestly be working less hours overall, because right now she feels like she has to stream for 14 hours a day to degenerates on the internet, and she would feel like that is not necessarily the case anymore. Furthermore, the CPM is really calculated on Twitch typically because of your tags and because of the quality, or like what's going on in your content. Now my stream is rated as 18 plus, which means I know that my ad revenue takes a hit because of that. If I toggle that off, I make more money, but also I am at greater risk of a ban if I say something silly or stupid. Okay, so like it is what it is at the end of the day. But like another reason that someone's CPM might be low would be because people are viewbotting, and Twitch does not.
We're back to the viewbotting thing, and I think he'd been waiting for this. This came up like 2 hours ago, and he's bringing it up again because he really wants to nail it in, right? He wasn't happy about the answers before, and yeah, here we go.
For botted viewers, you
guys have your own opinion on this too.
Sense. Twitch does not pay people for botted viewers. Now, I'm not saying that Jinnaaii is
we've had this conversation before,
but also, again, you wonder why people think she's viewbotting. It's not necessarily because I say it; it's because they see shit like this, and they're like, okay, well, her engagement is super low, even when she's live, and she hasn't been AFK streaming at all. She's literally just grinding and like doing what every other streamer does. For her engagement is like a tenth of what everyone else is. Like.
Also, I just want to point out though, like I don't know if you were here at the near beginning, but I was going over the history of like there is people who look into this stuff on their own time and they discuss it with each other about who could be potentially viewbotting, and there's different signs. Chat activity is one of them, but it is not one of the majority red flag.
We struck this point. I'm back, by the way. We struck this point, so let's drive on from it.
You can't fault people for being like, hey, she's viewbotting. That's not on me. That's on her.
Did you want to skip through this then, or do you want me to just give it?
Is this more about just you can just play it for the posterity, because like I feel like people will like I don't need to stop and talk about it, but I do think that like because people might not have ever heard this, that it's good to know that this was discussed.
Lou, if you have ever watched me
this is a good example
PvPing, I will have 800 viewers or 700 viewers, and my chat will be dead for minutes at a time. Oh yeah, just today during War of the Roses, or just yesterday during a siege, just the day before during a node war. Like,
is it pause?
No. We can let it play. We can just talk over it because there's like a lot of
genuinely chats can be dead based on your engagement with that chat. He is not somebody that engages much with her chat.
Listen to this part because this they do go around in circles on this part for a while. It's saying the same shit.
Your chat then, if you want to get sponsorships, like if you're the one coaching her,
basically he says like choices like, look at my VOD today. I had node war. Chat was pretty dead.
Chat more.
BlueSquadron pulls up his VOD.
If that's
chat is pretty dead.
Talk to your chat. I want to be
sees a moment where people are all talking about something. He goes, "Look,
I think that when you
there's activity," and choices like, "Yeah, I remember that moment.
I would know.
I asked him a question. Everyone answered.
Yeah, I get it.
Because I noticed chat was dead. I asked him a question. I engage with my
while you're PvPing. You have way more engagement than Jinnaaii does, especially when you're PvPing. But yeah, no, you're not interacting with chat as much. I get it. But like at the end of the day, the quality of the content is higher, the engagement with chat is lower, but chat is still chatting at the end of the day. I mean, I don't know if you did PvP today, but like I also don't know. Sometimes the chat bugs out and we can't see it anywhere.
Go back in the Siege VOD. Yesterday I had more like probably 800, 900 people watching me Siege. I don't remember 10 people typing to me. Like it is very. Yeah, go ahead. Let's go watch the Siege VOD.
I'm looking for the. This is you do the box opening. Usually it's toward the end. I don't know. Did you do Balanos Siege? Which one did you?
Yeah, it was Balanos. It was like an hour.
Okay, let's take a look. Okay, well, honestly, I mean, look at the chat's moving.
Okay.
So you're saying the chat is moving, and you're seeing here people are using commands. I think that's just what Choice was saying.
Well, let's wait. Look at the timestamps here. So let's go back and your chat is kind of blocking some of the timestamps.
Okay, let's move this over. Okay.
So we had
4:30,
some people. We had
39.
Nightbot typing a couple times. People doing commands, right? Voltarion horse tier list. That's people not talking to me. They're just looking for commands. But then there's multiple minute gaps between people typing.
I'm gonna pause here real quick so you guys know. This was a topic about the chat activity a while back earlier, and he was pulling up some really famous streamer, Valkyrie, right? And it was showing like tons of viewers, low chat activity, and he moved it away, like after he realizes that. He's watching Choice's VOD right now to see a chat activity, and it is exactly how Choice is describing it, where it is relatively low chat activity for 900 viewers, and most of it is just one person, a Canadian dude talking, or people looking for commands like Voltarion, tier list, and so on.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
to bring it back to, you can hit play because again, they're talking in circles, but to bring it back to
In
what we were saying
reality, if a
earlier,
Canadian dude wasn't there,
it's
that
based
chat
on the
would have
type
looked
of
way more
content that
dead.
they
He
do.
was typing more than anybody.
If you're just PvPing,
Well,
people are
and you
just
can go
watching
back during
PvP,
any
or
time
they're
during the
grinding, and
siege.
they're not really
It's really
commenting
just a
on the
Canadian
PvP
dude
because they're doing
spamming.
other
If it
content
wasn't
while you
him,
do this
there's
content, so
multiple
they get the
minute
entertainment
gaps
on the
between
side.
people typing. And this is with 800,
If your
900 people.
primary content
Sometimes
is
your
engaging
chat
the
can
audience,
just
then
be
it's very
dead
different than it's
if
a
you
different
don't
form
engage
of
with your
content. So
chat.
it's just
Okay.
the
but
type of
here's
content
deal.
drives the
this
engagement.
right here, even though it is low, yes, it's still stronger than Jinnaaei's. This is still better.
All right, so right here he's saying, like, even if your chat is slow, you're still better than Jinnaaii. Like, he is not willing to concede. Like, he's basically seeing a slow chat. He's agreeing it's a slow chat, but he goes, but it's still better than Jinnaaei's chat. Like, he's not, like, Choice isn't arguing that his chat is the same as hers. I'm saying it's similar to hers.
If I go into her chat, it's cooked completely all the time, no matter what. It's still better.
Okay, but let's compare this to when I'm actually grinding and talking with my chat. We are seeing multiple messages every minute.
So here, everyone's saying better, 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 better. Blue notices this and goes, "Oh, this is my opportunity to call out Choice saying you're wrong." But I think he fucks up here, in my opinion. I think he was too quick with this, and he didn't process why they're saying the same word over and over again. You'll hear it right now.
The point I'm trying to make here is that the grass is green where you water it. And if you are talking with your chat and you are engaging with your chat, you're creating conversation with your chat, you're going to have people that are going to type more. When I'm PvPing, that's not happening. So your advice...
Right here, you're getting all
Is right here, you're getting tons of activity. You hear this
kinds
there.
of chatters here, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, I think you're getting a lot more. Look, like, fucking 6 different chatters just chatted right there.
Yeah, because I asked them a question. I said to them, do
He
you think the game would be
pause.
worse or better if...
He literally proves his point in real time. He says the grass is green where you water it. Engagement happens
And he
where
waters it.
Yeah, when you foster it. And Blue says, "Oh, look, 6 people just chatted." He's like, "Yes, because I asked the question,
Yep.
and they're answering the question." So he literally proved his point in real time.
He fucked up there. He did not process.
Yeah, dude. He caught
This was a
flat-footed.
fuck up, 100%.
That was a flat-footed catch,
He was
100%.
too quick going, oh, look, chat. And then he realized, fuck.
That was a striker getting caught by a sork.
Zerker was deleted from the game, and then they all responded. But before that, right, that was me being engaging with chat because I realized how dead it was. But look at before that.
Okay.
It had been 2-3 minutes since anybody had typed.
Okay.
Now he's saying, yeah, it's like 2-3 minutes of dead chat. And now Blue's going to retort saying, oh, what about 10 minutes? That's too much.
But
That is
10?
why I said that.
But 10? Because sometimes I
Moving the goalposts.
chat,
This
it's like
is
ghost
a
rag.
perfect example of that situation.
Like nobody, like
Anyway,
nobody talking.
The point I'm trying to make here, Blue, is that your approach to say that, hey, you're trying to tell me to Jinnaaii, you're trying to for me to say to her, listen, you've been successful in streaming for 2 years, you had 1 bad month, I think it's time to get a job. My approach is to say, hey, listen, you've been streaming for 2 years, you're not utilizing this revenue source, and these are things that you might do to improve your stream. Why don't we try this?
Well, let's be honest.
Your
for a moment.
approach is so all or nothing,
No.
and my approach is to say, hey, this is what you could do. Like,
This
I
is
don't know
not what I'm saying. Okay, first of all, it's not just 1 month. I'm not basing this assessment on 1 month. I bet she made the exact same amount of money, basically the previous year, pound for pound. Like, I bet if you go back
Based
through
off
her,
of what
her Twitch
information?
revenue, she's probably making the same thing. It's been like this
He
for
has not been making...
many months. She's been...
Iris BDO has not been. You read his history, has not been objective. I would say.
Yeah, I just don't know what that's based off of.
Making this, barely making it kind of income. And again, at a certain point, you have to be like, hey, yo, you could just stream less, still take sponsorships, and have a job and be making like way more money. And then you can use all
He's
that extra
pushing
money
his
to,
job
if you want
angle.
to make your
Like,
content
it's-
better. That's fine too.
Yeah,
but like
I do
again,
wonder in the final
the solution to say,
take
hey,
what the
I
chat's
think
going
it's
to think, like who really kind of had the leg to stand on this argument. But I want to hear them complete their thoughts first.
okay for you to like AFK drop stream the top of the category because your words, not mine in this case, were like, well, it was this or lose a content creator in the category. And I'm like, well, you don't have to lose the content creator in the category. She just has to go get a job and stream less. That's my solution to the problem. The solution is not fuck everyone else in the category. I'm going to get mine. The solution is, okay, I need to go get a job and handle my shit and then come back and stream where I can.
But again,
Like
this
you
quote was
just
already
don't
defeated.
you don't get to say fuck everybody else because I have to make rent for the month. Also, if she knew that January,
they
all
might
the
have
content
fun.
creators know that January, February is typically
We've been doing it for a minute.
Zero, take over for a little bit.
I got you, bro. Go ahead. Play.
really low ad revenue months. Why
Be back
would
in like
she
2
save
minutes.
money in October, November, December, where ad revenue is like fucking 10x what it is in January, February? Like, why didn't she plan ahead?
I'm really glad that you're saying all this stuff. I'm glad that you agree that ad revenue is lower in those months.
Of course.
And second of all, I can't get into the exact reasons why she is in a financial issue, but it has something to do with her mom. And basically,
Okay, well, you don't have to say anymore. It's a problem
Yeah,
with
I'm
her
not gonna
family.
go-
Yeah, I
Suddenly,
mean-
she lost a
Yeah.
lot of money. Right? Okay, that's all you need to say. Don't say
Like, so
anything else.
it's a rare
so-
situation,
It's a
right?
problem
He's
with her family,
responding
so
to a
she lost lot of
specific
money. And I'm telling you,
situation.
in an
Like it's a
emergency
rare
situation like
circumstance.
that,
So
I would go get a job.
You're
I would
like
immediately
that
go
is
get a
an
job and
insane
start
take.
taking.
You
You're
don't
right, I
have
would take
like
sponsors
I'll get
too.
a job
I would take a shitload
for
of
the
sponsors
1
and I would
month.
immediately go get a job.
No, man.
because
Start
my
donation
family
goal, do a
was put
sponsorship.
at risk. And,
Simple as that. I literally went
know
through the
that my
same thing with
stream
my
revenue has
cats.
been kind of like this for many
I had an
months, and if
emergency.
I can't
I did a
support this,
sponsorship.
like, then,
I
okay,
paid
then I need to
people
cut
out for
stream
that
hours, take more
sponsorship. I
sponsors,
gave
and
people
go get a job
participated
in order to
rewards.
support them. The
I
solution is not
thanked
to
my
immediately
community in the
say,
way that I
I'm gonna
thanked
stream
them.
more
I didn't go
and
get
fuck
a second
every
job.
single
I already
other
work
content
enough.
creator in the category in order to barely make it and potentially still not make what I need for my family.
yeah. So I really would like
You're
to
talking about a
reiterate
month
here
out for
that
a meager
I think we've
paycheck.
already well established
addition.
that AFK dropping is not something that we
course.
both
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, we get
We've
that,
already
yeah.
established that.
Uh-huh.
I think we've already established that she is no
I
longer
feel like it's
going
really
to be.
tiresome
that
for
we've
Choice to have to run
established
over
that
the
I've
same
successfully
argument
managed to
over
create
again,
a revenue
over
stream
and
for her
over
through
again.
Sponsorships, like
And
she's
every
done a lot
time
of
they
it
reach
herself,
the same,
right? That's
like
not
I
to
feel
say
like
that
it's just
I'm not doing any like
in this
everything.
case, Blues
Obviously, it's
farming
her
the easy
too.
The job
wins
doesn't
on
have
the
to be
arguments they
long-term.
both
She could've
agree
just
on.
taken a job for like a month
It just
or whatever.
makes
Just
it look
wait
like
tables or do
Choice is
DoorDash or
conceding
something.
when he's not
You know what I
really.
mean? Just
Okay.
something to
Yeah,
bump
yeah.
the revenue. You know, like
Do you know how hard it is to I feel like what you're saying is incredibly insensitive to all the people.
Tails, it's
that
more like
have
he just
tried
wants her
ever
to get a job because he wants her out of the
Like
category.
you can't just fucking pick up a job and be like, yeah, I'm
He
gonna
just does
start.
not
I'm
like
just
her,
gonna
and he's
start
targeting
tomorrow.
her. And
Like,
this
unless
is where
you're
his
just
targeting of her starts to be really
Uber
obvious.
Eatsing it or something. Like you can't just pick it up right away. Right, to say that, like, yes, there are jobs that you can just take. And
it's also
that will
really
potentially
offensive
get you by, but there's
to, like,
an
tell
onboarding process, there's an
somebody's
interview process. He is facing a
boyfriend
real
that his
problem
girlfriend needs to
right
get a
now
job
that
over and over again to that person's face. It's an
Yeah.
insult. He's slapping her in the face.
It's like, tell your girlfriend I do how I want her to do this.
Like he's
And
like
it's
he's like, yeah, I want her to get a job, so tell her to go
well,
get a
there's
job.
better solution. Like Choice is offering a more like a logical solution to a problem.
I'm telling you right now, Choice is handling this way better than I would. I'd be like, bro, what the fuck business is it to you what my spouse does, man? For real. It's not your fucking business. What her finances are, it's none of your fucking business. Mind your own. You don't man. I don't pay you to do my fucking taxes. Don't worry. Like that'd be me. But that's hard. I don't know if I'd ever let him talk.
His take is, I want her to get a job.
Yeah.
And it's no
Wouldn't
matter
be a
any
friendly
solution
conversation.
Choice is giving, he could say, like, it could be a billion different solutions, and he still would say no. Like, okay, just stop
Yeah.
trying to get a job.
Like I said, I like Blue, and that's why this is that's hard for me to fucking say. That was not a good take, bro. Not a good take. It's a very bad take.
hey, I need a little extra money to get me by this month. you can't solve that in 3 days.
I bet
which is
Jinnaaii-
what she
oh,
was
yes, she
able
could.
to.
Lerman here is now it's saying, yep, she can get a job anytime she wants because she's a hottie.
That doesn't change the fact that even getting a job, let's pretend. Let's play a game of pretend, right?
Point.
No, let's play a game pretend. Let's say there is no interview process, there is no application process, and the moment you walk into a place, they're just going to hire you on the spot. You're still not getting paid for at least a week or two, maybe a month.
Yep.
And if it's a reputable place, you got to back that up by applying. You got to apply to all those places, and you're working for free until you get a job to apply for those places.
The job doesn't even matter. It's the fact that like she has to, like, there's a better solution that logically makes sense, and she doesn't have to work a second job and take hours from her stream, which is her career versus a job,
which is where she makes
right?
most
Something
of her
she's
money.
passionate about. Like,
so, and Tito, the other thing is, like you say,
it.
it's incredible that Choice didn't leave mid-conversation, but him not leaving mid-conversation is the objective W. It's why this is an objective W. He basically was, if Choice left mid-conversation, the narrative would have solely been in Blue's hand, and he could say whatever he wants. But Choice staying in the conversation and using logic and reason to combat an emotional stance is, in my opinion, making Blue look bad. But it's also defending himself adequately. But let's go ahead and
I would be very annoyed about the points being repeated over and over again. It would drive me nuts.
Choice is tanking. He literally is tanking.
Jinnaaii walked into a restaurant and said, "Hey, I want to be a waitress for you." She would get a job on the spot. Do you know why?
With no
For
experience.
the same reason, she's extremely popular. Okay, like she 100% could just go out and get a job immediately. It's what separates homelessness from people.
To me, this is crazy because I can tell you right now, I have never once tuned in a Jinnaaii stream because she's a girl or she's attractive or any of that shit. In fact, the first
because you have a wife.
The first ever. No, I mean, regardless, I'm telling you right now, man. You're a big booba fucking VTuber. I'm a VTuber. I don't watch you. I don't give a fuck. It's not my cup of tea. The first clip I ever watched of Jinnaaii stream was her streaming with a mirror behind her, and her ass was in view. And I spent several months avoiding her channel because of that. Not because I'm married or any of that shit. I fucking watch porn. I don't give a fuck, bro. That's not the point. All right. The point is that type of content is not reflective of what I want to see in my games. It's not like my fucking it's not my go-to content. You know what I mean? If I want to go see that shit, I'll go to Pornhub. I won't edge on fucking Twitch. That's weird. But my point is, like, that kind of content pushes me away. It doesn't draw me towards you. I don't know. Maybe I'm unique in that way. All right, hit play.
People like different things. Yeah.
People who make it. I know I was homeless before. Okay.
So this is what I'm hearing. So he's saying he's been homeless, and basically this is you hear a little bit more too. He's basically saying hot people don't struggle as much as not hot people. And Jinnaaii, if she was in his shoes when he was homeless, would have been much better off than he would be. So I think this is a little hint of jealousy, and I think this comes out a little like you'll see why he doesn't like Jinnaaii. And I think it's because he views her as hot, and there's a little bit of resentment towards that fact, right? Saying like, dude, just go get a job. Like I hate attractive people so much. You guys are spoiled with like a silver spoon. That kind of.
Is that why I hate myself so much? God damn it, dude. Is that why I'm so self-loathing? Jesus.
I know what it takes to go work at Walmart, to work in fast food, to bust tables, to fucking work 3 jobs and barely make ends meet. Okay, I get it. And yes, it is as easy as just, I'm going to snap my fingers and I just need to concede and say, I will work at Walmart like a complete fucking loser. But you know what? I will make rent this month because Walmart always hires everybody. It don't fucking matter. And I'll be honest with you again, Jinnaaii, she, like, let's be honest, attractive people in life, they have an objective buff for everything that they do in life.
Bro, I feel like this is, am I listening to Asmongold right now, bro? This is such an Asmon take, bro. Why do I feel like I'm listening to, like, I like Asmongold's content, but it is some incel shit, and this is an incel take, bro. I don't understand this.
So, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but is using the word incel like a bad thing? Because I've been using it. I just thought it was a word people would describe like a certain type of people. I didn't know some people say it's derogatory, some shit like that, but Like I
It's,
feel like that's
it is
an
because of the
accurate-
way that involuntary is like celibate or whatever.
Involuntary celibate. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're not.
So the reason that it's looked at
you're not having
negative,
sex by choice.
the reason that it's looked at as negative isn't just like it's like the involuntary virgin. It's also because they get radicalized into red pill ideology, and it's like
Okay.
whatever, that's all well and good, but this is still hard oddball behavior. This is like
This
most
take
men
was
who've
rough to
ever
listen to.
look. I'm about to say some shit that's going to be crazy, but it's not because I dislike Blue. It's because it's how I honestly feel about it. This has nothing to do with actually Blue. This kind of take is fucking the type of take that somebody who's never smelled a pussy before fucking.
Ooh.
Bro, man, that's my thought process on it. Like, I'm not saying that that's the case with him. I think he has actually pretty good dating history, but I'm just saying like that's how it fucking comes off to me, bro.
But let's be real. There is statistics. There is studies. Attractive people do have a buff in the world, and non-attractive people. But I think that the way he's coming off with it is wrong.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I've seen some
Objective studies
fucking
for it
ugly
to be true,
streamers
like-
plenty of times, and I think
Yeah.
some male streamers in the fucking on Twitch do far better than a lot of female streamers that are just trying to get by on
He
fucking looks
sounds
alone.
salty about it. That is accurate. So yeah,
Yeah,
like
This-
I've
it's just-
seen
it's-
the studies. It's true. If you're attractive, you're more trustworthy than an ugly person.
Yes,
Right?
but
There's a bias to it. Sure.
on the scale of success, agreeableness rates higher than attractiveness. That's a
Yeah.
fact. I'm
Okay,
not,
that's what it is.
look, chat, fucking look. I know y'all are thinking the same shit. I'm not saying some shit that I know that y'all are thinking it, man. I'm thinking it too, bro. It's just what it comes off as, man. It just comes off as like fucking. I hate it. I hate that that's the case. I'm not happy about it, but that is what it is, man. It comes off as fucking, as somebody who fucking still sleeps with their dolly in their fucking armpit, bro. They still have their little floppy bunny that they hang out with, their little stuffed animal, while they sleep instead of a loved one. That's all I'm saying. Anyway,
Are you talking about pillow waifus?
no, but I could be. I mean, I
Okay.
guess. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with pillow waifus. In fact, true story.
Yeah, I don't judge it. If you got
Guys,
it, you got it. I don't judge it.
look, lore unlocked, true story. If you ever go to if you're in the military and you ever are forced to stay in the barracks, there's a lot of requirements, right? You have an SOP that you have to follow. I will tell you right now, and this is for all my military sluts in this fucking channel. Ain't no SOP saying you can't have a waifu pillow. And if they do barracks inspections, they're going to come in there and look at that shit. And they have to be uncomfortable. So make it fucking weird. That's all I'm going to say. All right, move on.
That's fine.
Walmart always hires everybody. It don't fucking matter. I'll be honest with you. Again, Jinnaaii, she, let's be honest, attractive people in life, they have an objective buff for everything that they do in life. If an attractive person walks in and says, I want a job, you have a much higher chance of getting a job than an ugly person. Just like you have a better chance of getting a job, literally anything, than everybody else. So like, I do think that she could go out and get a job right away, mainly because I've done it. 100%. I've been there and I've done that. Like, and if it really was that much of an emergency, again, she wouldn't just try to handle it on her stream. She would have to find a way to go make some money. And like at the end of the day, that's what you do what you got to do, but you don't fuck over everybody else to get where you are.
So
Like,
like
it's just
again,
not-
to just
it-
kind of
it's
bring it
not a
back
good
to
look.
the home.
And
I do agree. I think everyone agrees with Blue on this one, but again, we're just recycling the same defeated argument. The argument's
Yeah.
already defeated, and it's like it's like the
The
goddamn
job thing,
nemesis.
it's been-
It
it's like
it
20
just keeps
minutes
coming
in.
back.
There's a certain way, like basically he wants her to do a certain thing because that's what he would do. And Choice is offering a better solution and he won't take that option. And he doesn't
Yeah, but
give
I'm
it
saying
up
like it's
because
just
an argument he's gonna
the
lose.
argument is already defeated. So
same
why does
thing.
it keep
Yeah.
fucking resurrecting?
I haven't made a new point, and we're on point 11, and I haven't made a new point like
I
30
know,
minutes
man.
to
Like
an hour
I'm
now.
just waiting for it,
Like,
like
it's the
just to
same
cycle
point.
away. He's running down the same defeated argument. It's already over. It's already done. She's already changed her fucking ways. It's already done. Character growth has been established. So why
Also,
are we
I
still
want to
going
point out
through it?
if his argument is she's a hot girl, she can get a job. Like by that logic, why wouldn't he just suggest like, oh, be more like sexy on stream or something? I feel like that would be the same logic that he would do. Like, use your attractiveness to get a job, then why wouldn't he just say use your attractiveness to get more viewers or more chatters or more donors or more subscribers? I feel like that's the same vein as saying use your prettiness to get an advantage in real life and getting a job. You know, like why not do that in your career?
I mean, I get it.
Then?
I mean, but like this is like low key saying like, hey, why don't you just go get an OnlyFans if you need money right away? Again, the job just takes time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
I know.
Ultimately,
it's not a
this
good look.
conversation should be focused on you, mainly because I'm talking to you. And if she wants to come into the call, she's more than happy to. I'll try to 1v2 the best that I can. But like if she wants to defend herself, she can. But like at the end of the day, I think that she does damage to your reputation. You think that I'm the one doing the damage to your reputation. I think that she is the one that does the majority of damage to your reputation. And personally, I think that if someone was careless enough to literally stream at the top of the category over the top
at this point, the way he phrased that right there, just right there, that's actually fair. And I wish he phrased that the entire time because that's now he's talking about opinion, not fact. But let's hit play. I want to hear what happens next.
my time slot, and I was dating them, and I said, hey,
if I was dating, if I was this, if I was in this relationship, it's yeah.
I don't think you should do that. And then she kept streaming. I would be a little upset. I think that, again, that shows how little someone cares about somebody else. And I think that it should be.
If I ever catch you fucking streaming on my time slot again, we're gonna have fisticuffs, my man. We're going at it, bro. You bet.
I've never streamed this long in my entire life.
Don't you ever step foot on my time slot. I will.
This is like 14 hours because I started streaming at like in the afternoon. I've never done this long. I'm in Zeroden.
All I'm saying is you better decide. You better decide that Zeroden's live. Oh shit! I better go offline. I don't want to be in his fucking time slot. You've been warned. You've been warned. All right, let's go.
It's like you hear the ramp up. I mean, from my perspective, right? It seems.
Thank me for my patience.
There's a little bit of jealousy going on, or a little bit of spite towards Jinnaaii.
It's a lot. This is all emotion, man. This is not logic. This is all emotion.
My opinion on it. I don't want to cast I don't want to be in BlueSquadron's head, but I do think that at some point he might have liked her at some point, and then there's like a spite thing now.
Yeah,
and that's accusations. I'm sorry. That's my speculation on it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I do think there is some level of that being true.
All I'm saying, bro, it's on site. You step on my time slot, meet me outside.
I don't want to be doing that guy that's spreading that shit around, but I'm just saying, from my perspective, it looks like that.
No,
I think
I understand why you came to that conclusion. I do.
He's telling to you as well.
Because he's doing a lot of if she was my girl.
I know he's role playing it, but my point is he's putting himself
saying that she hit it on him at some point, some type of ball, and then he rejected her. And again, I don't know how credible this story is, but she hit on him, he rejected her, and now she's dating Choice. Yeah. And maybe there's some type of jealousy there.
No, I don't think. I think that's a real stretch. I think what's actually happening though is that this is Blue kind of revealing his unchecked emotions a little bit. He does not like that Jinnaaii has something that is coming to her easily, and it pisses him off. At brass tacks, I do believe that he has an emotional response to Jinnaaii because he feels that what she's doing is too easy for the results that she's getting. I think that's what it comes down to. And I think that really bothers him on a deep level, and he's not articulating it well. And I don't know why I don't think he understands why it bothers him, because at the end of the day, it's like, why do I care really? But also the arguments that he's made around there's other people that are affected by it, blah, 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 blah. I agree with some of those arguments, but I don't think that's the core issue. I think the core issue is a foundational problem with him not liking the fact that she's getting something easily.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on. Hi, Toesies.
Straight up.
Okay. I'll respond to that. So I'll respond to that by saying, once again, we've established AFK dropping is wrong. We've established that the problem has been resolved due to the approach that I've taken to help her with her career. And I think that in regards to the most recent new thing that you brought up, is that's very insensitive towards me. First of all, streaming over top of me is definitely something that is bad, and something that is going to affect me, and something that is going to hurt me. but it was a problem that she had for 3 days. And
She AFK drop streamed for like 7.
well, it was actually only 3. It was 3. It was Thursday, Friday, and then she ended on like Sunday morning.
So 3 days.
I'd have to look at
Ultimately,
the
we're
VOD,
arguing
but go
over
ahead.
something that happened for 3 days.
So he wants to
That's
look at the
what's
VOD
happening.
for that. Like the amount of time doesn't really matter if it's 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days. I don't think it matters for the.
It doesn't matter. It happened months
So he's
ago.
gotta check the VOD.
We're fucking
I don't
over
think he checked
it.
the VOD. I don't think if he did check the VOD, it would have.
It doesn't matter. It's over.
I don't think
They've
that
already
matters.
agreed they won't do it. Like we're just fucking going in circles.
Yeah. So how insensitive of it would it be to me to say, you know what? Maybe you can just I don't know. What do you want me to say to her? What do you say to somebody that's like, hey,
You're hurting me.
I say, hey, you're hurting me. So you know what? Maybe you're just late on your rent payment or something. Like you're just trying to tell me to neglect what she needed in those few days. Like how insensitive of me. I tried to offer her a solution to say, hey,
to tell her, hey,
That's
honey,
not
you're
strength. That's fucking weakness.
It's
Not
not
being
strength,
there for
yeah.
your significant other isn't a strength. It's a weakness. That's fucking
There's-
sensitivity, bro. That's entitlement.
His view on a relationship is definitely something that I'm curious about to see. Like,
Having a backbone would be like, hey, hon, I got
what is
you.
his ideal girlfriend and dynamic? Because I feel like that's not. I think if he went through that, I think it would be very more eye opening. All right, because
Yeah,
what Troy's doing with
I
Jinnaaii,
guess.
what most
I-
healthy relationships are doing, he doesn't agree with.
I'm gonna speak from my own experience right here, right? I've been working active duty. I've been active duty for over a decade, more than a decade, guys. I've been doing military shit for a long fucking time. Right? Chris, at some point during my career, was working a job, and there's sometimes when she wasn't working a job. All right. Now, because of recent diagnosis with her health, she's basically fucking disabled. So do I just tell her, hey, you can't stream anymore because you're fucking disabled? Go get a job, go get disability, whatever. Or do I continue to support her because that's what a man fucking does when his family needs him? Anyway, sorry, I digress. Continue on. You suck it up and you be there for the people that need you.
Yeah.
hurting me. Like, is this some BDSM relation? Like, do you?
So that's another weird take of things. Like, this BDSM, you guys can't. You just gotta hurt each other. And
Do you not tell her
I
that
don't know.
she's hurting you, or do you not feel like you can be honest with your?
And then that was let's hear that again real quick.
That was a shot,
solution to
dude.
say-
That was a shot. Pause. That was a
shot.
shot. He called him a cuck. He basically called him
Like,
a
can
cuck.
you not be
That was a
honest with
shot.
her? Can you not tell her the truth?
Yeah,
Are you
that was a
scared of
shot,
her?
dude. He took a shot at him. Again, this was so he took a shot at Blue, or Blue took a shot at Choice. Choice shot back at some point. This was another shot from Blue. Let's go on.
hey,
To tell her, hey, honey, you're hurting me. Like, is this some BDSM relation? Like, can you not tell her that she's hurting you, or do you not feel like you can be honest with your girlfriend? Like, just be honest with her. Like, hey, you're hurting me. What the hell?
I can be. Listen, there was a conversation like that. There was a conversation where she said, hey, is it going to hurt you that I am going to be AFK drop streaming when you're streaming? And I said, yeah, it's probably going to affect my viewership. And the conversation.
And she.
So this is a big no for me here. So this is an ick. So he said that where she asked him, hey, is my AFK dropping going to affect you? Trey says, yeah, it's going to hurt a little bit. And then Blues goes, well, she did it anyways. Like, she's hurting you on purpose
also,
now.
let me point something out here. Also, Joyce wanted to pay for her fucking shit up front. So the chances that he would have given 100% of his revenue from a stream to her is high. Now, where the moral ambiguity comes in is that it affects everybody, which it does, because it does create basically a vacuum for people to rate into. And now that the viewers that are kind of like inflating your numbers are no longer doing that. But at the same time, 3 days, man, is not the end of the world, bro. It's really not that big a deal. And they agreed not to do it again. So
It's
what's
been
the
months
problem?
ago.
Yeah, this is all again a defeated point, but let's continue on.
He just thought that was okay.
Oh, okay, you gotta hear that again. So
Going to hurt you that I am going to be AFK drop streaming when you're streaming. And I said, yeah, it's probably going to affect my viewership. And the conversation.
And she just thought that was okay.
She did not think that.
She does. Like, come on.
Choice
you guys
thought
can't
that
tell me
was
he
okay. He was okay
does
to give it
not
to her.
like her. He is not happy with her. He is not happy with their relationship. Like, everything is a slight towards her, and she's doing something evil. She's manipulating him. She doesn't care about his feelings. Like, it's the whole. He's very focused on like their relationship being unhealthy, and he's got the solution to it.
It was okay.
She
But
did it
when
anyway.
you're
Did you want to say something, Zeroden, before we start?
No, I didn't. I'm
Okay.
ready to keep driving.
when you're faced with a short-term problem where it's like, hey, I need this little bit. I've been successful at this thing for 2 years, and I need this little bit to help me in the lowest CPM month, which you just agreed is a real thing, the lowest ad revenue month. And you need to do this one thing on this one day or these 3 days. What am I going to say? I'm just going to say, yeah, no, sorry. You know what? My viewership is more important than your needs. Is that what you want me to tell her? Like, what do you want me to do in that situation?
Well, that's certainly what she's telling you. Why do you think it's inappropriate for you to say that to her, but it's okay for her to do that to you?
I am not faced with not being.
So he's basically saying, why is it okay for her to step on your shoes and you not on her? And Troy's answer is, well, I'm not the one struggling to pay for this month's financial goals. So I'm okay with taking a little hit to give her a little bump. Right? That's basically what he's saying. And again, he offered to pay for the difference. So him taking hit in viewership is
Choice is making all the objectively right moves.
I'll give you some money anyways.
If this was an RPG, Choice is making all the good options. She's selecting all the good RPG choices.
Yeah.
He's just picking all the hero choices, bro.
Able to pay my bills. So what am I going to tell her? No, my 100, 200 extra viewers on that day is way more important than your needs. Is that what you want me to tell her? Because those 200 viewers wouldn't have affected me in the way that it would have affected her. Well, it's not equitable in that way.
I mean, that's not necessarily true. You don't know. And
then dude, it's just he doesn't want to concede to it. So he goes, oh, you don't know that's true, man. Like, you don't know that's not, you don't know it's accurate. It might hurt you more than you think.
At the end of the day, yeah, we're all in different financial situations. We all need different money to live. But again, this isn't necessarily about like, oh, well, I'm in a better spot, so it's okay for her to hurt me.
You know what, chat? You guys are right, man. Maybe he is a warrior. Because he's grave digging.
It's like, again, we're not like looking at this to try to fix it necessarily long term. Like she took a few extra sponsors that month too. The sponsor idea is a good idea, but again, you agree. I know that you understand this. She could have gotten those sponsors whether she was streaming less hours or not. Doesn't matter.
He's pushing the get a job angle again.
She could stream less hours, have a job on the side that isn't, again, waiting tables is perfect because you only have to work like 3 or 4 hours a day. You make a few $100 and then you go home. You're done. You just work through dinner rush. I know, I've done it. And then you come home and you're done, right? And then you can stream the rest of the time. You're good. It wouldn't even cut into your stream schedule that much. And she would make way, way more money. Okay. And that's just one example. But again, she could do almost anything. Almost anything.
No, I totally get you. I guess that your approach to the situation is to magically get a job within 3 days and start making money and stream less. My approach was to help her further her streaming career. Yeah. We have two different approaches, and maybe we agree to disagree on this one. But I think that the main point here is that we have agreed that AFK dropping is not something that is good.
This has been resolved like an hour ago.
It's not going to happen in the future. And so I'm not entirely sure what we're arguing about other than you are questioning why do I have a negative opinion about you, and the reason why this whole entire conversation came up is you said something like, I don't think that Choice likes me, or you said that I don't think that Choice likes me.
No, someone in your chat said that.
Someone, and this here is just deflecting again,
and
someone in my
I've
chat
already
came in and
banned
said,
that little fucker from my chat for going into your chat to start beef. And to be clear,
so he banned some guy for trying to start beef. And now we have a massive 3-hour conversation that has beef with 1,400 people. You can't have it both ways. You can't say you don't want drama.
You know you're not wrong,
then
bro.
have the biggest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When this was happening last night, I'm a fucking nobody compared to you guys. You guys are big content creators and shit, right? My DM is getting blown up. I'm getting tagged by a bunch of people. Are you watching? Are you guys seeing this? Like everyone's fucking like. It was more.
Yeah, my DMs were lighting up too, man. I was just like, I didn't even know what was happening. I just like, drama? I wandered into that shit face first, then all of a sudden my DMs would be blowing up. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, like it's like You
Like,
can't
what
say you
the
don't want the
what kind
drama
of
when you were
fucking mess
making,
did I
like,
walk into? man?
Everybody was talking about this.
Yeah.
Everybody was talking about this.
Too high profile. Honestly, I don't know why
Anyway,
he took the video down. He should have kept the video up. It would have been better for him. But I digress. Let's go on.
Yeah.
got started.
You were mad with me, though.
regardless
In
of what
fairness, he
happened.
wasn't even wrong. To be clear, you were.
Yeah. Would I not be mad at you when you are making associations about me being complacent in something that I'm actively fixing behind the scenes? When you already know that I'm somebody that actively fixes things behind the scenes, and you're trying to say that I'm complacent in doing nothing to stop what was going on, and you're trying to drag me to say that.
He's saying, yeah, you knew.
He did. He spelled all this out. Dude,
knew.
Choice was paying full attention to everything that Blue was saying, and he just freaking. This is a haymaker right here, bro. This was a haymaker.
Yeah. And then he goes, you knew I was doing something, but you didn't tell anyone else. You knew it was behind the scenes, and then you dragged me into this 3-hour chat. And you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, man. This was a actual finishing blow from Choice. This was a grave digging actual. All right, let's go.
Hey, you're doing nothing behind the scenes, and you're trying to say that I'm complacent in doing nothing to stop what was going on. And you're trying to drag me to say that, hey, you're doing nothing, when in reality, I was doing things in the way that I do things, which is not to go on the internet and make videos and shout about it and make associations and make claims that are not true.
Pow, pow, pow.
That is why I have a problem.
I think that your stance as a boyfriend should have been to handle the situation based
as your stance.
God, why are you giving him
It's the relationship again.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. What are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Hey, y'all, thanks for the subs and the primes, man. I love y'all guys. I'll thank y'all properly in a bit, but let's get through this. We got to chew through this.
Yeah.
So much to go through.
immediately and been like, yo, this is not good for the longevity of your stream. You should, I guarantee you had to have told her that, hey, if you do this, you might make more money this month, but in the future months, you're going to get even less support than you had before. Because people are going to hate you way. The amount of hate that Jinnaaii gets in the community is going to skyrocket. So long term,
I think you made Jinnaaii more popular. I think you made Jinnaaii more popular with this argument. All right, let's. I'm raiding her after this.
Okay, you had to have known that was what she was doing, and then again. She's right next to you all the time, so she is more than willing to just throw you under the bus with her the whole fucking time that it is going on. And again, people are going to look at this, and because you handled things behind the scenes, and I guarantee she knew this too, because she's a smart girl. She knew that you wouldn't.
Oh, okay. So it gets here. She's smart, and when people say she's a smart girl in this context, they're not saying smart. They're saying manipulative. They're being, sly. That's what he's referring to.
He's referring to her like the raptors from
sneaky.
fucking Jurassic Park. She's a clever girl, bro.
Yeah. These are not like the smart term is not a compliment. It is a diss.
Anything about it, that you would just handle it behind the scenes and stuff, that she could basically use your name to kind of push off some of that hate, because if Choice is quote okay with it with quotation points, other people would be a little bit more okay with it too. And she also probably knew 100% knew that it would hurt your reputation, but it would it would help her a little bit more to throw you under the goddamn bus. Okay, like you blame me because I associated you with this whole drama. Dude, you're in the drama. You're part of it. When you're dating someone, if I was dating somebody like this,
if I was dating someone like that,
I would be implicated in something like this.
And I would be like, talk about me like this. What would you guys do if you were dating me? That's what I want to know. What my chat? No, I don't want to know that, actually. Drive on. I try to change my mind. I immediately regret what I said.
Stop this. We have to find a solution. And again, you can't do stuff like this because it damages my career, it damages your career, etc. Go ahead.
First of all, there's no way that you would ever get a date.
So, hold on. Let this play out. No. You gotta let this part play out, because go back like 3 seconds, and I just want you to watch Blue here. I just want you to watch. Can I zoom in on this fucking screen? I can't. Can you just zoom in on him real quick? Can you just zoom in on this camera? I don't know if you can do that on that shit, but try. Fucking Christ! Try hit one of those buttons, man. Hit one of those frame buttons. I don't know. I thought his eyes. I suddenly see all the whites in his eyes. I just want to just go back. Just go back to it.
This, we have to find a solution. Like, and again, like you can't do stuff like this because it damages my
First of
career,
all-
it damages your career, etc. Go ahead.
First of all, there's no way that you would ever get a date.
Oh, that blank into a look. You know what I'm saying? Like, body language wise, that was like.
I mean, dude,
what?
he is staring a fucking.
What?
He is boring a hole through the fucking screen with his eyes right now, dude. Oh, okay, yeah.
When
So
I
my
heard
chat
that, it was
chat
like
knows.
a ooh moment for me. I think I messaged Zeroden when this happened. I know Fred Peterson was like, "Oh shit," or something like that. It was.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
It
I
was
was
a blow.
so
It was a
entertained.
blow.
But you, like, here's the thing. Look, I'm gonna let this part play out. Let this part play out, right? Remember, Blues taking 2 shots, Choice took 1. Let this part play out, and I'm gonna tell you what should have happened here. Let's go back. Go ahead. Hit play. Hit play.
This, we have to find a solution. Like, and again, like you can't do stuff like this because it damages my
First of
career,
all-
it damages your career, etc. Go ahead.
First of all, there's no way that you would ever get a date. Second of all, you can't associate me in.
That was a
you can't
crazy.
Go chat. Okay, give me 1 second, guys.
Okay. Let
Okay,
it
we're back to normal.
let this part play through because I have some stuff I want to say, but we need to observe, guys, closely observe the body language and the dialogue.
Go ahead.
First of all, there's no way that you would ever get a date. Second of all, you can't associate me in.
That was a
you can't
crazy. I hope that was a fucking joke. I went on a date last week. Okay. I really hope that was a joke.
Oh
Sincerely.
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was just a huge joke. Yeah, just that wasn't one for the chat.
Well, now you're
you know?
being sarcastic.
Pause.
Ooh.
Pause here. Okay, so first, all he had to do was laugh it off. That was it.
Yeah.
It would have been a funny comment, and it would have just been him laughing it off, and it would have been done. Look, guys, when somebody makes a comment like this to you, you have 2 options, right? You could be offended, or you could laugh it
Yeah.
off, right?
Like,
And
so
if
was
it's-
saying I was 500 pounds. And
If
now I'm
it's
saying, no, I'm
like
400.
so somebody says I'm a
100 pounds.
400-pound, 500-pound VTuber, and I'm 80 years old, I'm like, yeah, bro. Like, that's not all, man. I'm fucking geriatric. I'll fucking throw extra shit in there. Laugh it off, right? Because that shit's meaningless. You already took shots at the man, right? He took shots back, right? You can take it in jest and in stride, or you can elect to be offended by it. But I can promise you, electing to be offended by it only reveals your insecurity. That's all that happens. You do that
I
shit.
think he lost control of his emotions at this point. It hurt
100%.
him too bad to control it.
He was genuinely offended, and that's why he brought up the date comment. This, like, you know, I think he wasn't he got surprised. Like, I'm gonna be honest. On Blue side, Blue got offended because he got surprised. This was a unexpected comment, and he felt he just got sucker punched from somebody he wasn't expecting to sucker punch him in the way that he did, right? But fucking, what's it called? Choice, in my opinion, that sounded like a joke. Like the way he says, never way you ever get a date. Like, why would you even
Yeah,
take
but-
that seriously?
A joke is a joke, but even if there's some truth to it, or even if there is some truth to it, how he believes, it doesn't really matter because it's about how you react to it, you know?
Yes. But at that
And-
point, like, you got offended, and like that is like, again, how you respond is a choice, right? You can choose to be offended by the
pun
comment.
in there. It's a choice.
Yeah. Yeah. You can choose to be offended by the comment, or you can laugh it off. And Blue, for all the content that he does, like, I'm genuinely surprised he didn't laugh it off, because this was a nothing burger, and it became a something based off of the way he reacted exclusively. And to me, that's kind of a surprise. It's a little out of character for Blue to, 1, be offended by a comment like that, and 2, to carry that offense into the next interaction and follow it up with more offense. It was a surprise.
In the realm of insults, and like insulting someone's, like, you know, dateability or attractiveness or whatever, saying you wouldn't get a date is on like the Canadian side scale of like insults, right? You could say like, oh, you probably never smell pussy, which is something you said before, or like, Or
Yeah,
you'll never,
I'd be way
come
more
10,000
fucking
feet
crass.
from a
Me
pussy.
personally, I'd be
Like,
super
it would be
crass.
much. There's a lot worse things you can say to insult someone's ability to get a date or get laid, right? And I say you wouldn't get a date is like on the Canadian side, like that's a maybe in Canada that's like a super bad one, but like in most places it's a jab, a tiny little poke. And
It is.
I think
It's a
blown
tiny
way out of
poke,
proportion.
but it hit him in an insecurity. And this to me, I'm reading the body language. I'm reading his engaging his response. One, he didn't expect it. Two, it was a vulnerable attack for him. And instead of deflecting it with humor, like Blue is very capable of doing, he elected to take the damage. He thought it was a glancing blow, but he took a crushing blow instead.
Yeah, when a Canadian calls you out, it hurts. And yeah, that's true. If a Canadian bumps into you, they apologize. So if they would say excuse you, then they're basically giving you the bird. That's a joke. All right, let's continue. But that was yeah. So what happened there was he said you wouldn't get a date, and then Blue goes, "Oh, I hope that was a joke. I hope that's a joke." And
no,
then
that was a moment.
Yeah,
I think that's the first time.
And that was
actually,
like a second jab to him.
This might be the first time, me personally,
joking.
that I've ever seen Blue get genuinely offended by a comment. Like he was really offended by this.
Yes. All right, let's go here.
I really hope that was a joke. Sincerely.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was just a huge joke. Yeah, just that wasn't rolling for the chat.
Well, now you're being sarcastic.
Okay, listen, Blue. In all reality.
Okay, bud. All right.
In all reality.
Again, all right. At this point, all right. She does more.
So
I was on pause real quick. So
he had this moment right here where he was trying to like kind of come off as a tough guy, like, oh, I know you weren't messing with me. But at the same time, it just revealed a weakness in him. I don't know. I did not see that as a tough guy moment. I saw that as you got caught flat-footed and now you've just exposed yourself for a weakness.
It's a major insecurity. And he said he went on a date last week, right? No more details. I mean, I don't want to speculate anything, but he said he went on a date. That the date doesn't mean anything. Usually someone's like, I hooked up, I got some pussy last week, or I fucked a girl last week, or we banged it out, or some shit. Like, I don't know. But I don't know.
There was a lot of ways to take that. I'm just saying, like, that was a very unusual way to take that. Even for Blue, I don't know why that revealed an insecurity in him, but it did. And I'm not really sure what the reasoning for that is. Maybe there's some trauma there. I'm not judging Blue at all. Like, I just know that in this case, he got offended. He was genuinely offended by the comment. And I think even for Choice, based off the way that Choice responded, Choice wasn't expecting him to get offended by the comment.
Yeah, Troy's laughing. I think it was an awkward, like, oh shit, like you're mad.
He wanted to glide past it because I don't think Choice intended it for it to, like, once the impact was there, the impact was there. How was he going to soften the blow after it was delivered?
Yeah.
Because he chose to take it face first.
All right, let's get here.
Sincerely.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was just a huge joke. Yeah, just that wasn't rolling for the chat.
Well, now you're being sarcastic.
That was an awkward laugh, but he's like, come on.
In all reality.
Okay, bud. All right.
In all reality.
Again, all right. At this point, all right. She does more damage to your reputation than I think that you are even realizing. Okay, you are going to unfairly blame me for that situation, and I get it. That's how it goes. But at the end of the day, when this all goes up in fucking flames, just remember, when you look back on all of this shit, just remember who it was who tried to tell it to you straight.
Somebody in the chat said Blue took the bait.
Okay, we had to pause there. That was a lot to take in.
That was.
He got really mad, and he said, when your relationship, this is what he's referring to, goes up in flames, right? Just remember, I was the one who was trying to help you.
You know what, man?
That's crazy.
I never want to see anyone.
That's crazy.
Any relationship that people put effort into fall apart. I never want to see that, right? And I do believe that Jinnaaii and Choice put a lot of effort into their relationship. So, again, I know what Blue's going for here, but it's just wrong. It's not
at that point, he's basically saying, like, I want your relationship to end, so I can say I told you so. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Like, look, chat, souls, everybody, I have been the person to counsel many a content creator behind the scene about their relationship because they've come to me for help. And one thing that I can say with consistency is I am not the guy that will ever tell you that you should leave the person that you're with. I will always try and help you find ways to make things work. That being said, no matter how much I dislike the person you're with, I would tell you the same thing. Be with the one you're with, right? Because that's the one you picked. This to me was a horrible take. He got very offended by it.
Terrible take.
And he is reacting purely on emotion. Even his chat is aware that he got baited. And that's all there is to it. And the following comments, I feel like he says out of anger. And I think he did say these things out of anger and only out of anger.
Even if he doesn't mean it now, those are like knee-jerk reactions. That's how he feels like instantly.
In the moment, but
you know,
you say things like that when you're mad.
I think it's a little different. I think he's more pent up. Like he's been wanting to say this because he does not. Basically, he's been trying to tell Choi, dump her, get rid of her, or something. She's not good for you.
He has been saying the same thing. He's just saying it with more harsh words now. It's not like all that changed is his phraseology, not his point. Yeah. And the only reason that his phraseology changed is because he got offended, and now he's speaking out of anger.
Yep.
Fucking flames. Just remember, when you look back on all of this shit, just remember who it was who tried to tell it to you straight. Okay? I care about you enough to try to give it to you how I see it. And I understand that you think I'm some fucking loser degenerate that can't get a
Ooh. Those words. What do you guys think about that? Because Choi didn't say that, right? He didn't say that. But those are the words that instantly goes through Blue's head.
Right, because that's where the insecurity is.
Yeah.
I you know what, man? Look, I'm not. I want to make
saying that either.
I'm gonna speculate for fun. Let's just like the guys. This is not based on reality. I'm speculating for fun. This is a deep-rooted trauma. This is a deep-rooted trauma that stems back from.
It's an insecurity.
It's an insecurity that stems back from familial ties with like maybe family or father or mother
past
drama.
Relationships or something.
I don't even think it's past. I think it's parental. But that's just me speculating for fun. I think it's parental. I think it's like a parent that sees somebody like this, and then them carrying that inside them, and it hurting them.
Angle, yes.
You know what I mean? Like that. That's what I think. That's what I think it is. But
that does happen to a lot of streamers too, where they're like, depends on when you get a real job. You know, streaming's not a real job. Like, go do all this stuff.
I can remember even myself.
Gabe, you would think things are deeper than you think it is sometimes. Yeah, that's true, man.
Like I said, myself, I say this from, I don't say that without any perspective. I say it for myself. When I was young, when I used to game online, my dad used to freak out. He'd be like, he would go nuts because I was playing, in his mind, I was spending money because I was playing games online. And because just by the virtue of being online, I was spending his money. And he's, in his mind, he was like, these people that you're meeting will never mean anything. They're not real. And in his perspective, he was right in his perspective, because to him, these are people that he will never see, and he could not fathom the world where we would be so close, right? But then fast forward to 25 years later. It's actually 27 years later. I have members of my guild at my house right now. They're asleep. That's the only reason I'm able to do this right now is because they're asleep. We do a yearly gathering. These are like family members to me. These are like my brothers and sisters.
Called,
my second member.
HunterCon.
Right. Exactly. HunterCon every year. And that is something that always sticks with me in my mind. I never forgot what my dad said. I never forgot what he said about, these relationships never amounting to anything. And there is a saying in life where you say the axe forgets, but the tree remembers. And what that means is, and if you know me for a while, you've heard me say this. What that means is an axe does what an axe does. It's the axe's job to cut down trees, so the axe cuts, right? But even if it doesn't cut down the tree, even if it slices just one time, the axe is never going to remember the tree that it hits. But the tree will always remember the axe. And in the story of your life, right? And this is for everyone, all the souls in the chat. And the story of your life, at some point, somebody was your axe. And you remember that person for life for something they said. It may be one comment that they made, and it stayed with you forever. And you were the tree in that instance. but in some instances, you were somebody else's axe, right? Somebody, and if you think about your life hard enough, I'm sure you can think of a moment in time where you were someone's axe in life. And that takes that takes a lot of introspective moments to like really consider yourself and have some objectivity of yourself, right? And it's a hard thing to do for some people. In my perspective, that comment sent Blue back to a moment where somebody was an axe in his life, and Choice looked like that axe for just a moment. And that sent him that emotional response. That's why he was offended. But I digress. Your take, Lunar.
You nailed it pretty good. Yeah. Let's continue here.
Tried to tell it to you straight. Okay, I care about you enough to try to give it to you how I see it. And I understand that you think I'm some fucking loser degenerate that can't get a girlfriend or can't get a fucking date. That was kind of weird, I'll be honest with you. After we've had a civil situation this entire time, that was really fucking strange. No, because see, here's the thing. I gave you the chance to say it was a joke, and then you very clearly had it like condescending tone and shit. Okay, sure. No.
But like this is where
so much to unpack right here.
This goes back to what I said. Even Choice was not expecting him to be offended by that comment, because fucking Blue disparages himself there all the time. And I think if Blue was thinking objectively and not emotionally, he would have realized that that comment was just a jab for fun, not to like cause real harm. And maybe it's because of how long the conversation was going on for, or the moment in time that he said it. But again, Blue took genuine offense to it, and it just
the
don't really
word
know why
itself
he did it.
is just a small one. You wouldn't get a date.
Yeah, he would have played it off. Normally Blue would have just
like that's so much worse.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's very odd, very odd choice. And I think that Blue's response, as visceral as like sharp and pointed as it was a surprise to even Choice. And Choice didn't realize he had really hurt him until after the fact. That was my thought. That's my thoughts on it.
No problem. You can try to insult me all you want, but at the end of the fucking day,
don't be sensitive, man. Don't be sensitive.
At this point, I don't know who's being sensitive anymore. I try to tell you how
you
it fucking
are, bro.
is,
you
and
are.
She's doing damaging things to you, and then you say, "Nuh-uh, you're the problem." She's not doing anything. She's not doing damage to me.
Your entire brand, Blue, is people making fun of you. Like, it's literally your chat eats that shit up.
But like,
it was
that's why
obviously
I was
a
like,
joke.
yes, but in this fucking context, that's why I said that's a joke, right? That's 100% a joke. And then again, the condescending tone, I'm like, oh shit, I'm pretty good at reading people. Yeah, I think you were being serious, like straight up.
Like, I don't think Choice could have any tone at that point. He'd have said, obviously it was a joke at any point, in any tone, and Blue would still read it as condescending.
His emotions were driving, for sure.
Yeah. He's fighting demons, man. That goes the chip on his shoulder right there.
Which I mean, honestly, I
right
empathize with.
Words.
Like, I don't think Choice wanted to offend him that way, and I don't think that, you know. I think these are ultimately, like, Choice still does value him as a friend. I don't think that was his intention. And to be fair, I don't think it's. I don't like seeing Blue get offended like that either. It's kind of upsetting, but I agree. Let's drive on.
I think you were being serious right there. Like 100%. I think that you believe that. And that's fine.
Are you fishing for compliments right now, Blue? Do you want me to tell you that you're one of the most charismatic people that I've ever met, and that girls love people that are funny? Like, is that what you want me to say?
I'm muting you. Okay. All right. Now he's unmuted. But like, here's the deal. At the end of the day, like, again, I haven't tried to throw like I haven't tried to.
It's very clear he's very offended right now, and he's. Ooh. And then Choice is trying to, like, play it back and everything, saying, hey man, like, you want compliments, like, you're a good looking guy, you're a tall dude, you don't have hair on the top, you got hair on the chin, like that kind of stuff. Like, he's trying to not make it, like, he doesn't want Blue to crash out, but Blue is not listening at all, and he's crashing out, right? That's this is the proper definition of a crash out.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually fair take.
Necessarily insult you at all. Or Thorchick, this is like, we're trying to squash this beef. And I've tried to say this. I feel like I'm talking in circles.
He says he didn't necessarily insult him, but he did. He took two shots straight at him.
Yeah.
Her behavior at the time was unacceptable. You were guilty by association, whether you want to admit it or not. People were already blaming you for allowing her to do this kind of shit. And that's just the truth, mainly because she's got your name all over her branding, all over her content, all over her guides, all over her stream, and you're all over her chat too. Of course you're going to be implicated when she does something stupid like this. It's not even a question. That's not on me. That's on her. And you have got to have your girlfriend take some accountability for harming you. Like, at the end of the day, a relationship is supposed to be equals. And like, I understand there's some people in chat like, Blue's the kind of person that would split the bill with his wife. Yeah, because it's both of our fucking money. I might pay for the bill, but guess what? What's mine is hers and what hers is mine. So like, whether I pay the whole bill or not is completely fucking irrelevant. That's how fucking husband and wife shit works. Okay.
Look, when you're dating and in a serious relationship, guess what, man? That's like the fucking trial phase, bro. So if you wouldn't do it when you're dating, you're not gonna do it when you're husband and wife. Like, that's just obvious. Like, you can't be on both sides of the argument, man. You don't treat your girlfriend like she's your wife, and you don't want her to be your wife. That's just how it is.
I think this issue of money here is a indicator why he didn't want Choice to give money to Jinnaaii for that 1 month. You know, it's a money issue where he, like, I don't think splitting the bill is bad either or anything like that. You know, it's whatever you're comfortable with, whatever, right? Money comes around.
In the context, of marriages, the reason that splitting the bill with your wife is considered negative is because I don't know how it is internationally, but in the United States, most states even have a law called community property. When you're married,
no one was saying it was bad, Carnier. But
when you're married, half of what is yours
is bad.
Like, what is yours belongs to your wife as well. And what is mine belongs to my wife, and what is hers belongs to me. If she buys a piece of fucking laundry, I own lingerie. If I buy goddamn soju, then she owns soju. That's just how it is. All right, let's rock.
But I pay the bill on dates and stuff. This is not the same thing at all. This is literally, you're already dating somebody and you need to feel comfortable talking to your girlfriend about hard issues. Even if it's going to make her upset, you have got to feel comfortable talking to her about the hard issues. And I think that the people looking at this situation probably saw exactly, people are smart. At the end of the day, we can talk about how chat are degenerates, but people are pretty smart about this kind of thing.
I think it's funny that he says people are smart because they are smart. And that is why that this looks awful, because it is terrible. Yeah, it does not look great. And
he's been talking for like 4 minutes straight, I think, something like that.
And I'll cap it off. I'm gonna say this again at the end of the video, but I'll iterate it now. You know, like, at the end of the day, they are smart. You kind of revealed a weakness in yourself here. Now, this, in my opinion, is a learning moment where you can look at it introspectively and be like, yeah, dude, I could definitely learn from that. Because I mean, sometimes when you are surprised with your own insecurity or you're surprised with your own reaction, that's the best time to, you know, pack it in and then be like, oh, I can do better, you know, and then just realize you can do better and just do better. And I think you'll be just fine. I think you'll be just fine off that. All right, let's go on.
Branding all over her stuff, and they don't see you actively trying or like getting this to stop, they're gonna think to themselves, damn, either Choice doesn't feel comfortable stopping it, which makes him look like a bitch, or
like a bitch. Okay.
A, or B, he's complacent in the whole thing and he doesn't think it should be stopped, which is worse, and that's not what was necessarily happening. So again, that's the perception that chat's gonna have, regardless if
Blue was calm before the date issue comes out. Valid crash out. Ha 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 ha. I mean, he was.
I say anything or not. Rough. Like, that's just how it is.
Yep. And, you know, people are allowed to have that opinion and people are allowed to think that way. I think that it's very obvious in not only my words, but my actions that I was making attempts to make change and to not have it be, to not be complacent. But my way was to not completely banish and shit on somebody on the internet. And my way was to not try and stir up drama with the situation. I handled it behind the scenes just like I tried to handle this behind the scenes with you. You know, this came up
No one ever expected you to make a video about that. Hell no. They fully expect you to handle this behind the scenes, but they expect you to handle it, which means she stops AFK drop streaming. That's what people think that you should be doing. No, everyone understands that you're not going to slander your girlfriend or talk about your girlfriend in an ill manner while you're live. No one's expecting you to do something like that. They're expecting you to handle it in DMs where it should have been handled in the first place before it got out of control, which it did.
He's making it sound like he was the reason why he made it out of control, and he still brings it up to this day, months later. It wasn't some magical thing. It was him rehashing it and streaming his content and dragging choice into voice chat for this. Like, it's not an outside source doing it, it's him directly doing it.
I don't think that leaving your stream on for 3 days in order to help out for 1 month and then solving a problem for the following 3 months as it's been solved is getting out of hand.
Oh, I don't think that she would have stopped had it not been for me. I don't think that she would have stopped. I think she would have kept going. And I think that I'm right on that. I think you said before she stopped because of me.
Got brought up and she stopped.
She would have just kept going. So I just jumped on it early, and it only happened to be 3 days. But like, had I not said anything, well, shit, she could have just kept going forever.
What a hero.
She would not have been kept going forever because she has already been talking about how
Hero video needed.
She would like to do more sponsorships and how she would like to not be so reliant on streaming a lot and how it really sucks that she has to even do this in general. And he was basically going to completely stop due to, yes, of course, your drama did have an effect on trying to really speed up this process that was already in action. We had already been talking about this. We'd been talking about it months prior because she basically runs herself ragged. She does AFK drops, but she streamed for like 14 or 15 hours on those days before she went AFK.
It was basically
healthy? It's not healthy, and that's why we were making steps to solve it.
Get a job.
He's back on this, man.
Can someone explain to me what that was? Like, it came out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere to me.
This is that bias returning to its. He just. I wish.
You think that's healthy?
You know what would be honest?
Get a job.
What would be honest would be just like him saying, "I don't like Jinnaaii. I don't want her to stream anymore." And I will do everything. Like, just be honest about it, and then no one cares. Like, no one cares at that point.
Say the quiet part out loud.
That's what I'm saying. Just say the quiet part out loud, and no one cares anymore. At that point, then everyone's like, "Well, we expect that because he doesn't like her." Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are some people in the fucking category that I would absolutely be like, "Yeah, I don't fucking think they should stream anymore." Not anymore. Not currently. But there was at one point for sure, and I would have fucking done anything to bury them, and I did everything I could to make sure it happened. But that's also, I was very honest with that, and I talked about those people very openly. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, I wonder what that's like. Dude. I can't relate to that at all.
Yeah. I know you're completely unbiased, but you know what I mean. Like, if you say the quiet part out loud, then people really don't care about the quiet part. You know what I mean? They don't feel like you're being dishonest. They know what you're selling. All right, let's play.
Like
you're acting.
That's not healthy.
You have.
That's not healthy.
One solution, which is, hey, go get a job. My solution is, hey, here is a way that you can monetize your platform through sponsorships. Like, you can see people get sponsorships on Twitch all the time. That was something that she was not utilizing in any way. So anyway, it doesn't matter what we're arguing about here. We can argue about how somebody can make money all day long. We already agree on two things. We agree that AFK dropping is wrong, and we agree that it's never happening again. And we agree that I was not complacent in the situation because I was making steps behind the scenes to fix it. So the only thing that we're talking about here is, why do I have an issue with you? That is why this entire thing started. And quite frankly, I have less of an issue with you right now because I'm glad that we could talk this out. I'm glad that we could stop. I'm glad we could talk it out and squash the beef, but I need you to know the reason why I have issues is because there are certain things that you were saying in your VOD, and whether you remember them or not, you like to make these associations and these assumptions, and you say them with such conviction that people believe them to be true, regardless of if it's just your opinion. An opinion on.
Is that a pause?
Yeah, pause. Yeah. So, like, you ever meet somebody that says something that's objectively wrong, but with such confidence that it throws doubt in the situation? And don't those people really fucking irritate you? And that's what I feel like. And I feel like Choice has a very fair take here. And yeah, like it's a fair take, and Blue needs to absorb that portion. be like, no, he's right. You can't just if you're wrong and you're wrong with confidence, it makes you look like you're right, and that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing, especially as a content creator. That being said, misfortunate. Sorry, my words are hard because it's late for me. Misfortunate. For Blue, I like neither myself nor Lunar dislike Blue. We all like Blue. We all like Choice. Just because you have a bad take does not make you a bad person, and I will revisit that at the end of the scene. So, but carry on.
Internet, it's shared as fact. And so your words, that is your opinion, can result in people's perceptions. Opinions can formulate people's reality. And if you have an opinion that is just an opinion, people will take that and they'll just run with it to somebody else's Twitch chat. And then it'll get spread, and then it's a wildfire.
That is my favorite part.
And having that power is exactly the reason why you were mad that I said anything about your tier list, because you already know that one man's word can mean a bunch of issue for somebody else. You were upset at me because I said your tier list was bad. I'm upset at you because you said that she is a bad content creator, or these other things that you were saying about her.
I didn't say she was bad at content creating. She's by definition, she's not.
So he's trying to like rebuttal here, and I feel like this is a weak one. He's like, I didn't say she's bad at content creating. By definition, she has a lot of viewers, which in this point of view, he just still does not believe these are real viewers. So him using her viewer count as a credibility for saying she's a good streamer, he doesn't believe those viewers are real. So by that logic, he doesn't think she's a good content creator.
Bad. She has, again, the viewers speak for themselves. But like, also, I wasn't necessarily upset with you. A chat can vouch for this. I wasn't upset with you necessarily because of the tier list. I just took down the video because you said so. Mainly because I respect your opinion that much. Oh, and like, I'm just like, all right, I'm done with this. I was upset with you because then you, again, you were like, yeah, well, I'm mad at Blue because of what he said about like my girlfriend and all this stuff. And then he got banned on Twitch because of my girlfriend. And I'm like, well, there it is. Like the fact that she witch hunted me that hard that she was willing to keep reporting me for a few weeks.
If you think that all I saw was your video, Blue, I watched every single minute of every single VOD, and I downloaded every single minute of every single VOD.
You're literally.
I know exactly what you said, Blue. So when I'm telling you,
I get it.
When I'm telling you the things that you said, when I'm telling you the things that you said, I'm telling you them because you said them, whether you remember it or not. So when you I
admitted everything. Have I lied about anything? Have I been disingenuous?
Did you coach? Did you coach him on that, man?
No, but I'm sure he learned something from last year with Neptune's beef. It's important to have receipts. And you guys are gonna hit. I'll go a little bit here, but my process, I'm sure Choice didn't do this because he didn't do it right, was you download all the VODs, you manually go through all the clips, and some people stream 9, 10, 15 hours a fucking day. It's crazy. You go through the whole thing, like maybe at 1.5 times speed. You make clip. Then you gotta go watch your clips, and you gotta label it, and you gotta organize it into folders. It's a whole fucking thing. It's so much work. So much work. But at that point, you have really good references.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you need those references.
When I'm telling you the things that you said, I'm telling you them because you said them, whether you remember it or not. So when I
admitted everything. Have I lied about anything? Have I been disingenuous about it? I feel like you would have stopped me. If I said no, I didn't say that.
What I'm telling you is that you make incredible associations and you masquerade them as a factual opinion. The examples that we've used throughout these last few hours is things like saying, hey, she got banned in the past. You had this whole thing that went on about, oh, she got banned for viewbotting in the past because
and it's shown in there that we got to the bottom of it and that was not the case. It's shown in that VOD. If you've got the whole VOD, you've got the receipt to know that again, the end conclusion there was that, okay, so people have the wrong idea here. She was banned for hate speech, but the Twitch message said something different. So like, again, if you have the whole VOD, and again, I felt like if I was misrepresenting anything here, or that you said you watched everything and you downloaded all of it, I feel like you would have called me on anything. On anything that I have said, that I have been like, no, I didn't say that. No, I've just said that, oh yeah, I said that. Is what I DM'd you about.
What I called you on is the multiple page. Oh yeah, I sent you like 2 solid pages of DMs about the 10 or 11 or 12 different things that I had a problem with, because that's how I solve things. I solve things in the DMs. And so I'm not out here trying to harm you any further than whatever I said about your tier list. And I hope that you're not here trying to harm me
No,
about
God,
anything
no.
and trying to associate my name and draw circles over my name to say that I was the one who reported you like you did nearly an hour and a half ago.
Pause.
So I'm not out here trying to make those.
Pause. The subtext here is that right there was another stab by choice at the actions that Blue actually took.
He was not happy about the whole list of things Blue has done to disparage his name, to associate him with Jinnaaie's stuff.
Choice is smart, man.
Yes.
He's very smart. He's been paying very close attention to everything Blue is saying. He's addressing it point by point. And he's addressing it honestly and openly. And he's reading past the surface level of the discussion and penetrating the core problems, not the symptoms.
Yep.
Claims. If I have a problem with your tier list, that's a lot different than claiming that somebody is out here reporting your stream. That didn't happen. So let's be real here. If you're wondering why I have a problem with you and why I ever had a problem with you in the past, is because of everything we've said over the last 2 hours. And we don't need to reiterate all this stuff. And quite frankly, I think that it's all old news. I don't even have a problem with you anymore, Blue.
I love you to
I'm
death,
glad
man.
that we could talk this out.
I don't
glad
mean
we could-
any ill
I'm
will
glad
to
we
your
could squash
reputation.
it.
Please understand.
Choice knows that the fucking fire is still the building that fucking Blue is standing on. This one is still in cinders. He's like, I don't have a problem with you, Blue. He knows that he
it's
just
over.
burnt that
He
whole
knocked out
fucking
every
thing to the
point.
ground, bro. He does. Oh, God, man. What are your thoughts? He knew what he was saying 1-to-1. Choice is very smart.
Yep. Yeah, I told you, he came prepared. He had all the points ready, and he had all the rebuttals for it. And I don't see notes around Blue Squadron's computer. I don't see all the stuff. Like, it was clear one was more prepared than the other, and thankfully, not only was he more prepared, but the facts of the matter was he was more correct as well. And 100%, I think Choice wins in terms of the whole debate, I guess.
I don't mean, like, again, you should know this to be true based on how I structure my stream schedule. Should speak for itself. I really don't mean any ill will to you at all. I wish you the best as a streamer. I try to promote you as much as I can. You're one of our most confident voices and respected voices in our fucking community. I would never do anything that would deliberately try to damage your reputation unless you were already implicated to start it. And again, I tried to say when it was going on, I was like, yo, Choice doesn't deserve this. It's not fair to him. And again, that's all in the, but like at the same time, you are implicated in all of it, as I said. But like, I'm glad that we got to the bottom of it. And to be honest with you, I don't ever really bring this up ever. The only reason this came up today is because of this. Or is because of what people had sent me, and I watched it, and I was just like, okay, well, if he doesn't think the tier list is good, then I'll take the video down. And then you just went another step. I was like, okay, that's it. I like that.
If I ever have any more issues with your content in the future, I will definitely not be vocalizing it on stream. But if I see you recommend one more player to get in a tour,
that's a little joke there.
There's Power Stone, bro.
Wait,
we are
what's
going
wrong
to
with
set up
that?
a fucking Twitch boxing match.
What's wrong?
So that's a nothing burger at the end. That's them being nice to each other.
Yeah.
Pick it
But
up.
I do want to play through this. Let it play through because, again, there's a reason I want to play through it.
Tydell Ball.
What's wrong? Okay, so what's wrong with Aitor's Power Stone using it to transition into Consort? What's wrong with that?
So, like, this for me is always a funny piece.
All they got to do is the
Tor's
quest
Power
line.
Stone.
Can you lower the volume a little bit on the video? Just
What's
lower
that?
the volume. Let them keep talking, but lower the volume on the video. Lower by like half. There you go. This to me is always a really funny part of arguing. This is the part of the argument where they try and soften all the blows, smooth things over so people don't walk away with a negative opinion. And now they want to pretend to be friends again. I don't know if they are or aren't friends at this point, but I just feel like it's very obvious to me that it's fake news.
This part.
To be clear,
Say again?
it's a good quest line.
I love this
This
part.
part.
It's awkward. It's fucking funny to me. It's like a train wreck. I love this part.
Solid quest line that you could speed run in a few hours.
It's like one of those things where when you watch like a sitcom or something, right? And something happens, but at the end of the sitcom, at the end of the episode, everyone just starts back where they started.
Yep. From our boomers in the chat, this is when Voltron forms the blazing sword.
Progress. Right. The problem is there's no consequences to this. Realistically, there's like in the open world, there's no consequences to this. Obviously, they don't feel that same way. Deep down with each other now, they're not You know, I'm not speculating, but they're definitely not as cool as they are 2 days ago versus
No,
today.
for sure they are not. Yeah, but this is like
Right.
this is where
Well, I
they're just
understand
trying
the
to, this is the
necessity
public
of
this is
them.
the
You have
public
to do
perception
it.
softening. Yep, I agree.
Yeah. You just have to do it, and it's their job. I don't hate them for it, but because it's not my job, I can keep on hating, man. After my beef, I'm still gonna hate, and I'm still like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna just be like, oh, this
Yeah, unless we reach like
I don't
a
have
true
to do that.
resolution, like I don't forgive unless like it's like somebody really asked for forgiveness. Like, hey man, like I did this, I fucked up, I'm sorry. That for me
Yeah.
is a moment where I'm like, okay.
You
Even though
give
we
them,
can
yeah,
continue.
you're an adult about it. You admitted your faults. That's it. But yeah, personally, I don't like this part, and I guess it's their job. I guess why you had to do it. I know why.
Just
That's
let
why
it
I'm
play in
not
the
a content
background.
creator.
Let it play in the background.
Yeah. Like that's why I'm not a content creator, because I cannot do
Somebody,
this.
a new player shouldn't do that.
Lunar,
And a better alchemy
Mojado
stone.
wants to know how
What?
beef you got.
Of
bro.
course
Do you
they
have any
should do
beef?
that.
I don't have any
What
beefs.
do you
No,
mean?
no,
Like,
because
fucking
you
liar.
can literally just
I don't
murk
have any
and
beefs,
murk
man.
into a
Fucking
guild that's
liar.
doing con. You can murk into like you can say in world chat, hey, anybody
yeah, you
doing
can
con
upgrade it
today,
to
and you
cons
can get
after,
that
yeah.
shit done so quick. But you don't even need to upgrade it to cons. You're wasting
Yeah, streaming in my
to go
time
get
slot
this
for sure.
stone,
5
and it's
a.m.
1 AP. It's
Oh yeah, me and Zeroden are at it. We're gonna
a new
we're
player
gonna
That's
box
it.
later.
That's
putting out
it.
an 8-source power stone probably has no idea how to merc, is probably not even necessarily in a guild yet.
Do you
New
think
player
any of Blue's
without
perspective
stuff.
changed after this conversation?
Finishing their
I
gnarly
think
stuff.
that him
You know they're
deleting this
actually
VOD
comp
and not
even
making a YouTube video for it
remotely good
and
at
saying that
something
it's
like
for
that. So,
respect for
yeah,
choice
they
or
can open
whatever,
their quest menu and just do
I don't think a lesson is learned in that regard where he matured. I think he
I
realized he
think-
took an L today.
Into
I think
if they
I
really
think
want to,
in
but most
intro,
people just go
like
straight to bells
post
and they wear the 8
perspective,
force power
Blue
stone
realized
until
that
they're
he had made a
700
mistake.
gear score, which is fucking crazy.
Say that again?
Like, hey, yeah,
I
what are
think
you gonna
post
do? But,
perspective, like
the
afterward, I
8
think
power
Blue
stone,
realized he made a
ideally into
mistake.
like the blue cons art, which you
Yeah.
can sell.
The crash out was one. I think his biggest flaw.
Yeah,
The
but I
job
also
pushing
think
one
he
was
expected
super
choice to
weird.
be as
I don't
prepared.
think that
as
the
he-
one
Choice
the
was
one
weird.
temporary AP is
Because Choice is a nice guy, so you think
Because
nice people
player
get pushed over, but
very quickly.
no, he was
get
100%
to a place
prepared,
where they can make like
and he was ready
600
for
to
this.
700 to 800 mil an hour.
He was ready for the
quickly.
smoke.
And I
Some
think
people would
that
say.
if it's so temporary, at least a con's heart is going to take some time to get.
Yeah, they're
But
just talking
after
nerdisms.
Okay.
These
Sell
are
it.
D&D nerdisms.
So it's not
Let's go skip closer to the end when they stop talking about this, just before the call ends, because it gets nice and awkward.
Oh, when they guys start kissing.
Yeah.
But again,
Raise the volume
this
too.
is the stuff we should really.
I feel like it's worth it for the temporaries.
Yeah, but then
So
they'd have to
even
go
if
back.
you-
Gosh, we're doing content
Oh, yeah.
creator class.
Next choice,
Okay, I'm down.
customer service mode here.
Legally, anyway.
We could
What
do it in the
is-
parking lot.
Okay, Choice and Blue fucking literally duking it the
who
fuck
do you-
out in
hold
a
up.
parking lot.
Who do you think
over
would
a
actually win in
goddamn
a
video
fight,
game.
Choice or Blue?
He has fucking cheated on you.
Apparently, Blue said he's some type of black belt in something, and
Yeah,
Choice
but-
is Canadian. So
I don't know. I think Choice can lift, bro. I think Choice has got some muscle on him.
I think every punch Choice throws, he's gonna have to apologize for, and it's just too much work.
he's gonna swing on.
So it's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, Choice is a big guy, Bork, but so is Blue. I think, but I still,
super tall.
yeah, I think height is one aspect of it, but like, I don't know. I think that I think Choice would win. Honestly, I think Choice would take him in a fight.
Oh, apparently you're gonna be boxing it out in the next Calphian Ball or something.
Yeah,
So
we'll see. We'll see.
we can put some money
We
on
might
that.
have a fucking Joe Never Fails situation on our hands. All right,
oh gosh, oh shit. Should they take that easy? You think so?
yeah,
Choice
I
lost
think
a lot
so.
of weight
I think so
recently
too.
too.
I think so
So
too. Skeptic. I think Choice wins
Yeah.
that one. I just like Choice fucking lost a lot of weight in the last like couple years. Man has been putting the work into the gym. So I'm just saying
Yeah.
that doesn't come with no work.
okay, that was
Well, get to the end. Get to
lot.
the point where they're fucking trying to pretend to kiss and
Out
shit.
of all these people.
I don't think I have that clip.
Okay,
No,
yeah, okay, all right, that was
it's at the
perfect. Let
very
me do
end
that.
of it.
I mean,
Where
it
the call
doesn't
ends.
matter. It's just some fake kiss anyways. It don't matter.
He just left the call.
That's it. That's it right there.
Okay.
He left the call. He just leaves the
Okay,
call.
let's do the kiss.
All right.
There,
So
back it up.
These people.
post commentary.
Got him.
Some post
Got him.
commentary.
Okay,
Do you have any?
yeah.
Do you have any post?
All right,
I have some-
post-commentary.
Yeah. Go ahead. You go first.
I mean, like in terms of debate, like Choice came in prepared, 100%. I've said this 100 times. There's a difference between like streamer debaters and real debaters, and it was very clear that one was one and one was the other. And you look at the point scale here, and I think we didn't lead the last point in, but basically we had 11 points. First one was AFK drops are bad, both agreed, which somehow has been mentioned 1,000
No,
times.
Choice had 7. That was my fuck up because I got deleted at one point. But go on.
The sponsorship thing, like Choice had information that Blue didn't know, so he got the point in there. They both agree that them witch hunting each other was bad, so that's a point for everyone. Blue's ban was actually from a TNL VOD, but he still thinks that is a conspiracy from Jinnaaie's group, and I think that's we get that Choice. Choice talks about Blue's method of operations in terms of how he conducts himself with his opinions before facts. So that's a +1 to Choice. The rich girl allegations, Choice showed the numbers. Jinnaaie's not a rich girl. Jinnaaie's ban was not for viewbotting when she was really talking about stream. It was for hate speech, just for hate speech. Was she viewbotting? For based on what the evidence that Blue was bringing up, if she was viewbotting or not, is not enough. It was very poorly shown because he showed a Valkyrie stream with very slow chatting. And he showed Choice's stream with 900 viewers, and the chat was also very slow. And then one point he brought up was when chat was going crazy. He's like, "Oh, like look at the, chat. You're going crazy." And Choice is like, "Yeah, I remember that moment. I asked him a question because chat was dead to engage, and then they talked." Was Choice complacent? It was very clear that Choice was not complacent publicly or in the shadows and behind the scenes. And Blue knew this because Blue had a bunch of DMs from Choice about the issues he's trying to solve, and he knows that Choice is trying. So that's another point for Choice.
I was taking notes on what I wanted to say. I flashed it on the screen.
Point 10 is Jinnaaie a gold digger? And that issue was when Choice offered to pay for her January expenses for a little bump, like the difference, and she turned that down, and she wanted to do her own thing. So that was that gold digger comment there. And the last one is, and this has been repeated like 1,000 times, if Jinnaaie should get another job, and Choice had to hammer it down I think 20 times or something.
Oh, the amount of times that was suggested is kind of crazy.
And obviously the whole insensitive, him getting in his feelings about just being single date, not getting a date thing, or him saying your relationship is gonna blow up in flames, and it was me who tried to save you. That stuff. There's no real point for that. It's more just that's a weird / bad take. And right. That was it. It was just a big L for those. Those were the highlights of Blue Squadron's crash out moments, I guess.
So
yeah, that's basically it.
My side of this is I think in the totality of it, I think Blue really revealed he just doesn't like Jinnaaie at the end of the day. And I wish if he was more honest with the fact that he just doesn't like her and just is open and honest about that, I think it kind of justifies his feelings on everything that happens towards her after the fact. That being said, putting Choice in between it is not good friend behavior. And that is something that he should consider moving forward. Now, I am not here to make decisions for either of these cats. I think Blue is a phenomenal creator. I think Choice is a phenomenal creator. I think both of these guys do what they do very well. I know we've talked about a lot of their takes during the stream, and I will again iterate this one last time. Just because you have a bad take does not make you a bad person. It does not make you a bad creator. I have seen bad creators. I've seen negative content creators. I think Blue uses this platform to promote a lot of people in the category, and I think he takes umbrage or offense to the fact that Jinnaaie did some AFK streaming, and he is not letting it go, which to me is a little bit hypocritical, because if the shoe were on the other foot and he made a mistake at this point, if he apologized for it and demonstrated a change in behavior, he would expect forgiveness, and he would expect it to stop coming up from the same person. That is a personal growth thing that he can grow from on this moment. I think that he will hopefully take this in stride and kind of grow from it, because I do think it's a growing moment. this was a tough position to be in for him, and I think this was he got caught off guard and crashed out a little bit, and that also caught Choice off guard. Choice, man, super prepared. That dude came in super prepared. His brain was switched on. Dude had drank his energy drink before he came into that conversation because he was ready to rock. So yeah, no hate towards either creator. I saw a lot of both positive and negative comments in the stream. That was not the nature of the stream. The nature of this stream between myself and Lunar was this was a stream for us for fun because we were talking about it anyway. Drama happens.
Yeah.
People talk about drama in this community. I think what me and Lunar have decided to do is going forward, we're just going to talk about it together. We're going to do it live. And when
I thought it was a lot of fun doing this. So
yeah,
I think you guys had a lot of fun with it too.
I don't think we'll do this like at fucking 9 o'clock at night, knowing how long this took. But I think in the future that this might be like a new podcast that's basically designed around specific moments in time where it's where it's like there's some drama going down, and we as a community need a forum to talk about it. I think we'll just do that together. But yeah, that being said, we will make more content like this in the future. As long as you guys enjoy this kind of stuff, we'll keep making it. This will be on YouTube tomorrow, hopefully. Mostly unedited. It's not going to have, my editor's going to hate me because it's like, I told him like it might be like a couple hours, fucking 5 hours of content, 6 hours, sorry, 6 hours of content. So I'm just going to tell him just do very light editing. But yeah, all good things in the end. I did want to mention one more thing, that none of this, in my opinion, was very fair towards Jinnaaii. A lot of really nasty things were said about Jinnaaii, and I don't feel like she deserves it all. Is she a flawed person? Yes. Are we all flawed people? Yes. Do people who have flaws make mistakes? They absolutely do. But because of the fact that she is demonstrating that she is growing from the mistakes and she is not repeating them, I don't feel like it's fair to continue to destroy her over it. And as a matter of point, I plan to raid Jinnaaii immediately following this because I feel like she is honestly a pretty good person. She just got sucked into she made some bad choices based off of current needs. And that is not definitive of a person's overall personality. And that's something that we need to keep in mind as a community, because we are a community. We in the BDO category, we're very unlike any other category, bro. We are very, very unique in the way that we are set up. Like we have a very small, I guess, for like a category that maxes out at like 5